రిజిస్టర్ అయ్యారు. మన పూణే వాళ్ళ నుంచి కూడా వచ్చారని
ఐ హ్యావ్ దట్
ఇన్ఫర్మేషన్ అది చెప్పుకోండి.
అందుకే ఇది ఆయనకి ఇచ్చిన ఆయన చెప్పలేడు, మిస్ చేస్తే మనకు పబ్లిసిటీ మిస్ అవుతుంది. మీరేంటి బ్లూ అనుకొని ఇది వచ్చారు? అదే బ్లూవా?
అదే డార్క్ బ్లూ. ఇంకో బ్లూ ఉంది, అది వేసుకోలేదు. బ్లౌజ్ పట్టలేదు.
లాస్ట్ నేను మీకు పెట్టాను కదా మెసేజ్.
నేను అసలు కళ్ళు తిరిగిపోయాను. మనం చేసినది లాస్ట్ మినిట్లో చూపిస్తున్నాను. స్లీప్ టైమ్స్ అన్నీ హ్యాంపర్ అయ్యాయి.
వాటర్ బాటిల్స్ were there, we placed for the participants, so last it is there, last counter. స్క్రీన్ పెట్టండి. ఇప్పుడు వద్దు స్క్రీన్. రెడీగా పెట్టుకో. ఫైల్ కావాలా నీకు అమ్మ? యూ నీడ్ టు షేర్. యూట్యూబ్ లింక్
అయిపోయింది. చేసుకోండి.
మ్యామ్ షేర్ చేయండి.
స్టార్ట్ చేశాను. అది షేర్ చేయకండి. వెబెక్స్ ఓన్లీ ఇంటర్నేషనల్ స్పీకర్ ఎవరైతే ఆన్లైన్ యూట్యూబ్
తర్వాత వీళ్ళకి మాకు ఇక్కడ హెల్ప్ అవుట్ చేయాలి వెబెక్స్ గురించి. మీరు ఇది ఇంట్లోనే ఓపెన్ చేస్తారా?
స్టార్ట్ చేసిన
నాట్ ఓన్లీ
వస్తుంది లైక్ వస్తాయి. స్టార్ట్ అయ్యారా? అదనంటే వస్తాయి.
ఫోటోస్ చేస్తారా? ఒకసారి చెప్పండి.
ఒకసారి ఇది ఇక్కడ ఆడియో ఏం తీసుకోవాలి మీది? స్పీకర్ సరిపోదు కదా? ఓకే, ఇందులో కూడా మళ్ళీ సెట్ చేయాలి కదా?
మనం డైరెక్ట్ గా ఇన్పుట్ ఆడియో
ఇందులో డిజిటల్ ఆడియో ఇంటర్ఫేస్ ఇది కదా?
యూఎస్బి.
Good morning, one and all. Welcome to National Quantum Summit 2026. The guest has arrived at the principal room, so they'll be joining shortly.
మెసేజ్ చేశాను, కాల్ చేశాను.
మరలా ఎంత దూరంలో DLS
నేను చెప్పినప్పుడు చెప్పాను, నైట్ కాల్ చేసి చెప్పాను. సంజయ్ సార్ ఇస్ కమ్.
హలో సార్
యా, డన్ డన్ డన్. Okay, done. Yes, yes. They are coming. All are arriving already.
నో సార్ ఒకసారి
All the guests are coming.
రైట్ సార్ థ్యాంక్ యూ
Ma'am, space చూపిస్తున్నాను.
ఏం రా
ఇది ఆఫ్ చేయించండి. ఆఫ్ చేయించండి.
ఓకే సార్ అలా మరి ఇదేంటి గుడ్ మార్నింగ్ వన్ అండ్ ఆల్ ద పార్టిసిపెంట్స్ ఆర్ అరైవింగ్ కైండ్లీ హ్యావ్ యువర్ సీట్స్ The dignitaries and the chief guests are arriving shortly. They started. So kindly be in your designated seats.
Good morning, everyone. We request all the participants to be seated in their respective places as the dignitaries are about to arrive. Thank you.
Banu sir, ఆయన
Ramani ma'am.
లేట్ అవుతుంది త్వరగా గెస్ట్ వస్తున్నారు Invocation song is by Sanjana.
Yeah, I'll put it.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, madam. మీరు కొద్దిగా కూల్ గా చెప్పేసుకోండి. I will cut short.
స్క్రిప్ట్ ఉంటేనే భయపడతాను, చూడకపోతే చెప్పేస్తాను.
మీరు ఫ్లో అనేది కంటిన్యూ మీ ఛాన్స్ ఎక్కువ చెక్ చేసుకోవచ్చు.
నేను సిగ్నల్స్ ఇస్తూ ఉంటాను సార్, లైట్ సార్ అని జస్ట్ చూడండి.
ఫోటో పెట్టారా క్వాంటమ్ గ్రూప్ లో ఫోటో పెట్టారు క్వాంటమ్ గ్రూప్ లో ఫోటో
మీరు చెప్పిన CPC. Sanjay sir आलेगा.
వెరీ గుడ్
వద్దు నాకు ఇది చేంజ్ వద్దు, నాకు రావట్లేదు. అది నాకు ప్రాక్టీస్ లేదు నాను, అది రావట్లేదు సార్.
Good morning, everyone.
ఇది ఇచ్చేసి ఆఫ్ చేసి ఇక్కడ ఉండు. ఇది నీ ఎంత దగ్గర పెట్టినారు బాగుంది నా నాకు కంఫర్ట్ ఉంది. నేను చెప్తున్నాను కదా తీసుకుని ఫోన్ వచ్చేస్తాను. ఇది నేను అలవాటు అయిపోయింది బాగా చేసుకుంటాను. Now you see.
పట్టుకొని మాట్లాడు. ఇక్కడ పెట్టి మాట్లాడటమే బెటర్ బికాస్ దిస్ థింగ్ ఇస్
ఇది ఎంత వస్తుందో నేను ఒకసారి మాట్లాడుతున్నాను మీరు చెప్పండి ఇంకా దగ్గర
Morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the first National Quantum Summit organized by International Industry Collaborations, Chaitanya Bharati Institute of Technology. A warm and hearty welcome to one and all present here. Respected Principal Sir, Chief Guests, Guests of Honor, distinguished dignitaries, eminent scientists, industry leaders, academicians, researchers, faculty members, and my dear students. It is indeed a matter of immense pleasure and great pride to welcome you all to the first National Quantum Summit 2026 organized by IIC, Chaitanya Bharati Institute of Technology, Hyderabad. Today is not merely the beginning of another academic event. Today marks an important milestone in our collective journey towards building India's vibrant quantum ecosystem. As the world stands at the threshold of the second quantum revolution, breakthroughs in quantum computing, quantum communication, quantum sensing, and quantum artificial intelligence are transforming the way we solve complex problems and shaping the future of science, technology, and society. The theme of today's summit, Beyond the Bits, Building India's Quantum Future. Today's summit brings together an exceptional gathering of renowned scientists, industry experts, innovators, academic leaders, researchers, policy makers, entrepreneurs, and aspiring students to one prestigious platform. It is a platform where ideas meet innovation, research meet industry, and collaboration leads to transformation. 90 years ago, the world's first electronic computers occupied entire rooms. Very few imagined that one day computers would fit into our pockets and connect billions of people across the world. Today, history presents us with another defining moment. Quantum technologies are poised to revolutionize computation, secure communication, healthcare, finance, cybersecurity, artificial intelligence, and scientific discovery. As Nobel laureate Richard Feynman once said, nature isn't classical, and if you want to make a simulation of nature, you would better make it quantum. These visionary words continue to inspire scientists and innovators across the world. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now time to formally commence the inaugural ceremony of the first National Quantum Summit 2026 at CBIT. Every successful summit begins with the presence of visionary leaders whose guidance inspires academic excellence. I now request our distinguished guests to kindly take their places on the dais. Let us welcome with a big round of applause. I invite our patron of National Quantum Summit, Professor C.V. Narsimulu, Principal CBIT, to grace the dais. I invite Dr. Vanitha ma'am to present the sir with a sapling. It is my privilege to invite Dr. L. Venkat Subramaniam, sir, CEO of Qubit Force, our distinguished chief guest for today's summit, to grace the dais. I invite Nagajyoti ma'am to present sir with a sapling. May I kindly invite Mr. Sanjay sir, founder and CEO of Quantum AI Global, to join the dais. I invite Professor V. Barla, advisor of IIC, convener of NQS, CBIT to come on to the rise. I call Nagajyoti ma'am to present sir with the sapling. I invite our co-convener, Dr. Shiva Priyanka ma'am, to kindly join us on the dais. I invite Vanita ma'am to present ma'am with the sapling. I also request our distinguished speakers, Dr. Kannan Srinathan, Assistant Professor, IIIT Hyderabad, Mrs. Janani, Quantum Engineer, IBM Quantum, ISR Pune, Professor Srinivas, Professor of IISc Bangalore, to kindly grace the dais, to join on the respected dignitary places. Yeah. It is my honor to invite our esteemed guest of honor, Mr. Sanjay Sir, founder and CEO of Quantum AI Global, to join onto the dais. I call Dr. Vanita ma'am to present sir with a sapling. Light symbolizes knowledge, wisdom, hope, and the removal of darkness. To formally inaugurate this summit, we shall now have the Jyoti Prajwalana. May I request the distinguished dignitaries on the dais to kindly join for the ceremonial lighting of the lamp. Thank you, Shruti. Thank you all. To seek the best blessings of Almighty and to begin the auspicious occasion on a divine note, we shall now have the invocation song. I invite Sanjana to kindly present the invocation song.
वातापि गणपतिं भजेऽहं वातापि गणपतिं भजेऽहं वातापि गणपतिं भजेऽहं वातापि गणपतिं भजेऽहं वाराणस्यं वरप्रदं श्रीवातापि गणपतिं भजेऽहं वाराणस्यं वरप्रदं श्रीवातापि गणपतिं भजेऽहम् पुरा कुम्भसम्भव मुनिवरप्रपूजितं त्रिकोणमध्यगतं मुरारी प्रमुखद्युपस्थितं मूलाधारक्षेत्र स्थितं परारिचत्वरिवागात्मकं प्रणवस्वरूप वक्रतुण्डं निरन्तरं विठल चन्द्रखण्डं निजवामकर विधृतेक्षुदण्डं कराम्बुजपाशबीजापूरं कलुषविदूरं भूताकारं हरादिगुरुगुहतोषितबिम्बं हंसध्वनिभूषितहेरम्बं वातापि गणपतिं भजेऽहं वारणस्यं वरप्रदं श्रीवातापि गणपतिं भजेऽहम्
Thank you, Sanjana. Good morning to one and all. Every successful institution is built upon visionary leadership. We shall now proceed with the welcome address. It is our privilege to invite the patron of National Quantum Summit, Professor C.V. Nasimulu, sir, Principal CBIT Hyderabad, to deliver the welcome address.
Good morning to Honorable Chief Guest for this National Quantum Summit, Venkat Subramanian, and guest of honor, Mr. Sanjay, and our convener, Professor Barla, and coordinator, Dr. Shivpriyanka, and Santoshi, other faculty members, and our vice principals, advisors, directors, and resource persons, including our advisor, Professor Srinivas, IISc Bangalore, other distinguished participants who came from various industries and academic institutions. Once again, good morning to you all. At the outset, I congratulate all of you for participating in this wonderful National Quantum Summit, which is the order of the day now. I must thank our advisor and Professor Srinivas, IISc Bangalore. This is the brainchild of Professor Srinivas. He called me one day, Narasimhalu, can we arrange this kind of workshop summit at your college? Then immediately I said yes. Okay. So that's way this has started journey. So now as a principal, it is customary to brief about the CBIT to the participants. The CBIT was established in the year 1979. So it is affiliated to Osmania University, approved by AICTE, and it is accredited by NAC with its highest grade A++. All its eligible programs are accredited by NBA. And we have very good, dedicated and experienced faculty of around 370 members, out of which 70% faculty members are PhD holders, which is a great pride for our institution. No self-finance engineering colleges in 2 Telugu states having this many doctorates as the faculty members. And we have several other accolades. So we have been listed in NIRF ranking between 151 to 200 band for consistently 3 years. And we were also ranked in NIRF Innovation ranking in 2023. And several newspapers rated us as a #1 institution among self-finance institutions in Telangana state and in the country in the 18th rank. So various magazines rate us in different way. So all are in the top ranking. And out of 14 institutions got sanctioned Atal Innovation Community Centers in the country in the 2021-22. CBIT is one among the 14 institutions in the country. And another accolade is our staff members, along with Osmania University, have developed a semiconductor chip fabricated, which was unveiled in the Semicon 2025 India Summit at Delhi by Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji. So like this, you keep on telling there are several accolades and laurels. Our students also brought several laurels to us. Right? Recently also, we have conducted our graduation day with as a chief guest, Governor of Telangana State, Shuklaji. So like that, we have brought several prominent people to guide, motivate, inspire our students and faculty members. So now, okay, today also, this is one among it. Right? So you all know that I need not to tell about the quantum technologies, quantum communication, quantum sensing, how the fast computing is takes place. Now the experts, particularly Subramaniam and Sanjay and other guest resource persons who have come here, they will definitely explain you in all the ways. Right? So I request all of you, you keenly observe and interact with the resource persons so that your knowledge levels will be consolidated. So with these few words, I once again thank and the chief guest and guest of honor in spite of their busy schedule. They have accommodated here. I also personally thank Professor Srinivas for giving an idea for us to conduct this program. And personally, I thank and appreciate the convener Barla and Shivapriyanka coordinator and Santosh also. They were all, their team members have worked like anything since 1 month. So huge number also has come from various places across India. Okay, thank you, Vanan.
Thank you very much, sir, for your inspiring words. Your vision continues to inspire students and faculty alike. Thank you once again, sir. The success of this summit is the outcome of my months of planning and dedicated teamwork. May I now invite Professor V. Barla, Advisor, Industry and Innovation Collaborations, convener of the National Quantum Summit, to address the gathering.
Hello, everybody. Good morning. Guests on the back side, down to the front, from here to the back, luminaries, technologists, professional leaders of the educational industry, quantum experts, respected principal sir, and my colleagues. A very good morning to all of you. This started when IASC Srinivasan sir was coming here, and principal sir told me and Priyanka to organize something. That's how the whole thing started. What started as a 50 plus companies went to 100, 120. We were excited कि 120 आ गया, क्या करेंगे and all that. It grew to 150. Today it's 170. Probably the first time around, at least I'm saying first time, that all the quantum people are here, and a lot of knowledge vibration, knowledge exchange will happen definitely. But I would touch upon 2-3 aspects which are important for this forum. One is, when a technology starts, like AI started, now we are starting quantum, we should also think of what next, because technology cycles are very short. All right, now AI, ML, quantum, they are typically a bell curve. Typical cycles of the technology are bell curves. So before we begin, we should also think of the end. So probably researchers and these guys would think about what next. Next could be, we are thinking of qubits. You may think of Q trips, 3-dimensional. You may think of Q quadrants, 4-dimensional, because the entanglement happens in all directions. It is little that I know. It happens in all directions. Now you're doing 2-dimensional and you're excited about it, and you're doing research and inventing quantum computers and AI, quantum, merging and things like that. Also think about quantum triple and quantum quadruple. So probably you can give some projects to our students, and faculty can do some research, and the researchers can look forward for what next. That is my message. Because the cycles will die and cycles will rise again. So this is what the history of technology has been. I think the story applies to the quantum as well. The next thing that I want to touch upon is, what is the social impact, the governance, ethics, improvement in quality of life. Okay, instead of inventing another Newton's law of cooling or another E is equal to mc square, I'd like you to examine how the quantum computing improves the quality of life of people in general, quality of life of the common man in particular. Every research must begin with the social problems. Only that is the research. Everything else is theory. We would more require applied research, and I'm sure the learned people here would start every research with a problem, a social problem, how I can improve the quality of life. This topic which I'm selecting for research will improve the life of economy, life, quality of life, social problems, and so on. So if quantum computing cannot improve quality of life and solve social problems, I don't want it. I don't want it for the sake of books and inventing supercomputers and whatnot. Okay, that could be a technological invention and revolution. We keep on doing it, but as a consequence of that, the benefits must accrue to the society. So that I think you would keep in mind in your research. And thank you all for coming here. We'll have exciting time, and definitely we will develop a manual, a souvenir, a report on this, and we share with all of you. PDF will come to you, and the photographs and all the excitement. The food committee has arranged a lot good food and tea, coffee for you all. Enjoy that and spend a good time with us. All the best.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable words, and we sincerely appreciate your leadership and dedication. Now I invite Assistant Director IIC Shivapriyanka ma'am to address the gathering.
Good morning, one and all. Respected Chief Guest Dr. L. Venkat Subramaniam, sir, CEO Qubit Force, Guest of Honor Dr. Sanjay Chitore, sir, and Founder CEO Quantum AI Global, distinguished speakers, panelists, respected principals, sir, industry leaders, researchers, faculty members, students, and dear participants, a very warm good morning to one and all. And this initiation started with our Professor Srinivas sir from IISc Bangalore. When we received a call from sir that he is joining this day, our principal sir initiated, why can't we bring all the quantum people onto one place? So, and when our visionary leader gave this information to Barla sir and myself, and Santoshi ma'am, we started continuously targeting the bigger speakers, and fortunately, our chief guest is here, and it is very honor for us to have you here, sir. Most of the participants, around, we received 160 registrations for this, and notably from Accenture, Capgemini, TCS, NXP Semiconductor, ServiceNow, Experian, AMD, Imperial College London, because we had international speakers are also joining to give us sessions in the afternoon session. So we had people from abroad, and also IISc Bangalore, IIIT Hyderabad, and we have academicians from BITS Pilani, Thapar University, Geetam, Mahindra University, KITS Warangal, and so on. So multiple universities as well as industries joined today to know more about the quantum. Definitely to the participant, we convey that we brought very good leaders of quantum into this program, and we'll make this to carry to you. And we, myself and Santoshi, had a bigger vision of making quantum in Telangana. So with your support, definitely we'll explore quantum in Telangana. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Ladies and gentlemen, the next segment of our inaugural ceremony is one that we all eagerly waiting for. Our esteemed chief guest, Dr. L. Venkat Subramaniam, founder and CEO of Qubit Force and former head of IBM Quantum India, earned his PhD from IIT Delhi in 1999. A master inventor, he holds 40 patents and has authored over 150 research papers with more than 3,400 citations. He is also the author of Quantum Nation and Amazon India bestseller. Driven by the vision of building India's quantum capabilities for India, Dr. Subramaniam founded Qubit Force, a deep tech company focused on developing open and accessible quantum hardware. Under his leadership, Qubit Force has contributed to establishing India's first open quantum reference facility and is advancing the Amaravati Quantum Valley initiative, fostering collaboration among academia, research institutions, startups, industry, and government to accelerate India's quantum technology ecosystem in alignment with the National Quantum Mission. Sir, we welcome you all with a warm round of applause. Sir, I just want to show you the quantum nation is with me in my hand, and I invite Venkat Subramaniam sir to bring Hyderabad as a next quantum city.
Thank you, ma'am. It's a pleasure.
I invite all the respected principals, sir, to felicitate our respected chief guest. Dear delegates, there is one more orientation program going on, hence the felicitation continues first. Now, I invite our principal to felicitate our guest of honor, Mr. Sanjay, founder and CEO of Quantum AI Global. Now I invite all the dignitaries of the dais, directors, HODs to join us for a photo session as the principal sir has to go for the inaugural session. Please. Yes. Okay. I invite Dr. Venkat Subramaniam sir to address the gathering.
Thank you, ma'am. Good morning. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you so much. And sir, I think you have to, should we take the photo now for the?
Continue.
I'll continue. Okay. Thank you so much. So it's really a pleasure and thank you, for inviting me, sir. It's a great honor for me to be talking to each one of you here. So how many people here have used a quantum computer? Okay. So today, by the end of the day, you should have learned how to use a quantum computer. Okay. That's one of the things which you must do. We have experts here. Am I too close? I'm good now? Okay. So one of the things that you must achieve by the end of today is to use a quantum computer. Okay. So there are many experts here who will be giving you classes today, hands-on lectures. Janani, for example, has come with her laptop, which she's going to tell you how to, get going with the quantum computer. Because I have another question. Do you know which country has the maximum number of quantum trained people in the world? Yeah, India. India has the maximum number of quantum trained people. You go to any of the global platforms, whether it's IBM, whether it's Penny Lane, whatever, one of the highest number of users are from India. India today has the talent, and a lot of countries are looking at how they can attract this talent. Okay, so that's what is going on right now. Many of the PhD positions, many of the postdoc masters, all of those positions, they are targeting our kids here from India. So for providing opportunities in India, how many people have heard of the National Quantum Mission? Okay, very good. So almost everyone. So India has several national missions, National AI Mission, National Supercomputing Mission, National Semiconductor Mission, also the National Quantum Mission with 6,000 crores invested. And out of that 6,000, more than half of that money has already been given out. And a lot of that money is actually now being given out, of course, to faculty in institutes like this, but also to startups. For the first time in the country, we are now giving money to the tune of 1 crore to 25 crores. Okay, 25 crores as a seed money, beginning money for people who have ideas in quantum, those who want to build their own startups. That money has already been given out to about 25 startups in the country. One of these startups, which last year was given 21 crores by the government, has now gone on to raise about 1,000 crores from the private market. And that startup is, of course, Cupa AI. I guess many of you know that. But there are others like Cuno Labs and others who are now raising hundreds of crores of rupees to build quantum technologies right out of here. And, in the last century, we built IITs. Yes. You know what the IITs did? They produced some of the leaders who are now CEOs of IBM, Google, Microsoft, all of that. Then in the early 2000s, we built IIITs because we wanted to take advantage of the IT growth across the world. And we became one of the highest number of IT professionals in the world sit in India. And that was a conscious effort from our country to build IT professionals. And you know what is the next? In the next 20 years, 21 years, 2047, we want to become Vikasit Bharat. And to achieve that, one of the goals of the country now is to build on 5 technologies: quantum, AI, semiconductors, space, and nuclear. Just this year, India privatized the nuclear sector. Google is coming with its data center to Vizag. Many others want to come, but India is now saying, wait, sorry, we don't have the power. Where does the power come from? Nuclear. We have to build those nuclear power stations to power these data centers that we are now going to build. Okay. Data centers from Adani, data centers from Google, all of these are coming, and we are now pausing. We are saying, please wait. Sorry, we don't have the power to support so many data centers. And which also means that institutions like this, which focused on building that, sir mentioned that you're among the top institutions in the country today, among the top rated, and you built a lot of that talent, whether it was in IT, computer science, and all of that. But now these new 5 technologies that India is focusing on, this is something that we have to build on. These are areas which our faculty now need to get into, because within the next 21 years, our country is going to become a developed country, and we want to build products out of here. So you take any technology today, the mobile phone, 5 countries control the supply chain of this: Taiwan, South Korea, Japan, China, US. Where is India in this? Indian engineers contribute a lot to this technology here. whether it is software, whether it's building the OS, whether it's designing the chips, all of those things, Indian engineers, but they are invisible. Indians don't show up in this supply chain. We control 0% of this supply chain in the world. And that's what we want to change in the next 20 years. That's what we want to change in these 5 technology areas, which I just mentioned to you. And the only way we can change that is control the full stack, not just the services layer on the top, but everything underneath. What is underneath that? The programming languages, the operating system, the firmware, the middleware, and the hardware. And in quantum technologies, the National Quantum Mission is actually trying to support, as I said, a lot of startups, a lot of faculty, a lot of research organizations to build across the stack from hardware to applications on top, everything, so that the future technologies, Indians don't just contribute, but they also own pieces of that technology. They also actually control the supply chain. So in quantum, one of the goals is to not only build the software layer sitting on top, but also build all the layers down to the hardware. So in April this year, we launched the first quantum reference system in Amravati, Vijayawada. 2 systems where you know what is open source software, right? Open source software is something which is completely visible. The whole code is available. You can go and contribute whatever you want to it. So in a similar manner, we built open access hardware where anybody can bring any piece of hardware, plug it into that hardware, test how it is, and keep on improving that hardware. So that's what we built, 2 of these systems. And since the time we built this, we now have at least 30 professors across the country building components in that hardware chain, which includes things like radio frequency cryogenic wiring. About 10 centimeter of wire costs about $2,000. 2 companies in the world make that. Even IBM buys that from these companies. When it's building its quantum computer, IBM only builds the processor. It doesn't build most of the hardware in there. And a lot of that supply chain today sits with 1 or 2 companies. So the dilution refrigerator, which cools the quantum processor, 2 companies, Oxford Instruments, UK, Blueforce, Finland. And in Amravati, Qubit Force became the 3rd company in the world to build that. Okay, we went down to the millikelvin temperatures. Similarly, there are now professors, as I said, who are building amplifiers, who are building radio frequency cryogenic wiring, people who are building filters, control systems. Once you laid it out in the open, people could come and see that, these are parts which I can build. As long as it's packaged like this, you don't know what is in there. But as soon as you open it up, you know exactly what components are there and you can start building them. And not only faculty, I'll also tell you that there is a place in Vijayawada called Auto Nagar. What do you think they build in Auto Nagar? Auto parts. They make, dies for aluminum cast objects and all of that. And we went to Auto Nagar and we said, okay, in the dilution fridge, many of you might have seen how the dilution fridge looks. It's got these 5 plates, copper plates with gold plating on top. Yes, so, okay. It looks like this, this is how it looks, okay, the dilution fridge. A lot of these parts, we went to Auto Nagar, and now in Auto Nagar, parts of the dilution fridge are now being made. So the person who was welding and die casting and using the lathe machine and all of that, now proudly says, I make quantum computers. That's what that person now says. Okay. And this is something we want to spread across the country. Now, the two dilution fridges and the two superconducting quantum computers, they are superconducting. There is, today you might hear about other technologies. There is photonic, there is ion traps, there is neutral atoms, then there is quantum communications, quantum sensing. Each one of them needs several parts. So for example, here today morning, I was hearing that you have position and navigation systems. You're working on weather forecasting. You're building, time series models. All of these can be run. Of course, you can build algorithms which run on AI and quantum. That's one thing. But you can also, build the hardware, which is neutral atoms or any of those things. And we want to build each of those components in India so that the supply chain, which today does not sit in India, sits in India. That's our goal. Okay. And these days, one of the, because many people work on software, I also want to tell you that there is now a national effort to build a quantum operating system. Okay. So what is an operating system? So go back to the year 1979. Many of you seem very young. You were probably not born then. But personal computers in the year 1979, who could use those? Only scientists. Who changed that? There was a young man called Bill Gates who said, I'm going to build an operating system. He brought DOS, then went on to become Windows and all of that. What did that do? It enabled the personal computer to be used by normal people. My daughter, 14 years old, my mother, 81 years old, everyone could use the could use the computer. And today everybody can use this mobile phone, whether you're literate, illiterate, or all of that. But there was a time when only the scientists could use these systems. Today, quantum computers, who uses them? Only the scientists. Normal people don't use quantum computers. Why? Because the operating system, the programming language, all of that is very complicated. So the government of India has now set out to build a quantum operating system within the next 8 months, time bound, within the next 8 months, which enables the quantum systems to be more broad-based, to be used not only by the top scientists, but also people who don't know anything about quantum so that they can come and use this. Basically, we are looking for the new era Bill Gates. And we don't want this person to come out of the US. We don't want this person to come out of any other country. When I asked you the question, where is the quantum talent sitting? You said India. Now, it'll be a big shame if products, supply chain, everything sits in other countries and not in India. Even though the talent is sitting here, but none of the products are coming out of here, that'll be a big shame. And that's why this National Quantum Mission and the efforts that we are doing in Autonagar, in Vijayawada, and I don't know, anybody here from Delhi? Okay, one person, nice. So in Delhi, there is a place called Uttam Nagar. You go to Uttam Nagar, it's like a semi-urban area. You go into that very narrow streets there in one of the parts of Uttam Nagar, barber shop, garment shop, sabzi shop, and in between there is a quantum, one of the most high-tech startups in the whole world. They make single photon detectors and photon emitters. Very few people do this in the world. So now, places like Uttam Nagar, places like Auto Nagar, they're all changing, where you just find barber shop, auto shop, this shop, sabzi shop. Suddenly in between you find one high-tech shop, which is making SNSPDs, which is making dilution fridge parts. And that's the new India, where we are enabling people to make every part of the supply chain so that in the future, we are making all the components. And today, when I graduated in 1991, India was a poor country. We were sending our gold to UK and getting some money in return. Then I know many of you know Manmohan Singh ji. He was the finance minister. A lot of things changed. But 1991, we were a poor country. People graduating at that time could not think about startups. But today, every kid who has an idea, we have the money to support that kid. Okay, that's our goal. Okay, thank you. So one of the things we want each one of you to do is, if you have an idea, we have the money for you. We have VCs across the country with billion-dollar funds who are saying, come with the idea and I'm going to give you the money. Okay, so especially to the young people here, yes, it's good, please look for jobs, good. But also, if you have some ideas which you want funding for, which you think can change the world, which you think, like Bill Gates in 1980 came and built that OS. If you can build the quantum OS or things, any of the hardware and software technologies, today, please get in touch. We have sitting right here. They also support startups. They do that. Okay, so each one of you now has a brilliant opportunity to actually build technologies and to make it count. So please do that. And today you have to learn how to use a quantum computer, because Janani is going to teach you. Okay, so at the end of the day, you have to be able to say, yes, I know how to use a quantum computer. So thank you. Thank you so much.
Excellent, so very inspiring. Really good.
Thank you very much, sir. Your address has provided us with valuable insights into the opportunities and challenges that lie ahead in India's quantum mission. Your vision has undoubtedly inspired every participant present today. Thank you for sharing your experience with us. Ladies and gentlemen, I take an opportunity to invite Mr. Sanjay Chitture, founder and CEO of Quantum AI Global, CEO of Q Labs. Sanjay is a seasoned entrepreneur and a founder and CEO of Quantum AI Global. Is a prominent change maker in the world of quantum technologies and artificial intelligence. I invite Sanjay sir to address the gathering.
So yeah, I had to stop her because that would be a lot. I know, I'm glad I can clearly see there's a lot written here, and I definitely don't deserve that much with someone like Dr. Venkata sharing the dais with him. He has been a friend, a mentor, an advisor, and a great man who contributed for India, of things for quantum in India, and he continues to do that. Thank you, sir. He promotes every startup. I've been one of those guys who started quantum, bit lost. We started quantum seven years ago, and quite a bit lost. Market was not opening. We are little advanced. We are one of the first companies in India to have created room temperature quantum memory. But guess what? I really don't know what to do with it because there's no one to buy. We are a little ahead in the game, and I reached out to a big man. He always guided me in the right way. He has been a great friend, mentor. Thank you, sir. There's no better platform for me to thank you for everything he had been to us and a lot of startups. This man, not only he has a startup, but he always promotes startups. He always inspires a lot other people. He pushes people into quantum. So definitely he deserves an applause. And it's a great honor sharing the dais with him here. So I think Dr. Venkata had covered a lot of aspects which I completely believe in. There's only one thing I would like to add, or maybe summarize whatever Dr. Venkata said. any country, we get the domination, we get the leadership in any technology. India lacks this leadership in a particular area. As Dr. Venkat said, where is India in terms of, okay, how many areas are we can call ourselves as leaders? Let me guess, only one: software. We are software kings. Can I have another mic? Quantum memory. It takes a lot of components to make this quantum memory. Of course, we take the pride about creating this memory, creating quantum phenomena, but how many components integrate and make that one quantum memory box? 60 to 70% of the components, individual components, are imported. There's no one in India who makes that. But as he said, they're pretty simple components. If I need a mount, I need an extraordinary mount. Today we make lasers, our own lasers. We have designed the mount. My team has designed the mounts. We have the entire technology, but there's no one in entire India who could fabricate us that mount. It's just a metal mount. We have in Telangana, in T-Works, in TIRF, we have extraordinary foundries. We have these 5-axis lathe machines and all the nicer equipment, but still we cannot just do we cannot fabricate just one mount. That's where, it's not just about this. We lack this productization. Yeah. No, today, sir. Sir, I will give a design of one mount. You get it fabricated today. I'm talking about the practical problem. We are the India's first company to have made a ACDL. There's no one. I'll give you a mount. I'll give you a design. This is a practical problem we are facing. Sir, we are in collaboration with okay, I don't want to debate. Even DRDO is facing the same problem. Go talk to Dr. Amit, sir. He's also facing the same problem of this fabrication and electronics, right? So anyway, okay, I would agree. But definitely India lacks this productization. What I feel is we have to indigenize as many components as possible. Mounts is just an example I have taken, but lot more of these. We are talking about some of the wave meters. We are talking about some of the ECDLs. Everything and anything related to quantum hardware is dependent on ECDLs, which are lasers in the common methods, and we are all, including Government of India, Indian Defense, everyone are still importing lasers. We don't have capacity to build our own lasers. So the point I would like to make here is we have capability, we have people, but we need to think about productization. We need to think about Indianization. So Quantum AI Global and QLabs, we have started with this belief that we want to indigenize as many things as possible for India. In this whole process, we came up with a concept, whatever Dr. Venkata said, quantum computer. Everyone have to know how to operate quantum computers. So we have built something called single user quantum computer simulator, a 20 qubit or 28 qubit single user quantum computer simulator, which is size of like half of this, right? The goal is every student should be able to carry it in the pocket. And the goal is to keep the cost below 30,000. We're struggling hard. We'll be launching this product very soon. Accessibility is where we want to give. We want to, if quantum has to evolve, everyone should have accessibility towards this quantum or anything to be done in quantum. And second thing, quantum should not be limited to computing. The entire India, I clearly see we are kind of limiting it to computing. There's a lot more than quantum, a lot more than computing to quantum. There's quantum communications, quantum sensing. What I sincerely believe is the biggest technological advancements, the way we live our life. I think in future, quantum sensing is going to completely change the way we live our lives. So while we evolve quantum computing, we should seriously focus about evolving into this quantum communications and sensing. There's an application for quantum for electronics people, mechanical people. I see, even I was talking to Dr. Santoshi, every time there's quantum, the students are only invited, computer science students, whereas I think we should start involving these electronics people. Half of quantum, whatever we do, 50% or more is optoelectronics. The quantum is only 50%. Rest all is like optoelectronics and mechanicals world. So having said that, leadership is achieved by productization. Every academia, thanks to India and National Quantum Mission, they have been supporting us. We are one of the NQM invested startup. We are the second quantum startup in India, and today we are making a very unique product for Government of India, which is called, maybe towards the end product is quantum repeater, which India needs it, and we are building telecommunication frequency component which goes into a quantum repeater for National Quantum Mission and for India. Last but not the least, every time I get the limelight, I get on the dais, but the whole thing, the whole journey of Quantum AI Global and Q Labs, all the inventions, all the products, actually is done by one man who is the ex-colonel Kapil Jaishwal, who is our CTO. He does all the inventions, he does all the products, but all the time I get to be on the dais and I get the limelight most of the time. But for sure, definitely, I would give him most of the credit for whatever inventions we have been doing and we will continue to do in future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Your inspiring thoughts on innovation, entrepreneurship, and the future of quantum technologies have greatly enriched today's inaugural session. I would also like to thank Kapil Jaiswal, CTO of Quantum AI Global, to be a part of the National Quantum Summit. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm round of applause to Kapil Jaiswal, CTO of Quantum AI Global. Even I would like to thank Sanjay sir for accepting me as a spoke for the CBIT. We had an MOU on July 13 where we had an MOU with Quantum AI Global. With this MOU, Sanjay sir has extended his warm support for the National Quantum Mission to set up a quantum lab in CBIT. I think CBIT will be the first institution to have the quantum lab with us. Sir also has extended his warm support for internship, job opportunities, and career growth, including the research projects for the National Quantum Mission proposals. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes our inaugural session. We'll now break for the tea. I request you to go for a tea for 15 minutes and come back for the next technical session by Professor Kannan sir, IIIT Hyderabad. Yeah, please. I invite Barla sir to address the gathering. Yeah, that's all. Yeah.
No address. I just would like to acknowledge the presence of DRDO people. Give a big hand for people from on the ISRO are here. Give a big hand. People from IIIT are here. And this MOU which Sanjay made, and of course with Venkat, we'll be making more MOUs. But every company which is here, we'd like to make MOUs. And for developing, there's a lot of talent, young talent in CBIT. Out of 14 colleges selected from 45,000 colleges in India, CBIT is one of them. Niti Aayog gave 4.9 crores to set up a center of excellence here. That's the kind of a talent we have, and Prime Minister Modi ji unveiled the chip designed by our students. We have an excellent talent. We invite the promoters of the companies to make MOUs with our teams, so that there's a lot of academic and industry collaboration which happens, and the third force will emerge. Neither industry would complete without academics, nor academics would be complete without industrial support. Therefore, we will amalgamate both, and then we make several MOUs. I think at least 10 to 15 MOUs should emerge today. And she would lead we have two lady bosses out here. There's one lady boss here, another lady boss here. They lead the MOUs, and Janani is here from IBM. So we will do that. And before I exit, I have to take off into another event. There are 4,500 people who have come here today to the campus. There's another event which is going on. Principal has inaugurated that. I'd like to join him. And before that, I'd like to acknowledge two of the girls who joined here, a girl from class 8 and a girl from class 10, who are participating in quantum development. They have research papers, they have the patents which are going on in their names. I was quite impressed. They've become my girlfriends. Since yesterday, they can come here and say hi to the crowd. Ab idhar aao ji. Where's your sister? Yeah. Introduce yourself and say to the crowd hi, and say what your. Okay, there are two other
Yeah, you please join, dear.
girls who came from Pune.
Yeah.
Yesterday night we met them. Yeah, there's one coming here. Where's your sister? You can wave the crowd because, you can stand here, wave the crowd. What's your name? Thank you. Lovely. Love you so much. Thank you. And these are the kind of people who are the Steve Jobs and Tim Cook of the future. Before Microsoft thought of a mobile phone, which was in the industry for 25 good years or 30 good years, it is Steve Jobs who foresaw 25 years before that there shall be a mobile phone. That's what the kind of people we want to inspire, and CBIT is the place for that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I invite all the dignitaries, please join for the tea session, which is arranged outside the assembly hall. Thank you all. And please be back within 15 minutes for the next technical session, followed by the most awaited panel discussion. Thank you all. Yes, but we want will be valid back at the
We'll do that.
yes.
So can we have video by
Yeah. Come here. Oh, come here.
attempt to intercept transmitted data, making it one of the most secure methods for protecting sensitive information. It is widely regarded as the key technology for future of cybersecurity. To guide us through this exciting field, we are privileged to have a nationally respected researcher from IIIT Hyderabad. It is my honor to introduce our distinguished speaker, Dr. Kannan Srinathan sir, Assistant Professor, IIIT Hyderabad. He is an alumnus of IIT Madras, where he did his PhD in computer science engineering. His research interests include cryptography, distributed computing, and quantum algorithms. He had many publications, over 100 research papers in international journals. He is a recipient of IBM Outstanding PhD Researcher Award, Microsoft Young Faculty Fellowship Award. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Dr. Kannan Srinathan sir with a huge round of applause.
Thank you.
Now I request Santoshi ma'am to present a sapling to Dr. Srinathan sir.
So, good morning to all of you. The talk is structured in possibly three parts: the past, the present, and the future. There are adjectives that I tried for those. So, want to say the past was over-promising, the present is compromising, and the future is out-promising. So, it's just a rhetoric. I mean, not to be taken seriously, but we'll try to convince that this is sort of what happened. Next slide. Next slide. So if you want to understand all of quantum computing, not just quantum cryptography, in a single slide, the attempt that I made is something like this. As users, there are positive things as well as not so positive. All right. So for positive things, I'll put wow exclamation mark. For not so positive, I'll put exclamation mark wow, because in computer science, exclamation means like not. Right. So notice that as users, there are things that are very enchanting in quantum mechanics and quantum computing. So you can actually entangle all possible inputs into a single quantum state by superposing, and then compute on that in a single shot, and go from the entanglement of all possible inputs to the entanglement of all possible outputs. So that is massive quantum parallelism. But there is a measurement problem. When you measure it, essentially you will get only one of those parallel threads as your outcome, and therefore that is sort of a dichotomy. So good thing is there is massive parallelism, not so good thing is there is collapse. Similarly, good thing is you can affect sort of the physics at a distance by EPR paradox kind of entanglement, the spooky action at a distance. But not so positive is you can't use that for communication. Because it is reversible, you can possibly even think of thermodynamically zero power quantum computers. All right. So that is the positive, but I've never heard of such hardware yet. So that is the negative. So as users, as designers, there are many good things, there are not so many good things. So for instance, you can break RSA, all right? But what is not so good? I mean, you can't solve
therefore it can't solve all hard problems. You can break RSA, but it's not that you can solve all NP hard problems. You can achieve teleportation. They have done that for a single qubit and other things. But that doesn't mean that you can actually communicate faster than speed of light or something. It doesn't involve signaling. You can do teleportation, but that involves signaling. So that is not so bad. So you can do quantum error correction, but it's not scalable. Similarly, you take applications. There are enchanting applications. So you can possibly in quantum cryptography do QKD, quantum key distribution, but cryptography is not just about key distribution. There are many other parts to it. Most of it cannot be done today. So we know that quantum bit commitment cannot be done, quantum two-party computation cannot be done, and so on. Quantum obvious transfer cannot be done. You can build quantum networks through entanglement swapping or teleportation, but then you cannot buffer. So you have a quantum network without quantum buffers. So there are good things there, and there are not so good things. You can actually do quantum Byzantine agreement and other sort of consensus, which looks like a lot of fault tolerance, but quantum computers are well known for the faults within them and not faults outside. And therefore, if you are a user or a designer or an application builder, there are good things to it, and there are ironically contradictory, not so good things also. There is one field in this whole thing where there's only good thing, and that field is if you are a scientist. If you are a researcher in the area, there are only good things. Why? Because telling that something is not good is also a good thing in science. So say that no cloning is possible in quantum mechanics. That is a great paper. All right. So as a user, you may not like it. It may look like it is not a good thing. But then to say that something is not possible also is a great thing for a scientist. And therefore, you say it works, you say great. You say it doesn't work, you say even great. So if you are a scientist, there is no bad thing in life at all. So becoming a scientist, therefore, is a good thing because your viewpoint of life will change. There will be no bad things in life after you become a scientist. There will be good things. There will be even more better things. Where you say something is possible, good thing. You say something is impossible, even better. So that's even tougher to prove that something is impossible, right? So notice that you can actually test for existence of parallel universes because according to some views, if you say the many worlds theory of quantum mechanics, the only way you can factor large integers is somebody has to do the work. And if you say that all the atoms available in the universe is not enough to factor that large integer, then somewhere the work is getting done should be in a parallel universe. So this is evidence of existence of parallel universe when you say that all the power energy available in the current universe is not enough for solving the problem, and you see evidence for solving the problem, which I haven't seen so far, but the day you see it, you could probably think that as evidence of existence of parallel universes, and the many world interpretation of quantum mechanics could be correct. So that is one way of viewing it. But then, suppose that doesn't happen, that's not a bad thing, that's what I'm saying. You will be fine. Quantum mechanics predicts the existence of quantum computer, predicts the existence of breaking RSA. If you show that that is not possible, then you should update quantum mechanics because it's predicting something that is not true, all right? Which is also a good thing. Similarly, there is ER versus EPR. So EPR is about quantum entanglement. ER is about wormholes. Now, there are theories trying to connect these. So that's a good thing. Can we only teleport through wormholes, or can we travel through wormholes? I mean, suppose you decide that you cannot travel through wormholes. That looks like a bad thing, not for scientists. To show that you can teleport through wormhole and not travel through it is a good thing for scientists, right? Because you found the truth, and so on. So, in general, being good users is fine. Good designers, great. You should be an engineer. Good application builders, I mean, you should be an entrepreneur and stuff like that. Good scientists, you have a win-win. So everywhere else there is a win-loss. It's in the field of science, it's always a win-win. So this is quantum computing brief. This lecture is mostly about quantum cryptography alone. And why did we pick that among all of quantum computing? Because
Rest of the quantum computing world depends a lot on quantum entanglement. Quantum cryptography probably can live without a single entanglement in the entire pipeline. You can build single qubit systems. You don't even need the second one. So single separable isolated qubit systems and still have your technology running. And therefore, the marketplace for quantum cryptography already exists because single qubit systems are available in the market, so you can use them to build this. So it's directly practically applicable today. So that is one reason why quantum cryptography is sort of already a science which is hit the industry or hit the market. The another reason why we are talking about quantum cryptography is I like cryptography. I mean, quantum or otherwise. So there is a cryptography without the quantum part. So I like that also. So there is a part of quantum computing which is already available in the market and that is related to cryptography, and therefore we talk about it. But what do we talk about that? So quantum mechanics and cryptography don't look like two different separable objects to me. That is what you want to argue. So how do you argue that? I would probably personify the two members and have a dialogue between them. So there is a dialogue written between quantum mechanics as a person and cryptography as a person. So it's like quantum mechanics is talking to cryptography and cryptography is talking to quantum mechanics to convince you that these two are actually made for each other. Right? So cryptography dialogue first. So I don't think it's possible to prevent the eavesdropper from buffering transmitted data or counterfeiting digital assets. And you know why cryptography says this? Because there are theorems which proves this. Right? So man in the middle attack is the most famous attack in cryptography. Why is it the most famous? You send something, Alice sends something to Bob. I mean, how does Alice know whether somebody in the middle is praying or not? The entire field began with the assumption that what if somebody is listening to the channel, right? Why did it begin that way? Because it was very clear that wiretapping cannot be stopped. I mean, you send somebody can actually tap the wire. And if it is even worse, not a wire, a connectionless internet, then you can sit on the router itself. And therefore, whatever you send, you can have an eternal copy of it staying there. So you can save today, decrypt tomorrow also. So that level of praying is what is possible. So entire field of cryptography is based on the fact that, I mean, wiretapping and other things cannot be stopped. So it is there. So a cryptographer would have to say, I don't think it's possible to prevent eavesdropping. If it's possible to prevent eavesdropping, what are we doing? You just prevent it and go away. And to make matters worse, you cannot even possibly say you have some sort of a currency. You cannot stop people from counterfeiting that because, I mean, if you have a physical currency, there is a way to think of saying that physically making an identical copy of that currency is costlier than the value of the currency itself. So you make a 10 rupee note and say that, is it possible to actually make an identical copy of that? Yes, it's possible, but it costs 20 rupees to make that, and therefore why worry? Right? And therefore you never make high value notes. So if you make a 1 lakh rupee note, that's the end of the story, because the cost of making a counterfeit 1 lakh rupee note will be less than 1 lakh on average, and therefore it hit the roof, the counterfeiting will hit the roof. But if you say that anybody printing the money is going to make a loss for sure, including the government. So government will say like the cost of printing a 500 rupee note should be more than 500 rupee note for the government. Then only you can stop counterfeiting, right? And therefore, this is never going to happen in digital world where making a copy is always cheap. And that is why internet is so powerful. If making an IP packet was as costly as making a car, then you will not have denial of service attacks. You will not have congestion at all. Right? So you cannot flood the network. If the cost of making IP packet was like 5 lakh rupees, one IP packet, then you don't need to worry about congestion in the network, right? Unless the network is passing through Bangalore or something like that. But see, that's how cryptographers think. quantum mechanics says it is impossible to reliably clone unknown states. And therefore, you can use it both as a quantum key exchange or as quantum money. I mean, there are solutions based just on this aspect for both cryptographic secret key exchange or non-counterfeitable money, right? So cryptographers are happy. So it looks like quantum mechanics is directly made for addressing cryptography's problems. So next dialogue. Okay, that may be true, but I don't think it's possible to route information through someone without showing that information to the person. So you have, so you have your IP packet, you have the payload. I mean, you cannot say that I will send only the header and payload will appear sometime later. No, you should send the payload also. So people, the router will know what is there and so on. Right? So quantum mechanics says no, it's impossible to distinguish non-orthogonal quantum states without measuring. So it's possible that you actually send the payload, but then nobody has seen it. So I don't think it's possible to physically attack a device unless you have access to it from proximity. This is how cryptographers think, right? So if you have a mobile phone here and I have air gap, as people technically call it, I air gap my device, and that's it. Security is guaranteed because I have air gap my device, right? That's what cryptographers think. Now here, quantum mechanics says, I will. So far, I've been helping you to solve your problems. Now I'll show you that that's not true. So you think it's air gap, but if your device is entangled with something else, somewhere else, air gap does not close the problem. So the attacker can entangle his device with yours at manufacturing time. You do whatever kind of air gap. You can do vacuum gap also. You can send it to Mars also and say that it's more than air gap. There's not even air in the middle. There's only gap. No, it doesn't work. You can still attack from anywhere on the universe a device which is entangled anywhere else. So cryptography not only helps solve the problems, or quantum mechanics not only it looks like an ally for cryptography, it's also a foe. Good things what at the first glance look bad may not actually turn out to be bad forever, and therefore we want to say this is a match made in heaven. So I don't think it's possible to factorize the product of two large primes, is what cryptographers think. Quantum mechanics famously said, no, I don't think so, right? So this dialogue can keep going on. Whenever it looks like quantum mechanics is helping cryptographers do a lot, you can also argue that it'll put a bar and break it, and then it keeps going. No, there is also a reverse trajectory of cryptographers helping quantum mechanics. So first up, quantum computing actually became popular because of this algorithm. So the inspiration for quantum computing itself is from cryptography. There are other instances. One of them is what we'll famously technically take as our technical part of the talk, where the way you think in cryptography can actually revive something in quantum mechanics. So let's move on. So this concludes the first part of the talk, last slide. So there's a lot of overpromise. So this small list that I made. So quantum random number generators, very popular. Quantum secret key agreement, equally popular too. You can connect obvious transfer to bit commitment, but then both are impossible. You have quantum money, you have quantum complexity based cryptography, post-quantum cryptography. You can break RSA, you can do quantum blockchains. I mean, lot of overpromise. Lot of promise only is what you should say, but I am saying overpromise because we will see why am I saying overpromise. There are issues with this. So this is what are the issues. Most of quantum cryptography is impossible. Very little is known to be possible. When I said quantum secret key agreement or secret key establishment, it is at first glance it looked like a tip of the iceberg. Okay, starting from there, we'll just revolutionize cryptography and then say you use quantum mechanics right through. Ironically, it turned out to be not tip of the iceberg, but whatever, tip, that's all. Nothing came beyond that. After that, every other important problem in cryptography turned out to be impossible. So quantum bit commitment is impossible, quantum obvious transfer is impossible, quantum two-party computation is impossible. So you can almost all of say quantum public key crypto systems is impossible. So QKD is like symmetric key crypto. So almost all of cryptography beyond the secret key exchange. So notice the secret key exchange is famous paper in 1975. You can say one of the first pioneering papers of cryptography, and then 50 years after that, there is tons and tons of research in cryptography. The 1975 paper is quantumized by 1984, let us say. So, and then rest of all is still in abeyance. Actually have impossible results. And therefore, I'm saying like the contemporary is a lot of compromise. So there's a lot of overpromise in the middle, and then you find a lot of compromise. So for rest of the talk, if you are already aware of what quantum mechanics is, we can proceed. So I did assume that, so just give a quick introduction to quantum mechanics so that we can speak about some technologies or some techniques. So if you want to understand the whole field, people do it by 3 postulates, but we possibly will focus on maybe 2, right? So it turns out that superposition can be understood by, say, Stern-Gerlach experiment with electrons, are more easily visualizable for us is through photons. So if you have a horizontal polarizer, about 50% of the intensity is what passes through the filter. If you have a horizontal polarizer followed by a vertical polarizer, no photons pass through. But if you have a horizontal polarizer followed by a polarizer at an angle and a vertical polarizer, some photons pass through. Now, why is this going to tell us something special about quantum mechanics? Because this is bizarre. What is bizarre here? So if 2 filters can stop the flow of any commodity, 3 filters should stop it even more easily, is the monotone thinking of classical physics. All of classical physics is what I call monotone. Monotone means if 2 people can do the work, 3 people can do the work as well. The third person can as well sit down. I mean, that's it. So if you build a dam A and dam B and no water flows from Karnataka to Tamil Nadu, they go to Supreme Court. Which Supreme Court judge will say, build a third dam in middle at an angle, water will flow? I mean, if a Supreme Court judge says that, what will be a response? He doesn't know basic physics. I mean, if 2 dams can block the flow of Kaveri water from one state to another, how will 3 dams not, including the 2, it's not even changing the 2, you keep the 2 intact, you build a third one and say, you tilt the third one, it will go through. I mean, what is going on? But quantum mechanics says, yes, this is how the world works. 2 filters can stop the flow of light. 3 filters, including the same 2, cannot stop the flow of light. Now you say, now this requires extraordinary amount of changes in the mathematics. You cannot think monotonically anymore. You need something which will have this kind of negative effect, right? And therefore they found that real numbers don't do the job. You need to understand probabilities, but understanding probabilities with real numbers is not enough. You need to understand the same probabilities with complex numbers, because probability also is monotone. If you say the probability of first filters are doing the job, second filter doing the job, then third filter will also always do more job. No, we need to have negative probability sort of. The probability that this will happen will go down or up based on the third addition, which means what you need interfering probabilities. How do you get that? We get that by square root of -1 into the picture. Suddenly people realize that the most fundamental aspect of nature uses imaginary, and we are calling that as imaginary and rest as real. When all along nature has been saying that is real, rest are imaginary. Square root of 2 is an imaginary number. Show me in real life, you cannot show. Square root of -1, you can show. Right? So what we have been calling imaginary has been real all along. What we are calling real has actually been more imaginary. Okay, back to our. So you need a math to explain this. That math is called quantum mechanics. So as computer scientists, we just simplify it as say the qubit model of how to explain this. And qubit model is simply this. So before you actually do any experiment, do not presume that the reality exists. If the experiment has two possible outcomes, we call it a qubit. If the experiment has like more than two possible outcomes, you can call it qubit or whatever. If there are only two possible outcomes to the experiment, call it a qubit. First outcome is 0, second outcome is 1. Just name. For instance, your experiment is shooting a photon through a polarizer. It can either pass through or not pass through. So that's a qubit. You are doing an experiment, and the qubit here is whether the photon passed through or did not pass through. Let us say, right? So that is a quantum experiment. There are two possible outcomes, so it can act as a qubit. Now the model says truth is not known before you actually do the experiment. So the photon is not that it will pass through or not, whether the polarizer is not the truth that is ultimately etched before. It is in superposition. It can either pass through or not pass through. The photon itself doesn't know that beforehand. Nobody knows. The truth itself is in superposition. I mean, that is the viewpoint of Copenhagen interpretation. The truth itself is in superposition of whether it will pass through or not pass through. There is a probability that it will pass through. There's a probability that it will not pass through. That will be given by the square of the amplitude of the superposition. So if I say a times 0 plus b times 1 is a superposition, we want mod a square should be the probability that you do the experiment, you get a 0. Mod b square is the probability that you do the experiment, you will get 1. And since they are probabilities, you want them normalized so that they add up to 0. A and b are complex numbers so that you have this negative effect coming up. And this is the qubit model, right? So then there is a collapse model. Like this collapse is collapse of, some people think it's collapse of reality itself. Most people think it's collapse only of the mathematics of the wave function. How can there be collapse in reality? Okay, but nevertheless, collapse is once you actually do the experiment, the outcome, whatever it is, that becomes the reality. So once the photon passes through a vertical polarizer, it collapses to vertically polarized. Next time with probability 1, it will pass through the polarizer. These two alone will sort of explain our experiment. So the principle is not just for two, no matter how many possible outcomes are there to your experiment, before you actually do the experiment, the superposition principle says the superposition of all of them is possible. And therefore, if you have n qubits, each one can be 0 or 1, then there are 2 power n possible outcomes for that experiment of measuring that. And the reality is you can be in superposition of all the 2 power n, you got your massive quantum parallelism because you have superposition of 2 power n possibilities. All right. So let's proceed. So how does this explain our experiment? Notice that initially the photon passes through, there is 50% chance that it will pass through the polarizer or not. So 50% intensity hits the screen. Once it passes through vertical polarizer, which is orthogonal to the horizontal polarizer, it actually collapses to vertical, and therefore the probability that it will pass through horizontal is 0. So nothing comes out. But if you have a 45-degree polarization middle, you can actually, in linear algebra, write vertical polarizer as 1 by root 2 times 45 plus 1 by root 2 times is 135. And therefore, to the photon, there is a 50% chance that a vertically polarized light can actually pass through the 45-degree polarizer according to the linear algebra, because when you say what is the probability that this vector can pass through that, it's just the cos theta that comes into the picture. And therefore, you can write that, compute that amplitude square, you will get the probability. You know the probability that it will pass through 45, but once it passes through 45 degrees, it will collapse to 45. Now the probability that a 45-degree polarized light will pass through horizontal is again non-zero, and you can compute that and stuff like that. So this is how quantum mechanics works. You can use this to do many things. First thing, you can actually prove the no-cloning theorem yourself, right? For instance, if you have a cloner U, this uses the third postulate, which I didn't tell you, the unitary postulate or Schrodinger evolution postulate. Left alone, the system has to satisfy a Schrodinger equation, which in qubit model will be, you can only apply unitary transformations, which are linear transformations of special kind. Linear transformations are matrix multiplications. Here it's a unitary matrix multiplication, a special kind of matrix. A matrix is unitary if its inverse is its conjugate transpose. How did all this come up? So you have to start from starting equation and solve for derive this. That we will do in a full-fledged course on quantum computing, not here. So if you have a unitary copier, it's supposed to take any state C or with the auxiliary 0 to CC. So it's supposed to take any state A0 to AA and consider superposition C, which is of A and B. So it should take C to CC, but you know linearity says that C0 will be 1 by root 2 U of A0 and AB, that will be 1 by root 2 AABB. That is not CC because we can see 1 by root 2 ABB means with probability half it will be state A, with probability half it will be state BB. But we know CC is with probability 1/4 it should be A, with probability 1/4 it should be AB, with probability 1/4 it should be BA, with probability 1/4 it should be BB. These two are not the same states. For if superposition is there in the system, you don't have a high fidelity copier. If you don't have superposition, you can. All right. Which we do. I mean, we have Xerox copiers, right? Because of this no cloning, there is a Nobel Prize winning idea. I mean, the last time I gave this talk, I was not able to claim this, right? So, but today I can do that. This Nobel Prize is for this particular slide, all right? The BB84 protocol. So the idea is simple. So we had a vertical polarizer, horizontal polarizer experiment. Now consider the following. You want to test whether somebody is there in the middle. Easy. You send a vertically polarized light. You receive it either horizontally or vertically in that same basis. All right. If I receive it with horizontal polarizer, what do you expect? Nothing should come out. But if something comes out, what do you know? You know that somebody is there. So the question is, originally we said, how do you know whether somebody is there? No, we know somebody is there because if the third polarizer in the middle was not there, I know what to expect. But if it's there, if statistics change, I can actually find out. With this, they are able to build a actual system which works very simply as follows. So you encode 0 either as vertically polarized light or as 45-degree polarized light. So you encode 1 either as horizontally polarized light or orthogonal to 45. With this encoding, the famous BB84 encoding, if you actually only retain those measurements which are in the same basis, it turns out that if eavesdropper is not there, if the same basis, it should be 100% match. If eavesdropper is there, it will only match 75% of the time. And therefore, after you do several trials, you publish some random samples and check whether the match is close to 100% or close to 75%. If the match is close to 75%, you detected the eavesdropper, you abort the protocol. If the match is close to 100%, it's maybe eavesdropper is not there, only the noise is there, you go ahead. So this is the fundamental crux of how to use the photon experiment directly to actually build the secret key establishment protocol if you are doing using photons. Now, quantum mechanics abstracts is at any 0, any 1, so you could have done it with electrons, you could have done it with anything, any quantum object if you want. Now, from the easiest of the quantum solutions, we got to one of the hardest to implement, at least, if not hardest to understand. So we can actually break RSA using whatever we have learned so far. What did we learn? Superposition principle, collapse, and unitary transformation. With these three alone, we should be able to understand, if you give me a large integer, how to find its prime factors, right? If it is p into q, how to get the pq. So here is the algorithm. Algorithm has 4 steps. Most of the steps are classical, so you need not know quantum mechanics for that. So first step. So you can reduce the problem of factoring to another problem called finding the non-trivial square root of unity. We'll define what the problem is and actually see the solution. After you reduce it, you can reduce it further to something called order finding problem of a random integer modulo n. How do you find the order? You can actually set up a quantum superposed state where the superposition is periodic and the amplitudes are actually non-zero exactly at the order that you want. So you can factor if you can solve non-trivial square root, you can find non-trivial square root if you can get the order, you can get the order if you can get the period of your periodic superposition. Now, how to get period of periodic superposition? If the offset is 0, you just measure it and you will get it. If the offset is not 0, you apply a quantum Fourier transform and measure and you will get it. So this is what is the algorithm and doing. All right. By offset, I mean whether the first term was actually 0 or not. All right. So step 1. So how much time do you have? Yeah, that should be enough. Yeah. Step 1. How do you reduce factoring to non-trivial square root. So we'll understand what I mean by non-trivial square root. So x is a non-trivial square root modulo n, right? X is a non-trivial square root modulo n of unity if x square when divided by n gives the remainder 1. But 1 and n minus 1 are trivial. 1 square when divided by n will give 1. N minus 1 square and divided by n will give you 1 remainder. Anything else is called a non-trivial thing. It should not, if you give me an x which is neither 1 nor n minus 1, such that when x square is divided by n gives remainder 1, it's called a non-trivial square root. We'll now show that if x is a non-trivial square root of unity modulo n, then GCD of x plus 1 and n will be a non-trivial factor of n. And therefore, you just need to solve the square root problem, you can solve factoring. Then we'll solve the square root problem by order, then we'll solve the order problem by quantum mechanics. Okay. So proof. What do you mean by x square is giving remainder 1 modulo n? It means x square minus 1 is divisible by n. What do you mean by x square minus 1 is divisible by n? X plus 1 into x minus 1 is divisible by n. What do you mean by x plus 1 into x minus 1 is divisible by n? Every prime factor of n should appear either in x minus 1 or x plus 1. But if you can show that it cannot appear everything in one place, we are done. How to show it doesn't appear everything in one place? Now we said x is not minus 1, x is not plus 1. And therefore, x plus 1, when x has a range between 2 and n minus 2, x plus 1 range cannot involve all factors of n. X minus 1 also cannot involve all factors of n. And therefore, if n is p into q, both p and q cannot divide x plus 1, cannot divide x minus 1 because both are less than n. How can a number less than n be divisible by n? And therefore, some factors of n will go to x plus 1, some factors will go to x minus 1, and therefore, if I take GCD of that with it, it should work. For example, if n is 15 and I want to factor, I need to find a non-trivial square root of unity. So 4 square when divided by 15 gives remainder 1, and therefore 4 is a non-trivial square root of unity. So GCD of 4 plus 1 and 15 and GCD of 4 minus 1 and 15 should be non-trivial square roots. So now question is, how do you find such an x? How do you find? We'll now reduce it further. Say that if you can find the order of a random integer modulo n, I can actually do that. What do you mean by order? Let's define order. So order of x, no matter what x is the smallest positive integer r such that x power r when divided by n will give remainder 1. That's called the definition of order. Now we'll prove that if I can find the order of a random integer, then I can find a non-trivial square root of unity, and therefore I can find the factor. What do you mean by the reduction is the following. If the order of a random integer x is r, and if r turns out to be even, we can show that x power r by 2 mod n is a non-trivial square root of unity. Why? Because x power r, right, is 1. X power r is 1. All right? R is even. So x power r by 2 whole square should be 1. So it is working. But r is the smallest number such that it is trivial. X power r by 2 should be non-trivial. All right? And therefore, you got a non-trivial square root of unity. It could be minus 1, but we'll not worry about that yet, if x is general. For example, if x is random integer 2, and I find order of x. So 2 power 4 when divided by 15 is 1, and therefore 4 is the order of 2. 4 is even, and therefore 2 power 4 by 2 mod 15 should be a non-trivial square root of unity, and that turns out to be correct, and then you can take decision. So now entire problem reduces to, can I find the order of a random x? How does that help us? So here where quantum mechanics comes in. I can actually easily set up a quantum state where every amplitude is mostly 0. Only in arithmetic progression it is not 0. So the non-zero amplitudes are in arithmetic progression such that the period, that common difference, is exactly the order that you want. How do you do that? Simple. We know that quantum computers can compute anything that classical computers also can compute. So we'll set up a situation like this. Compute the function f of a is x power a mod n. X is the number for which you want to find the order. Compute the function x power a mod n. How do you compute? You set up a superposition of all possible inputs and then compute this. Notice that if you set up a superposition of all possible inputs and compute this turns out to be a periodic function. Why? Because f of r f of a is equal to f of a plus r, because x power r is 1. So this is a periodic function. I start with all possible inputs. I compute the function. I'll get superposition of all possible outputs. I'll measure one of the outputs. Right? I create a superposition of a comma f of a, and I measure the second register. By collapse postulate, the system will collapse consistent with the output. Whatever be the output, I know that the system now will consist only of those a's such that f of a is fixed. And therefore, the system will consist of only those amplitudes where the period is same as the order of x. So now question is, once you get this quantum state, which is periodic, I need to find the period. It turns out that if you can actually show that the offset is 0, that is first element itself is not 0, then I can find the period easily as follows. If I measure it, I'll get a random multiple of the period, because first element is not 0, rth element is not 0, 2rth element is not 0, and so on. So quantum mechanics says you measure, you will get with non-zero probability, you will only get some index which is a multiple of r. I repeat this experiment, I'll get several random multiples of r. Take GCD of all those, I'll get r. And therefore, if the offset is not 0, we have solved the problem. But fortunately or unfortunately, offset cannot always be made 0, because you measured the register, what comes out you don't know. So the first non-zero element need not be the first one. It could be a plus r, a plus 2r, a plus 3r. You don't know what a is. Next time you set up the experiment, the a will change. So you don't know what to do. Therefore, here comes the stroke of genius from Peter Shor. He said, don't do the measurement right away, apply a Fourier transform. So apply a Fourier transform so that the offset becomes 0. The period changes to n by r, that doesn't matter, but the offset becomes 0, right? But then who said, how do you apply a Fourier transform? So that the Fourier transform can be written as discrete Fourier transform matrix, and the discrete Fourier transform matrix is the unitary matrix, and that unitary matrix can have an efficient circuit. This is the long story short, and therefore you can actually do this job, and then if you do, you'll actually get the solution. The rest of the slides we'll just skip. There is no time. All right. This is a complete code. All right. So now this concludes part 2. So compromising present. Compromising because this is all in theory. Nobody has actually implemented this for large N in practice. The future is outpromising. Future is very, very good. So we said quantum cryptography, most are impossible, but quantum enabled you can do a lot. So for example, you can actually do secure computing by noisy channels, and the noise itself can be created through quantum mechanics, and this is a protocol for that. So what we will do now is, because of paucity of time, we discussed the past fairly well, we saw the present not so bad, we leave the future to the future. We can stop the talk here, right? So that is the idea. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We'll take questions, couple of questions only, please.
Once again.
Okay.
It's an excellent extempo lecture on the quantum technologies, everything. But you said quantum cryptography. You haven't told us end to end about that, but you talked about the very much background. But we still do not know what is the physics behind quantum entanglement. Number one, whether do you require quantum entanglement condition for QKD?
So we'll two parts. So first part, we don't understand the physics behind quantum entanglement. So we understand how to compute with it. We don't understand how to interpret that. So for instance, we don't understand why light behaves this way. We saw the photon experiment. The statement gentleman making is, why does light behave this way? That we don't understand, true. Absolutely true. But light behaves this way, we know it. So we don't know why light behaves this way. That is the meaning of we don't know why entanglement is like that. But we know that light behaves this way. Quantum cryptography can have two parts. One is the applied cryptography that does not need to know why light behaves this way. It only needs to know light behaves this way. And therefore we can do it. Now notice that in the experiment, there was no entanglement. That was a single photon, not even two which are entangled. Therefore, the answer to the next question, do you need quantum entanglement for quantum cryptography? Not for BB84. So not for most of known quantum cryptography can be done without quantum entanglement. You don't need entanglement. But if you have entanglement, things do become very, very easy. For instance, instead of BB84, if you do a E92 kind of solution, you just have an EPR pair, measure it, and you get your key. I mean, stuff like that. So quantum entanglement does make many things easy in quantum cryptography, but they are not necessary. There are alternative non-entanglement based solutions also. Shor's algorithm requires entanglement. Without that, it will not work. So entanglement is sufficient, but not necessary for quantum cryptography. Our understanding of what entanglement actually is, if we get it, well and good, but quantum cryptography applied people don't require why light behaves this way. They only need to know that it will repeatably behave that way, which we know with whatever quantum mechanics probabilistic arguments.
Good morning, sir. This is Dr. Asadi from Artificial Labs as a chief advisor. You have explained mathematically and technically very good. And I have a few doubts. Before going to my question, the analogy says that about the quantum computing. Pashyami devam savadeva dehe sarvam satabhuta vishesa sangan brahmanamisam kamalasanastam rusimsa sarva anuраgamsha divyang. Everywhere. Soon we are going to erase traditional computing, which we are using right now, binary system, ones and zeros. Now we are using forthcoming the entire quantum computing on qubits and so on. So in order to handle real-time applications in the field of education, agriculture, and healthcare analysis, how this quantum computing going to handle decoherence and scalability and error correction and noise control.
Okay. So decoherence, scalability, error correction, noise control, I need to remember. Okay, let's start. So first step, zeros and ones are also quantum. Fully decohered, that's all. So if you are happy working with zeros and ones, there is no need to say that this mobile phone is not a quantum device. It is a quantum device fully decohered. So if you say that I remove the superposition, it's a 0 and a 1. And therefore, quantum computers have been built long ago. Every computer is a quantum computer fully decohered, that's all. Right? So why should we then solve the decoherence problem? In coherent world, we actually can do wonders, as we saw. We can compute in the superposition of all possible inputs in one shot. In the decoherent world, you will come back to one thread. The loss of massive parallelism in the decoherent world is why we want to avoid that. But in case you are not able to avoid, no loss. You will come back to 0 and 1, which is anyway, that's what you are doing now. So you can treat current classical computer as fully decoherent quantum computer. You need not say that is not a quantum computer. That's a fully decoherent quantum computer. And therefore, it's a win-win, at least for a scientist. The win-win is, if you cannot solve the decoherent problem, you start with a quantum computer. After some days, you will have a normal computer. You can re-coherence that and do. So it will be a wave. So quantum, classical, quantum, classical. So it is like once in a while, you will get quantum, most of the time classical, which is still better than quantum computers found it extremely annoying because of the no cloning theorem. I cannot make copies of my computation and say, if one of them works, it works. If that was possible, by now you would have seen quantum computers actually do wonders. Quantum error correction became very, very difficult and annoying because you cannot have redundancy. You cannot make a copy of your state and say that I got error correction. You have to get error correction even though no cloning theorem is true. Now the beauty of quantum error correction is they were able to do this, right? Because they were able to actually superpose, the noise itself could be created as a superposition of elementary noises. And that unitary superposition of elementary noises, if you correct the elementary noise, the quantum computer can work against the superposition of noise on its own, and you have what are called quantum error correction codes, which will do this job. So error correction is taken care where the quantum mechanics works for itself. Like the noise itself is now treated as superposed noise, and then therefore, even though there may be infinite kinds of noise available, you can actually approximately express them as superposition of unitary noises, and then have error correction for each of them, and then superpose that. That's how nice. How to control how to actually make this scalable and say otherwise. So quantum networking and quantum sensing are doing a great job today anyway, and therefore you have lot of space and lot of time. Space time looks like infinite. It's there, and therefore it is possible to scale quantum mechanics by scaling it in space time. I mean there is no reason that your quantum mechanics should actually all the work should be done in one place at one time. So you can actually scale it across space time and maybe that is what universe is doing, right? Because there should be a reason why, if Big Bang theory is true, why should the universe start at a low entropy gravitationally and start at there and then expand? Maybe it is because that they wanted the entire universe to be entangled so that you can make a scalable quantum computer, namely the universe. So if the quantum computer is small, then it is a quantum computer but not scalable. If it is large, directly large, then it is a large system but not quantum. It's already equated. If you want a large scale quantum computer with scalability, maybe the best way is what nature did. Start small, get the quantumness first, right? Then suddenly become big. Quantumness will remain because entanglement will remain, and you can do the job. So if you want to get inspired by Big Bang theory, there is a way in which you can build scalable quantum computers. Start at quantum scale and do inflation. Now, we don't even know whether nature did that. All of current cosmology is claiming that that is what nature did. Start at quantum scale and expand to universe scale, you will find that you will get what you want. So can we repeat that in our laboratory? If that is true, then there is no reason why we should not. We should be able to start a quantum computer at quantum scale and suddenly inflate it to universe scale, and you will find that it is doing the job of scalable quantum computer. Possible.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. We'll restrict our questions. I invite the young participants of this summit for a quick talk and share their views.
Yeah, that is. One last question. One point.
Sir, your talk is very immersive. Good. I have one question. So can you please throw some light on the ground reality of implementation of quantum communication using QKD systems? There are various modes: terrestrial, free space, fiber-based. So to what extent is being implemented across the globe? You can throw some light.
So mostly it's light, right? I thought you anything else. And even then, you can use whatever works for light parts, and you want to use optical fiber. If you want to use free space, it works. Light meter there. If you want to use outer space also, it will work with like 10 energy best. Or the more vacuum radiated, right? Just leave it here. This is light, everyone hears the radiation. You can actually do this in outer space.
Yes, sir. I'm asking feasibility is okay, sir. Technically, there I understood. Practically implemented, you any references where it's being done already? Can throw some light on that, sir.
There were double-digit companies in both Europe, China. Yeah, it is single, the number of companies is single and not zero. But in the outside, in some countries, it could have double-digit. So, yes, their operation. It's China satellites actually use QKD for communication, for instance.
In India also, DRDO also gets maybe multiple meters things like that. And INT so demonstrated for fiber and free space.
Yeah. Yeah, company people should build. I don't build the company. Therefore, there are number of
Sure. Okay. I'll just tell you the things which we have reached. Yeah, IT Delhi demonstrated 2.5 kilometer over free, over the free space, but that works only at night. Let's be very clear. Okay. China demonstrated around 5 years back some amount of quantum key distribution, but they're transmitting at a rates of terms somewhere around 10 bits per second. That's kind of a data rate. Okay. Indian companies, if you want a lab setup, EPS QKD, our company does, we have done, we are doing it. If you want to say, DRDO just demonstrated TACBIT, another Indian company, they have demonstrated around 100 kilometers of EPS QKD systems working along with the DRDO. QNU has QNU, that's QNU Labs, another Indian company based in Bangalore. They have demonstrated this claim around 100 kilometers plus their cow and DPS QKD systems. Defense services have taken a set of 8 systems which are under trial and testing. Okay, only issue is these systems are not very scalable because of that you can't do this often repetition again and again. So presently you have a limitation of say 200 kilometers. We are working with the National Quantum Mission of National Initiative of achieving 2000 kilometer entangled based system where we should not have the repeater in between. So that's where the Indian work started.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Different sector. Everything is important. To be true, to be frank, everything I've seen in IIT Delhi, kind of heading over big lab, and every component of fiber, modulators, everything plug and play. Of course.
Yeah, assembled system.
Yes.
Leave quantum. Yeah, you even classical.
Request as we are running short of time. We are very happy that you are having many questions from your end. But please, we have other technical session, especially the panel discussion. So I'm very sorry. We'll again you'll have an opportunity to ask the questions in the panel discussion. Kindly restricts for 1 or 2 questions. I'm happy that you are all part of the Quantum Summit. Let us make this National Quantum Summit and CBIT a grand success. Over to you now.
A big hello to everyone. I'm Sharve Vikram Mahankale. I'm 14 years old and this is my sister. Hi, I'm Lesha Vikram Mahankale and I'm in 8th grade. This is like really nice. I'm happy to be here and thank you so much everyone for your time. Well, the reason we are here together is because we share the same interest in the field of quantum physics and quantum computing. This subject matter has attracted many people from most domains, from software development to hardware development. But me and my sister, we feel that the security domain has attracted us more.
Now, security isn't something we can retrofit when quantum computers arrive. We need to build it into the systems we're deploying today. Even though modern problems, they need modern solutions, considering the urgency and the Q-day timeline, it is imperative that a cross-domain and scalable solution is developed, which also does not burn a hole in your pocket.
So we at Sinova Technologies architected and patented a very unique solution called as RATNQD, which stands for Rapidly Adapting Tech Nexus for Quantum-Enabled Cyber Defense. and it has two parts. First is Ratan Sage, which is a post-quantum threat intelligence and proactive SIEM microservice with quantum superposition-inspired threat intelligence. And the second one is Ratan AI, which is a AI-driven, mendaciously enabled SIEM platform. Together, they are like a bomb combination as they deliver defense in depth, post-quantum ready cyber resilience with sovereign, certain, compliant operations.
Yeah, so in the past 6 to 7 years, we've been observing our father speak so much about topics related to cybersecurity, artificial intelligence, synthetic intelligence, quantum computing, quantum physics, and so much more that we were very interested in it. And finally, with lots of efforts and research, we have developed and registered a patented solution, which is very promising as it is less expensive and less complicated than PQC, for which everyone in the world is racing. It is it's rapidly deployable and it's scalable. The best part is that you hardly need to make any changes to the current legacy systems as it already envelopes existing security layers. The solution sits in the cloud and it can be subscribed for deployment rapidly. So Ratan QD is committed to maximum global impact. We believe that our solution has the power to elevate how traditional classical cybersecurity works. So yeah, today our goal is to connect with all of the people and enterprises here to work for our country and for collaboration to make a better planet.
We are deeply honored to be here, and thank you so much, Dr. Priyanka and CVIT, who have given us this opportunity to speak. And our honorable dignitary, especially Dr. Venkat, we are a huge fan of you. I would really like to take selfies with you. And can we please visit your quantum lab? Yeah. Our goal is to inspire young minds globally, advocate careers in STEM domain, cybersecurity, emerging technologies, research, and innovation at an early age so they can contribute towards a more safer and more secure digital future. Thank you.
Thank you.
And remember, innovation has no age limit.
Thank you. Good afternoon once again. After an inspiring inaugural session and the insightful technical talks, we now move on to our most anticipated sessions of today's summit, the panel discussion. Our summit theme, Beyond the Bit, Building India's Quantum Future, reminds us that quantum technology is more than a new generation of computers. Today's panel theme, Shaping the Quantum Future, Computing, Communication, Security, and Emerging Applications. It is my pleasure to welcome our distinguished panelists. Thank you all for joining us for this exciting panel discussion. I invite Dr. L. Venkata Subramaniam, sir, founder and CEO of Qubit Force. Dr. Sanjay Chitore, Kapil Jaiswal, sir, CTO, Qubit Force. Quantum AI. Sorry, Quantum AI. Dr. Sanjay Chitore, Quantum Technologies. Dr. Kannan Srinath, sir, IIT Hyderabad. Miss Janani, ma'am, Quantum Engineer at IBM Quantum. Professor Ganesan from IISc Bangalore. Dr. Krishnaraj, sir, Quantum Researcher, Q Angles. And I request Dr. Santoshi, ma'am, to moderate this panel discussion.
Good afternoon, all. I feel honored and privileged to be among the dignitaries sitting next to them as one of their panelists. Myself, Dr. Santoshi Kumari, postdoctoral researcher from Malaysia. My research interests quantum machine learning, quantum cryptography, quantum computing. I have published 4 research papers. I have done in-house project from CBIT. I thank CBIT for sanctioning me 2 lakhs quantum project. So I take this opportunity to start the panel discussion. My first question to Dr. Venkat, sir. Sir, you have witnessed India's quantum journey from research to industry and are now building indigenous quantum hardware through qubit force. The question is, if India wants to become a global quantum leader, what should be our top priority over the next 5 years? Building quantum hardware, developing software, nurturing talent, or strengthening the innovation ecosystem, and why?
So you said A, B, C, D, and I think there is also an E there, all of the above. Okay, so I think it's all of the above. And honestly, because we have good strengths in software, definitely, and we must not let that go. Algorithm, software, mathematics, it's always been our core strength. As a nation, we've done well in these areas. But now we also need to make sure that, we are building some of the strategic hardware components. If you look at the quantum computer that any of the big vendors make, they make just 1 or 2 of those parts. The rest of it comes from the global supply chain, which is controlled by 1, 2, 3 companies, each of them. So a quantum computer has, think of a superconducting quantum computer. It has about 50 important components in it. And each of those 50 is made by 1 or 2 vendors across the world. Okay. And today, if you were to build a quantum computer, to source those components takes you 3 to 6 months. Because no single country has all the components. No single country has all the components. And that's where the question you asked is very critical, because if we are to play a major role in the quantum ecosystem going forward, out of those 50 components, is India going to have ownership, the capability to develop at scale and supply to the rest of the world? That has to be built here. And that's what we're trying to build. We aren't there yet, but that's why all of the above is very important. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, sir. My next question is to Kapil Jaiswal, CTO of Quantum AI Global. Sir, industries around the world are investing heavily in quantum technologies. And the question goes, which industry do you believe will experience the first real commercial impact of quantum computing? And what should business start doing today to prepare for the future?
Okay, so taking the cue from your question, that we are looking at the multiple facets of the quantum technology. Let's not restrict to the quantum computing. Okay, so the way we look at the quantum computing, it started early. It reached, say, I will say minimum viable, some kind of a prototypes coming up. We reached to a scale where, say, 30 qubit quantum computers, 70 qubit, 100, 150 is presently what's available. We reached a scale somewhere, but does that scale is sufficient to solve business problems? Not yet. Okay. While the semiconductor quantum computing took a lead, other dimensions of what quantum computing are not now catching up. And now the debate is happening whether the neutral atom quantum computers will be a edge, even with the lesser number of qubits, or a higher connectivity among them, but that's feasible on them. So computing as such has reached, but kind of it's now facing a scaling challenges. Okay, basically on the qubit counts, starting from D-Wave and other big players, the promised qubit roadmaps are kind of not being met for last 2 or 3 years. Though the scalability is facing a challenge. But what's happening into the quantum sensing and quantum communication sides? So these are the 2 other fields which are evolving along with that. Communication again was very promising. We reached some ranges of say 100 kilometers of QKD, and that's where again we are stuck. Going beyond that is becoming again a fundamental challenge of physics. Okay, so promises are there, roadmaps are there, but that can be converted into a product which can be deployed into ecosystem of say telecommunication networks. That's where we are facing a challenge. So again, that thing is getting. What I feel most promising and which is going to become products, ecosystems, business on top of that, revenue generation, job generation on top of that is probably the quantum sensing. Because there you need to harness the physics or the basic fundamental of quantum mechanics, which are more or less matured, the form factors or the design elements which need to go into make a product that's are viable, and the ecosystem around that is developing. So yes, long run, as we've solved these challenges in the quantum computer, it's going to be a much bigger field. But on a short term, immediate, the way I'm looking at next 3 to 4 years, quantum sensing is going to become a big game changer where the things will come up. Communication is facing fundamental challenges. I don't know when it will cross that barrier. Computing, if they reach the scale of 300 or 400 or 500 qubits, that's where you can fit in the business problems into the setups, and that's when that's become viable. So that's my take. Sensing first, computing second, communication third.
Thank you, sir. My next question is to Kannan, sir. Sir, your work in quantum communication and cryptography addresses one of the most important challenges of the digital era security. The question goes, with the rise of quantum computers, should government and industries begin preparing now for a post-quantum security landscape, or do we still have time?
I think we have a lot of time. I'll explain. So it is not, I'm not saying this because I feel like there will not be a large scale quantum computer imminent. Let there be. I grant that because I want that. I mean, what is wrong in growing faster? We are all humans. There is no point saying like India should grow, others should not grow. I mean, that's not even the point, right? The point is humans have to grow, because what if there are aliens and they have the technology and someday they attack us? If we don't have, we are gone. So, I mean, if you're thinking of national boundaries, you should also think of planetary boundaries, solar system boundaries. Or don't think of any boundaries at all. So it is not the it's not that I don't wish for that, but I'm saying there is a lot of time because of the way quantum computers themselves work. So it is not like how classical computers work. I'll explain. Suppose I have a classical computer, say 32-bit machine, right? Just 32-bit machine, you can think of it as word size or think of it that total memory is 32 bits, whatever. Suppose I want to build a 64-bit machine using this technology, how to do it? No, there are two ways of doing it. One is you custom order a 64-bit machine. Other is you buy two 32-bit machines. Buy two 32-bit machines and build a cluster, put them together, right? So RAM, 32-bit RAM plus another 32-bit RAM will give you 64-bit RAM. Now suppose I want to build a 8 GB RAM. What do? I buy enough of this 32-bit RAM, put them together, I got the 8 GB RAM. This is how classical computing works. Now I'll repeat this for quantum computer and see what happens. Suppose I have a 32-qubit machine, right? And I actually want to build a 64-qubit machine, equivalent power. How many 32-qubit machine do you think I need to buy so that I can simulate a 64-qubit machine? If you think it is 2, the answer is no. Two 32-qubit machines have power at most of equivalent of a 33-qubit machine, because the number of complex numbers, amplitudes required to represent a 32 is 2 power 32. If you buy two of them, you can represent it by 2 into 2 power 32 complex numbers. That is same as a 33-qubit machine, because 2 into 2 power 32 is 2 power 33. So if you want to simulate a 64-qubit quantum computer using 32-qubit quantum computers, you need to buy 2 power 32 such quantum computers. Therefore, why I'm saying there is a lot of time is, suddenly if tomorrow everybody says, right, there is a 1000-qubit quantum computer and therefore your RSA 1000 is gone, right? All you need to do is make it RSA 2000. The number of such 1000 qubit quantum computers required to break RSA 2000 is 2 power 1000. You need to buy 2 power 1000 qubit quantum computers to break a 2000 bit RSA. Therefore, you will have, even if there is things in the market, the number of if there is a limit, if at all there is a limit n in the market saying the highest known n such that n qubit system exists in the market is 1000, if you use a double the size of key, you cannot break it with that machine. You need to actually build a completely new technology, which is a 2000 qubit. It is not like classical. Classical is if you build a small computer, you build every computer. Why? Because you just have to juxtapose. So if you therefore when you build the 8-bit register, you actually could announce that I built general purpose computer. So in 1940, we can build a general purpose computer. What? You have 8 bits. So 8 bits, nobody said you have 8-bit machine. What machine say? They know if you have 8 bits, you can build enough of them and get your general purpose machine. Quantum is not like that. If you have a 100 qubit quantum computer, you only have a 100 qubit quantum computer. You do not have a 1000 qubit quantum computer because a 1000 qubit quantum computer is not 100 qubit quantum computers. It is 2 power 900 100 qubit quantum computers is required to simulate a 1000 qubit quantum computer. Where do you go for 2 power 900? 100 qubit quantum. So if you know the limit that is trending in the market, if you use double the key size, that is not going to even touch you. Therefore, if you want to actually do ephemeral security for the day, it's always a police chore game. No matter how much improvements happen in quantum, double the size of your key, you can still use RSA, it will not break. That will not break. You need to actually get to that size. You cannot buy 2 of them. You should buy 2 power n of the gap. Therefore, there is time. Why there is not time? If you actually want to encrypt something today, which should remain secure forever, but you encrypt it using today's key size, you are not allowed to change the key size in the future, then you should be, you should do it, then you should check this. So I'll take the question in 2 parts. One is, is RSA going to be completely obsolete forever? Never. You can always double the key size to the current market prevailing number, it will work. However, you cannot use today's RSA and claim security forever after quantum computers like classical computers you are doing. That you cannot do. So there will be applications which should be sensitive to current versus future. There will be applications which only look at ephemeral. I want security for 5 days. Then even if a million qubit quantum computer exists, you can encrypt using a 2 million RSA key, and for the next 5 days, the quantum computer cannot do anything, right? Even if there is. So that is how you should understand. So therefore, there is never going to be hurry in some places. Some places there will be hurry, but certainly no paranoia. There is no. I don't think nobody needs to be paranoid and say move to postpone. That is a market gimmick only. I feel like there's nothing to be afraid of quantum computer.
Thank you, sir. My next question is to Janani ma'am. Hi, ma'am. Hi. Many students in the audience aspire to build careers in quantum computing. The question is, if you were starting your quantum journey today, what skills you would focus on, and how can students begin preparing themselves for careers in this field?
That's a great question, and one I can certainly answer. So first thing to keep in mind is that quantum is a multifaceted field. You need to know several contexts from several different parts of subjects to do as well as you can. So you need some knowledge of quantum mechanics to get the context of what quantum computing does. You need to have sufficient software engineering skills to write good code if that's what you're doing. You need to have good mathematics background to develop your own algorithms or understand how like the complexity works, how do you and then there's also domain specific knowledge. So quantum computing is again something that functions as a tool, right? So irrespective of whether a student is from say like computer science background or if they are like say they have mathematics background or physics background, anyone can attempt it. Even chemistry and bio people can look at it as a tool and try to use a quantum algorithm to solve their problem. And I'm not even going to get started on the hardware side of things. It's a very, very vast field. But the most important thing to keep in mind is this is a very, very fast moving field. You cannot say that you will become a quantum mechanics expert as a computer science student and then start learning quantum computing to be as good at it as you can. You have to start doing today and learn while you do. Like, do something. I know it might not make sense as much sense to you to understand everything, but with starting from, say, some strong mathematical foundations, basic linear algebra, probability, some limited like physics and quantum mechanics knowledge, like very basic Python skills, just get started with whatever you're doing. And when you see gaps in your knowledge, fill them in. And so that's the first thing. You have to learn as you do. The second is, because it's a fast moving field, you have to keep up to date with what is latest always, whether it's hardware, software, like what other people are doing, what are the newest, latest algorithms, what's good about them, what's wrong about them. You have to constantly keep yourself up to date. And for that, you need to not only follow like research, say like subscribe to archive and look at what new papers are coming out every day. Also have like LinkedIn presence, look at what's going on in the community, be an active participant in events. Like, so everybody, like, I mean, aside from what happens in like colleges and all, there's also events happening in the community. Be an active participant, like learn from what's out there, contribute to the, activities that are going on. Because if you just work with what you learned today and try to do the same thing a year later, you will be doing obsolete things. 6 months, that's the most that things are going to be valid for it. In fact, even in 2 weeks, like someone might come out with one advancement and someone else might say no, this is no longer good. So you have to really be on your toes. And honestly, this is going to be one of the most exciting parts of the journey for people who are entering this field at this unique time when quantum is in such a rapid growth phase.
Thank you, ma'am. One more follow-up for you.
Yeah.
Because you are working for IBM, many students wonder that do they need PhD to enter quantum computing? And what are the opportunities available for graduates from engineering, computer science, mathematics, and even physics? Can you please?
Sure, definitely. Let me preface this by saying that I've always wanted to do a PhD. I mean, Venkat knows about that as well. But what's important to keep in mind is, like, when you're given a task, do you have the sufficient skills to take a shot at it? If you don't, you have to like find ways to upskill yourself. So I think like you don't, I mean, I only have a master's as of yet. So I would say that it's not absolutely necessary to do a PhD, I think, to just get started, but it's always good to have a PhD because it gives you some sufficient skill set. But what's important is, when you want to do something, are you able to identify what is needed to like do that particular task and upskill yourself? You have to rise up to the occasion on most events. And again, in industry, at least I'm a part of the industry, I have an academia background. You need to also kind of in industry, things move around a lot. One day you'll have to do coding, one day you'll have to like do research. It depends on what kind of business value is needed for you to contribute towards as like someone who's in the industry. So you have to keep that in mind. You have to be adaptable, and you have to do all that by keeping in mind that things are changing and evolving at a fast pace. So PhD, is it absolutely necessary? No, but do you have to work hard and get the skills you need to do your work? Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. My next question is to Professor Ganeshan from IISc. So you're the professor. Quantum technology extends far beyond computing. So among quantum sensing, communication, healthcare, material science, and AI, which emerging application do you believe will create the biggest societal impact in the coming decade? I think a few answers we have received even from Kapil sir. So
Okay.
your answer.
It's a difficult odd question actually to say that. So in general, all the fields are very good actually. No compromise, nothing. But the only thing, so based on the person, based on but they have some interest actually. So different person, a different interest they have. So based on that, based on their own interest, they should focus on the particular interest. So whatever the area, they should focus on that 100%. First, you should have the interest, then dedication. Then you can achieve whatever may be. So all the fields are equal actually. We can't say these are good, these are the bad. All suppose you can take the now you're discussing about the quantum computation. You can think about the more than some for the past 20 years back. We never thought like that. Simple to classical mechanics only. Then slowly grown up with the quantum computing. So classical what happened? Just like you can take the normal computer, either at a particular time, 0 or 1 state, that's all. Now the people, based on the developmental technological things, now the people are talking about the qubits. At the same time, either 0 or 1. So like that. So like that, every year, every time, our technological things is improving. So my concept is based on the interest, you can say you can focus the complete 100%, focus the particular area, you can develop that field. You can come up. That is my sincere advice. It's my overall view. Good. Yeah. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you for your perspective, sir. My next question is to Dr. Krishnaraj sir from Kangles. What is the state of quantum computing applications in drug discovery and material science? How do you see the quantum education progressing in India?
Okay. So, yeah, there are two questions. I think I'll try to answer both. So, I'll just introduce our company. So, we are a quantum application software company called QAngles. So, what we do is we look at the research happening in the quantum computing side, right? So, most of the the speakers earlier were talking about sensing and hardware, but on the application side, so the research is still going on, right? So ultimately, once you build the quantum computing computer in the general sense, like similar to the classical computer, once you build it, you need some application so that someone will buy the computer, right? So there is research going on, like Professor said. So in the drug discovery, material science as well, and so the research is going on from the academia mainly, and even the companies like IBM, when they are doing the research, is mostly academic research. But in order to make it a executable pipeline in the industry, you have to convert it, right? So that's what we are focusing on. We are implementing those research into a software package, and then gaining knowledge and then putting it as a educational platform as well. So we are working on the application side as well as the education side. And yeah, coming to the question of how the industry is going in the drug discovery and the material science side, I think if you are an industry who is working on a quantum computing application, the main thing is to see who will give you money, right? So right now, the biggest money is in the drug pharma industry, and hence, I think the immediate application, the immediate implementation of quantum computing algorithms will be in the pharma industry. So people are trying to simulate drug molecules or even DNA with the thousands of atoms. And that's one of the places where quantum computing is very much essential, because the underlying problem is quantum mechanical, and hence you need quantum computing solutions to simulate with better accuracy, right? So what the promise from the quantum computing community is that with better quantum computers, you will be able to simulate a drug molecule with better accuracy, leading to a better drug being developed by a pharma company, which will then go to the society, right? So I think that is where the industry is going on now. Most of the research papers, if you see, they are focused towards simulating drug molecules. And then there are also smaller research groups who are working on material science domain as well. Right? So I hope that answers the first question. The second one, I think it is similar to what you asked to Ms. Janani. So on the education side, yeah, there is a learning curve for quantum mechanics. You need to understand quantum mechanics in order to implement quantum computing in a software manner. But I can say that in our company, in our group, there are graduates from CBIT as well who learned only software computing, and they know machine learning, because one of the applications of quantum computing is also in machine learning. It's called quantum machine learning. Okay, and for certain type of problems, quantum computing is found to be very suitable to do QML, right? So your seniors are doing that in our company. They are trying to understand, okay, how QML works and then implement that into the pipeline and provide solutions using that. So yes, you need to understand how quantum mechanics works, but yeah, if you are interested, you can easily move to one of the application areas of quantum computing now, and then slowly train yourself, upskill yourself to also get into deeper concepts of quantum computing.
Thank you, sir. Before opening the floor for the audience, we have collected few common questions from the participants joining the summit, sir. I think this question can be answered by Venkat, sir, or anyone. So even have the same doubt in my mind, triggering every day in my life when I'm doing research in quantum. Several faculty members and academic institutions have asked this question. Many engineering colleges are introducing the courses in quantum computing or quantum technologies and planning to establish quantum laboratories. What advice would you give institutions like CBIT? What are the essential components of a meaningful quantum lab? And how can colleges or universities effectively contribute for the national quantum mission? I think Venkat sir can answer.
I'll start and others can join in. So I think that's a very important question, because a lot of colleges today focus on the algorithms part. Okay, there's nothing wrong in that. It's good. Algorithms are good. People trying to use, as you mentioned, it could be quantum machine learning to solve a problem. For example, in Andhra Pradesh, the government gave a problem saying there are 400 ambulances in a district. And today they have put those ambulances in different parts of the state, different parts of the district. And whenever somebody calls, it takes 43 minutes to respond, 43 minutes. So they said, can you use quantum and AI optimization to place the ambulances in a better place? Today they are in A, B, C, D, E. Can you place them, maybe move this one somewhere, all of that? Can you suggest? So that 43 minutes can come down and you can save lives. Okay. So this was the problem statement, and one of the Indian companies called Confluence, which has a photonic Ising machine, which solves quantum optimization problems. They teamed up with one of the software companies in the country to build a new algorithm for placing the same ambulances, the 400 ambulances in the same district. And from 43 minutes, they brought it down to 30 minutes. Okay. So that was a real use case, real problem solved. Okay. So I think what we want is for people to go and solve real problems. When you say, I've learned Shor's algorithm, okay, now what can you do with that Shor's algorithm? That's the question we have to ask, number one. Number two is, it's okay for people to do algorithms, but everyone should not be doing algorithms. As Sir here mentioned, there are also things like sensing, but for sensing, often you have to focus on hardware also. Okay. So colleges must also look at building hardware infrastructure, not just in computing, depending on the strengths of the faculty that you have, whether it's in communication, sensing, computing, all of those. Pick your area
and do it. Okay, it's important to do it because what happened, for example, in the 90s, I'll tell you, mobile phones were coming, mobile phones were costly. Government tried to bring new regulations for mobile penetration. And then people said, Arey, why do we need mobile phones in India? Is it going to help the farmer? A mobile phone call itself costs 10 rupees per minute. Nobody in India, we don't need mobile phones. Farmers can't use it. Do you know one farmer today who doesn't use the mobile phone? 25 years later, there is not one farmer in India who does not use the mobile phone. But that question, you know what it did? It ensured that India did not make even one mobile phone. That's what it ensured. So this thing saying that, oh, quantum computers are far away, there is no waiting, please, no waiting. We have to do it now. We don't want 20 years later to be only the users of mobile phones and not the producers. So we got to do everything now. Hardware, software, all of those things. And every institute must pick their strengths. If you have more computer science algorithms people, do algorithms. You have more electrical, mechanical people, go for sensing, build components. But one must build, because only through building are you going to learn and be able to build industries in that area.
Thank you, sir. Is anyone who would like to answer? Yes.
So I tell you a story, small one. So there was an order for 10 crore shirts, and say 100 crore rupees was sanctioned. 100 crore rupees to make 10 crore shirts. But it will come in installments. The funding will come in installments. So first you take 1 crore, like that 1 crore, you will get. So initial first 10 crores came, and suddenly the funding stopped, saying, no, we don't want 10 crore shirts, we only want 1 crore. So we gave you 10% of the money. So you just give the 1 crore shirts, we'll stop. The response came, I already made 10 crore collars. This is the response. So you gave me money. You said you want 10 crore shirts. So I started like this. First 10 crore collars, then 10 crore pockets. That is the algorithm. No, you stopped your funding, saying project stopped. You said, I gave 10% of money, so give me 1 crore shirt. He said, no, I can give you 10 crore collars. So this is what is relevant to your question. So what should CBIT do? Every institute will ask this question, right? If India allocates 100 crore rupees for the National Quantum Mission, if I guess that you will get 10 crore collars, will it be wrong or right? Is there a distinct possibility that you will get 10 crore collars? So what should CBIT do? Dr. Venkat's idea is neat. Depth first, breadth next. Building one shirt is better than 10 crore collars. Why? Because we don't know when funding will stop, when it will die. So other person was saying, like, we want to increase longevity of if humans are immortal, if CBIT is more immortal than normal individuals, it will stay, but still Earth itself is not immortal. Sun itself is not immortal. So when you know things are not going to stay forever, depth always beats breadth. Instead of doing several things menially, take one thing, do it full depth. So that's what always works. So what should CBIT do? Say what Professor said. See what you like, love it, do that to the depth, finish the shirt. Next caller not even touched.
Yes. Start our own quantum, building the lab. Yes. One more question is, I request any panelist to answer. This is a common question from the participants. Fault tolerance and quantum error correction remains one of the biggest challenge in realizing scalable quantum computers. What advances do you believe will have the greatest impact in overcoming noise and improving qubit reliability.
So actually, there is a paper out by IBM. In fact, several other companies also have come out with their own frameworks for how they want to approach fault tolerance. So building a fault tolerant quantum computer has certain criteria. So the first thing to keep in mind is error correction. So for that, you need some sort of efficient error correction code. Currently, the sort of state of the art one like that IBM is pursuing is called quantum LDPC code. It's a class of quantum LDPC codes called gross code. It is also called bicyclic bivariate BB codes. So this is going to be, so firstly, this is something that needs to be integrated with infrastructure, like the infrastructure as well. You need, like to implement such a code, you need some specific connectivity between qubits to actually enable the code, even if you have it. So with that in mind, firstly, on the hardware side, at least for IBM hardware, there are specific couplings you need between qubits. So that's one innovation that is required, and that's something that needs to be built in order for, like, say, error correction to start happening. But of course, like there are, it works progressively. It's not like you have a very far horizon. While you work towards that, you make small progresses as well. So of course, like on the mathematical, so the kind of algorithms that you want to run at fault tolerance will be very different from what you run in current quantum computers. So for example, Shor's algorithm, Grover's algorithm, these are algorithms that are actually fault tolerant. The reason is when you create the circuit for realistic cases which will have an impact. So you can write a prototype of, like, say, factorizing Shor's algorithm for the number 15. But that's not the kind of number that will be required to factorize to break encryption. It will be a huge number, right? And when you want to do it real time, you need to be able to run algorithms that will be applied for these kind of cases. And this will produce extremely deep circuits. So you need some sort of different ways to compile your quantum circuits as well to be able to fault tolerantly run the algorithm and produce meaningful results. So that is, again, so there are, if you think about fault tolerance, there are several stages that you need advances in. So of course, there's going to be on the hardware side. Even before that, it's first what error correcting code are you going to implement, and how efficient is it going to be at reducing the noise. Whatever code you develop, it shouldn't just reduce the error as such. It needs to exponentially fall with the increase in number of qubits. So that's one of the criteria. And so once you have your error correction code, you need to think about how do I apply this in hardware. So if the hardware requires degree 6 connectivity between certain qubits to enable this code, you need to develop the hardware for that. And so similarly, then you have to think about what algorithms am I going to run? What circuits will these produce? How do I compile these circuits to run them in in this kind of quantum computer I've built? Now, another crucial factor is how are users going to interact with it? You cannot just build, if you are going to, say, offer it to not just some researcher who's writing like a notebook, but millions of people who want to use this, it has to be developed in a way that it's modular and user friendly. So you have to think about how that translates in terms of the software stack, how that translates in terms of the hardware, and you need to build corresponding tools. And given that error correction will still be in the initial stages under like advancement, say you need to also facilitate and allow researchers who are doing this kind of research to test their error correction codes on your hardware. So these are the different facets of approaching error correction. IBM specifically has a roadmap laid out, and in 2029, they are hoping to build the first large-scale fault-tolerant quantum computer. But there's a lot of work that is happening already to kind of go towards this direction. Because so you have the concept of physical qubits and logical qubits. So these are concepts that are actually becoming more active, and yeah, there have been some advances in like terms of IBM itself, but also in the broader community. So yeah, that's my answer.
Thank you, Mo.
Yes. I would like to add a small thing. So apart from what she mentioned, also there is effort from the QML side where they are trying to use AI to recover at least some of the information using that. So that will also, fast forward, I think, the timeline a little.
Out actually. So there have been multiple AI-based decoders that have kind of come out. Yeah, this is because like once you do error correction, you have to recover like the information that basically it's a part of the pipeline. So yeah, there have been several AI-based decoders that have recently come out and they're performing pretty well. So that's again part of the progress towards fault tolerance.
I think the connectivity issue for that, people are looking into other modalities, trap down and other.
Yeah, that's
modalities.
the major issue is like what she brought out. So July 8th, Google came out with a reinforcement learning based error correction model where they're trying to predict the error correction at the runtime, not at the subsequent stages, and do that correction while the circuit is, your qubits are passing through the circuits. The second, what you brought out, that inherently the error corrections are there because of the way the fundamental qubit is designed. So there is a lot of work which is required to be done at the physics and the design level, which is supposed to need to improve the decoherence time T1, T2 times to make the errors itself go down. So there are two parts of the error correction. One is we are trying to solve it algorithmically on top layer. The another one is, can I look at other modalities? Can I look at the fundamental semiconductor side or the design, the way the waveguides are coupled to the processors? Those are the other challenges. So it's both a hardware challenge as well as software challenge.
Unconventional answers are allowed.
Most interesting.
Okay. See, we should understand that monster in the room. So quantum noise is because of interaction with the surroundings. So in classical computer, we put a casing. We say the CPU is there, you put a box. In quantum computer, what is a box? I mean, you're looking at quantum scale. Box also is like electrons, photons. So you cannot reduce that interaction, so there will be noise. Therefore, what people are doing, like putting a cold box. How cold? I mean, push 0 Kelvin, how much ever you can go push. I mean, when is this going to stop? And even if you reach 0 Kelvin, your quantum computer also will stop. Right? So you should say inside hot, outside cold. How is it possible? I mean, all that is very, very. So my view is completely different at this point. I mean, I'm not saying like this is the correct view or something. It's an unconventional view. Noise is not always bad. Noise also is good. You can actually build computers which thrive because of the noise, not because lack of it. Give more noise, it will work faster. Such computers can be built. You may not have seen, that's why I said unconventional answer, but I can give you the mathematics for it, easy. We can probably build those. Therefore, I will not completely rule out the following kind of a quantum computer, which actually works faster because of noise, not slower. If you have such a computer, then rather than dipping it in liquid helium or liquid nitrogen based on whether you want 4 degree Kelvin or 96 degree Kelvin, whatever, you put it in room temperature. If not, take it near the sun, it will work even faster. I mean, so we need to think of hardware as well as programs which thrive in noisy environment, not remove the noise, not correct it. In classical thinking, that's correct because there's hardly some noise. If you remove it, you're done. In an environment where noise is the rule, you should not think in the same way that how to remove that noise. Noise is the rule. It is the feature. You are supposed to not make it as a foe. So build systems where noise is a feature. People in classical thinking always say like noise is a foe, remove it. That is true till when noise is not in majority. When noise is the majority, you should just, it's not obvious that you should just think the other way around, make noise as the feature and not the other way, so that things will work faster. So this is the unconventional view. So it looks like crackpot view maybe to begin with, but if you give me some time, I'll give you some mathematics to show how that how noise computers can be made. The computers which actually work because of noise. The entire computation is because of the noise, not the absence of it. If you, I can do it in classical 0-1 math. If you convert it to quantum, it will work. Now, am I going to do it? That's not the promise. The promise is somebody will do it because it just needs to be possible. The thought process has to be there. So the answer is in my opinion, at least relevant.
To be honest, sir, I think that's partly what we do in the near term, but there are also use cases which use noise as a computational resource. Like for example, in QML, if you look at reservoir computing and all, noise is a computational resource for these class of problems. So yeah, I mean, like we still work with whatever we have and whatever we get.
Yeah, so there are evidence, as you say, that noise is a computational resource, a good starting point. That evidence I have also seen. Therefore, why can't you go one step further? Noise is not the resource, it is the main thing. The lack of noise is the problem.
But it is unpredictable, right?
So therefore you're saying, therefore I agree that it is unconventional. Therefore I need to convince you with the math. I can't do it with English. Question. Yes.
I think noise should be divided into good noise and bad noise. Suppose a noise comes in between, I don't want that. But as sir is rightly mentioning, the components of noise, which is good for building a computer, should be mathematically built, and the unwanted noise can be reduced, as Janavi said. Thank you.
Actually, I'm not answering your other things. Based on overall view, what I understand, if you want to make a efficient quantum computer, some of the things we have to optimize. What is a quantum error correction? That Janani explained. Then another thing, superposition. One more, scalability. The another thing, entanglement. So how do you people want to optimize these are the things? Say then only it should be there. You can use a efficient quantum computer. Maybe anybody, maybe the audience also, they want to know all the things. Anyone knows, please explain. These are the one more, some 2, 3 things. Please. I'm not expert in this area. That's what I'm asking you people. Dr. Venkat or Janani maybe can answer.
Sir, thank you, sir, and for all your support. And we have Professor Ashok from Hyderabad University and Dr. Sachin, my team, sorry, blind space. We are actually working on network sensors. Dr. Sachin has a good answer.
Sir, you are absolutely right. Nothing comes from IIT. But sir, Amaravati AP government has nothing. But Nara Chandrababu Naidu sir has started. Yes, sir, started. Our idea has to go, whether it is success or not. See, I just want to, in the break time, one line I'll add. Yeah, please.
What do you want to know? You don't know even. Like quantum debris and things like that.
Sir, I have a
Thank you.
slightly
Thank you. We
tangent
take your advice for CBIT. I think the entire money which the government of India is pumping should come to bottom of the pyramid. If it stagnates at the top end or middle end, then the guys who are operating at Autonagar and Dilshu Nagar, they'll not be able to get money. We definitely want a policy whereby the money percolates down the wealth creation at the bottom of the pyramid, that kind of a thing. The hardware stuff definitely is going to be from the bottom up. It will not be top down because the components are to be built at small entrepreneurs. So they need money. So you need to ensure that the money comes to the bottom of the pyramid instead of stagnating at the top. Thank you very much.
uh, the most of us actually think that like money matters. It does matter, and it does matter in a lot of we need to have a lot of money to have a good quantum these things and all. But as my CEO, Mr. Sanjay Chittur was telling, a big part of this quantum revolution is actually electronics part, okay? And where educational institutes like CBIT and other engineering institutes and all, they can contribute, okay? So if I have a electronics, say simple speaking, if I have a current controller, which can give me a noise level of few nanoseconds or like a few picoseconds or something, that kind of ripple factor and all, I can do a quantum computer which will be way better, but then this is the fundamental of it. We can't just go down like pour in some liquid helium or liquid nitrogen, put down the temperature and then make a this. We need quantum, we need electronics, we need RF sensing, we need mechanical components and all. And that's where these engineering colleges, it doesn't need crores of money. Yeah, it needs few lakhs probably. Yeah, and most of these engineering colleges, they have electronic departments, mechanical departments and other departments. They can contribute it in that way. Okay, it's not very. I'm not very happy to say this, but a lot of these mechanical components which we are using in our labs and all, we are purchasing them from companies like Thor Labs and US and all, and they come for a very huge money. Like we invest a lot of money in just for transferring them, getting them from there to here, transporting like few $100s is what we pay. Okay, so if we can get it done here in our engineering colleges and all, it will be much easier, much cheaper, and way better as well. Yeah, we can do a custom-made things, and this will be a good contribution by many of the colleges and other institutions. So we don't need to wait for a big amount of funding actually. Yeah, and
Yes,
second
sir.
thing.
The last question for the panel. Make the audience one more question. One more question. Answer. We are saying
Our development in IITs and institutions, I'm a different person. I have thousands everyone. What we get is something we have seven good to be at the core published 100 papers. There are these. I'm telling you.
Yes, sir. The last question from my side, then I'll give the mic to all the panel audience.
Hi, this is Nikhil Kazrolkar, and I'm from the market side. Okay, I'm a marketeer here. It's really exciting and to see the different views altogether. Thank you, sir. Very exciting perspective as well. So, as a marketeer, I have two questions to two distinctive people. One is to Dr. Venkata. Is that you're talking about sourcing the hardware and the components for the quantum computer. So as a marketeer, okay, where do you see that the market will have the acceptance and the real value from these players, and these players will make some money? Okay, that's important because Dr. Kannan, I really liked your analogy of the collar. As a marketeer, I just loved it, and I'm going to use that with your permission. But I just loved it. Fantastic. So with that analogy, do you see that there is an issue of the scale up for the quantum computer, and that will have, as a marketeer, to think about the applications, the development, the R&D is okay, but then what about the acceptance and where the startups, there are so many startups coming up, will start making money, because at the end of it, the investor, the VCs, they're asking for the returns. So where do you see that is going to happen to Dr. Venkata and to Dr. Kannan? Do you think we should stop thinking about quantum and cybersecurity because the scale-up issue is there? I want your both the answers, conventional as well as non-conventional.
So I think the audience has hijacked this panel now. Okay, so which is good. Nice. So in terms of components, okay, I'll give you an example. So in Inter-University Accelerator Center, Delhi, okay, they make these accelerators, okay, small atoms, think of the sun thing. So out of that, they are building precision power supplies, voltage and current sources. So when you talk about your mobile phone charger, let's say it's 5-volt charge, it's 5.1, 5.01. But these people are building for quantum computers 5.000000001. Okay, 6 or 7 zeros. Okay, that precise. Now, this kind of power supply is much needed in quantum, but so is it in nuclear, so is it in space. So a lot of good startups are thinking, I will make components which are not only good for quantum, but which are good for, because they're thinking from your perspective, the marketing perspective, I'm building technology, but that technology also has to make money. That technology also has to be used by 10 people so that they can go and make money. And in quantum, there are several such pieces. There are these, radio frequency wires, which you can use now. You can use it in 6G. You can use it in many other areas. So we need people to start thinking, as you said, rightly said, not only from a technology perspective, but also from a market perspective, because a lot of startups are coming up and some of them will go away, and there is no problem in things dying. It's okay for a startup to fail, because they will fail 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times. 6th time they will go and succeed. And that's how good startup places like Bangalore, many startups fail in Bangalore. Silicon Valley, many startups fail in Silicon Valley, but then something good also comes out of it.
I'll tell you another small story. Okay, so I'll address your question first. Yeah, I okay. So I completely understand your anguish, and I am sure what you are saying is right. I'm not arguing against it, but let me answer or put the things in right perspective. It need not be so negative. So therefore, 2 stories, one for you also. See, creativity, if it were easy, all what you said would not be required. It will be done. Even an ounce of creativity is hard. It looks like the hundreds of papers written by professors is trash. It only looks like that because to get that trash level of creativity took a decade for that professor. It's not that he did nothing and suddenly he wrote the paper. To write one paper, you might have how much man hours goes in there, how much brain waves are required. Creativity is that difficult that even to get a useless level of creativity, it takes a lot of effort. Unfortunately, we are mere mortals. If we were gods, what you said is absolutely right. Why are you wasting time writing papers? Do. That is the absolute right statement to God, not to man. To man, it will be, can you at least find out how to do first? After you know how to do, can you find out what is the materials required, what is the mechanism to do, what is the energy optimization, what is the cost required? Okay. Okay. So I will concede your wish. No stories. Thank you.
Sir, I don't think I'm as qualified as the people on the stage, but I do, or yeah, there as well. But this is just a tangential point in my mind that came across. Sometimes, I mean, budget constraints is part of the reality that comes when people approach science, right? And Chandrayaan was built on the budget of like a Bollywood movie. And a lot of the innovation that came there came also because to like keeping the budget constraints in mind, right? So at least as someone who's young and like into research, I think that taking these realistic constraints into the as part of the ingredients that go into like the research and innovation required, I think if we approach it with that mindset, I'm not saying it guarantees success, but at least it gives a more hopeful approach towards doing science, right? So yeah, that's just my answer.
Just as
Sir, I will just leave with a question.
Dr. Venkat said there is only one or two companies in the world which make specific components which goes into a quantum system. Why is it so? Because all of those companies are built on very, very fundamental research and a very focused approach in developing one product which is a class above with the rest of the world. It's backed by science, it's backed by research, it's backed by expertise. That's the way to build products in the longer run.
Yeah, and to answer the question where those thousands of crores goes, right? I'll give an example. In IIT Bombay, in Metal Science Department, we bought a magnetometer, subkelvin magnetometer for around 5 crores. So it came after a few months, one small component, it stopped working. So because of that, we had to wait for at least 6 months to get one engineer again from Germany to come and repair it. That's where the money goes. So, and I think that ties to his question, what happens to all these startups? Because that will build the capacity. People will try hands-on, get the hands-on experience building this hardware, and then that will build an ecosystem where we can do it ourselves, I think.
Yes. Thank you, panelists, and thank you, audience. As we are getting late for lunch and there are many sessions going on, your questions will remain same. You can ask the questions after the afternoon lunch. Please join for us the lunch. In a
Sir, I request Barla sir to kindly join and felicitate our panel discussion panelists. Yeah.
I request Bala sir to felicitate Janani ma'am, a distinguished panelist for today's session.
If my name, so that I will give.
She wants to give you the book. For me, I think this book, so I just need an autograph on this book. That is sufficient for me. Kanan sir, yes. Request Dr. Venkat sir.
Announce what is happening.
So here, our Santoshi ma'am is taking book written by Venkat sir, and it's a compliment in India's contribution. And one more, I just need to inform all the participants, kindly reach R&D Assembly Hall for your lunch. Lunch is arranged at R&D Assembly Hall, Exhibition Hall. So directly the straight way, the location is placed in the participant groups, and our volunteers will help you to reach the lunch place. After the lunch, kindly join here in the same place. We'll be posting the updates in your WhatsApp group. Kindly join back so that we had a session from the Janani ma'am. So eagerly waiting to see the Kiskit explanation. So try to join back. Thank you.
We have a group photo. Start.
She was saying she's nervous.
Venkat sir is available. Let us have a group photo here, please. Please, participants, you can also join.
Sir, kindly join us, sir, please. You have found already. That should be very good, I'm telling you. Yeah. So the two my girlfriends are here?
Yes, yes.
Yes. Sir, yeah. Nice job.
Now one more thing with the
Yes, sir, I'm being.
this student. Please.
I invite the
Organizing team.
Yes. Organizing team.
Nice meeting you.
Just thank you guys.
I have worked on some research and recently we have
Location group lo పెట్టారు. Location.
Definitely, I mean, I haven't really looking forward to seeing what looks good. So From DRDO, the thing is they are giving much funds to the institutes, but the outcome.
Start color. Deep in
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to the second session of the National Quantum Summit 2026. I request everyone to kindly take their seats as we resume for the afternoon session of the National Quantum Summit 2026. The afternoon session promises exciting discussion that move us from theory to practical implementation, exploring how quantum technologies are transforming computation, photonics, and cloud computing. It is my pleasure to introduce our next distinguished speaker, Mrs. Janani, Ms. Jenny, Quantum Engineer, IBM Quantum, IISR, Pune. Ms. Janani is a quantum algorithm engineer at IBM Quantum, IBM Research Bengaluru, previously also part of the technical support and Qiskit core teams at IBM. With over 4.5 years experience and a hybrid R&D background across academia and industry in the field of quantum computation and information, BSMS graduate from Inspire, she Merit Scholar from IISR Pune. After graduating, spent some time in the Indian and French quantum startup ecosystem, working with companies like Qrishi, QPI AI, and Beson QPSI. Interest includes analytical, developmental, and application-based research related to quantum algorithms. Also interested in quantum error mitigation and quantum correlation. Experience with using quantum SDKs such as Qiskit, Bracket, Pennylane, and QQuantum. It is my privilege, ladies and gentlemen, give a big round of applause to welcome Janani ma'am. Over to madam.
There's a HDMI cable here, right? HDMI cable is here.
At least for now, I have a presentation, so I'll manage, but very much. Okay, that way you can do it. Now you can go there and see. Yeah, other organisms. The speaker will be here, though that I won't be able to see. What are you doing? Okay. There's no port for different side. Take the laptop there, right? No, it should be there. Oh, okay. I don't think it's there in this bag. Can you extend it up to there? It seems to be long, right? How long is it? Oh, that's all okay. Yeah,
Morning.
Today's 31st, today's August. You need to connect it there, right? Will it project? Yeah, so I'll give it to you there. It's a bit heavy. Yeah. It's like my lifeline, so be careful. I'm not even joking.
కేబుల్ ఏమైంది కేబుల్ లేదు ఇక్కడ మరి ఏమైంది మరి
Good afternoon, everyone. Firstly, thank you so much for inviting me to the National Quantum Summit. It's an absolute pleasure to be here and have such energetic discussions with like people who are showing some genuine interest in this evolving field. So there's been like I've been told there's a lot of expectation for my session, so I'm feeling a little bit of pressure. But like post lunch, everybody's faces are looking clear, and you look like you're interested in what I'm going to present. So I'm also excited, and I hope you can take some things away from my session today. So I will be speaking about what people have been asking me to like hopefully address in today's session, which is like if you want to get started on a project with which you do on a quantum computer, how do you do that? So essentially, like I'm going to cover Qiskit patterns, which is a framework for mapping computational problems to quantum workflows. So if you have a problem, how do you take that problem and how do you first make it something that can run on a quantum computer? So there's a very nice and elegant 4-step process called as Qiskit patterns. But like what it is and why is it the way it is, to explain that a little bit better, I'm going to take some time and explain a few things as we go along. As Madam also introduced me, I'm part of IBM Quantum. I'm a quantum algorithm engineer, and I've also previously worked on the Qiskit core teams. So yeah, as such, if there are any questions, I prefer to have a discussion style session rather than one where I'm continuously monologuing for an hour. So you are free to interrupt me whenever you want in case you have a question. So let's get started. We can start, right? Can I start? Okay, great. Yeah, like this, right? Yeah. So I'm just going to take a second to highlight IBM Quantum's mission statement, which is to bring useful quantum computing to the world. I can take a whole hour to just break down this statement because useful, like where is quantum computing and how is it, like what is it in terms of where the world is currently at, is itself something that can lead to extensive discussion. But today we are discussing a different topic. So part of this is also about, coming up with, if you want to use quantum computers, what are some like useful problems where it is going to be relevant? That is always a important discussion to be had. But sometimes you have to do some attempt some problems, and only then you will understand, okay, this is something that's tractable on a quantum computer. This is something that doesn't really give good results. Maybe a normal HPC is better and it also costs less. So these are some things you can only learn by experimentation. But essentially, if you want to before I go into the details of how to do things, given that quantum computing is an evolving field and quantum computers are so powerful and they're an extremely they have a lot of computational ability and they bring something different to the table as compared to classical computers. As you all know, classical computers are based on Boolean algebra. So they're based on Boolean algebra, whereas quantum computers, the inherent math underlying it is linear algebra. It is not Boolean algebra. So if you have problems where you see matrices and some sort of structures where you are dealing with matrix multiplication, which is in quite a few problems, in these cases, quantum computing the math is going to be compatible, so it is a good potential fit. Aside from this, nobody is going to use, okay, if I want to say just calculate what is 2 into 3, I immediately know it's 6, right? I just took like less than a second of mental math to come up with that. I'm not going to write a sophisticated Python program to multiply 2 and 3. Similarly, if you're doing, like if you're developing video games and all that, nobody is going to use a quantum computer for that. Given it's such like an extensively, powerful resource, you want to use problems of appropriate computational complexity to be solved on a quantum computer. You don't just solve simple problems which can run with, say, existing, classical computers or HPC architectures. It's very important to identify problems of appropriate computational complexity. So which are some of these problems? We all know that when we look at like the hardness of problems, there's NP hard problems, there's NP complete problems. Among these class of problems, there is also a set of problems which have like some basically bounded quantum, it's called BQP. But these set of problems are said to again be a good fit for solving with quantum computers. One class of problems which could come under BQP are problems that are traditionally NP hard to solve on a classical computer. But like if you look at how that solves on a quantum computer, it's going to be like comparatively like lower in complexity, and it should be solvable. So again, these are some problems which are now, if you look at, there's a work by a scientist called as Lucas, and what he did is basically show some 21 set of problems. A lot of these are NP hard graph problems. So we all know traveling salesman. There's also like maximum independent set. There are several, okay, maximum independent set is not a graph problem, but like vertex cover, max cut. So there are several set of graph problems which are NP hard. These are often, so you take some of these quadratic unconstrained binary optimization problems. You can, so basically the variables are just 0 and 1. You can create a mapping of these Cubo problems to Ising Hamiltonians, something called as Ising Hamiltonians. And when you do this mapping, you create a very natural translation of a work that is basically usually solved on a classical computer to be solved on a quantum computer. Because Ising, and one of the main problems that are often attempted in quantum computing is to kind of find the eigenvalues of an basically Hamiltonian. Like you basically want to solve a Hamiltonian on a quantum computer. That is a very regularly attempted problem. There's VQE, you can use phase estimation. There are several algorithms which you can use both in near term and like at fault tolerance. So again, like that is one of the works again which sort of pushed people to again try more and more problems on quantum computers and actually kickstart looking at use cases for this field rather than just coming up with abstract algorithms. Now, I've been speaking so much before moving slides, so let's actually get into it. Before you want to solve something on a real quantum computer, you need to know what the anatomy of a quantum computing service is. So if I want to solve something on a quantum computer, as a user, if I write something and like if I want to send it to a quantum computer, what's the basic underlying workflow? Can I not point at something? Oh, yeah, I can. Okay, so as a user, like right now, don't think about an algorithm and use case or anything. As a user, say you just want to run something on a quantum computer right now. You've written a quantum circuit. You're doing a simple sampling task, which is to just create a state and then measure what are all the outcomes for some n number of shots. What does the workflow look like? As a user, you will write the circuit, say, for example, using some quantum programming language. It could be Qiskit, it could be Pennylen, anything. But in this case, let's go with Qiskit. Suppose I write I write a simple circuit with Qiskit, and I want to run it on a IBM quantum processor. Now, the quantum computer does not exist in the room with you, right? It's in some lab, it's in some server somewhere far from you. So you need some sort of mechanism to send the circuit you've written to the quantum computer. So for that, you need some sort of cloud service. And in the case of IBM quantum devices, it's called Qiskit runtime. Recently, it's also called IBM quantum compute service. But we use this library called as Qiskit runtime and basically send the whatever like circuit I've created I will send it to the quantum computer via this cloud service. In this case, it is Qiskit runtime. If you're using the provider of some other, say hardware of some other provider, then you will have to send it to their cloud service. So what is this Qiskit runtime, or what does this cloud service do? We will look at this in more detail in an upcoming slide. But you first send it to this cloud service. You first send it to the cloud service. Then that goes to some server in some laboratory, right? So then after it goes to some server in a laboratory, this is going to go to the control electronics. Then the control electronics will actually translate your circuit into some sort of pulse sequences. Then these pulse sequences will actually run on the quantum chip. Once it finishes running, you will get the results, and it's going to be sent all the way back as it came from, right? So this is the underlying basic anatomy of any quantum computing service. So before, like say you have kind of done everything and you want to run something on a real quantum computer, what you need to do is you need to know how to configure the Qiskit runtime settings, and you know how to, like basically up to here is what you are going to do anything. After this, it's all automatically going to happen. So this is just what happens under the hood. But what you need to do is all going to come in here. So what are the toolkits you need in order to, okay, so this is an example of some kind of final result you will get after running something on a real quantum computer. What is it going to give me back? I create a circuit. So this is actually a 3-qubit GHZ state. So if you, so for context, you create a 3-qubit quantum circuit, you put a Hadamard and you put 2 more C-naughts. You all know Bell state, right? Bell state is just 1 by root 2 ket 00 plus ket 11. A 3-qubit GHZ state is it's a generalization of that. So if I have 1 by root 2 times ket 000 plus ket 111, that is a 3-qubit GHZ state, and n-qubit GHZ state would have ket 000 coming n times, and then plus ket 111 coming n times. So here, if you see, look at the probability distribution counts, the 000, this basically represents the bit strings. So if you see 000 is maximum, 111 is also maximum, and they're almost equal, right? And about 50-50%. So this is essentially a 3-qubit GHZ state. And this is an example of some final result you can get from running the workload on a quantum computer. And this is the result of some sampling task. So what are the ingredients that you need for some kind of a quantum computing workflow? Of course, you need some sort of quantum programming language. If you're going to create a circuit, you need to kind of, create the circuit, like create its representation, everything, like apply this gate on this qubit. You have to give all that information. So that is something that you can manage with basically a quantum stack development kit like Qiskit. And what Qiskit is going to accomplish for you is it helps you work at the level of extended quantum circuits, operators, and primitives. But most importantly, where do we start and where do we stop? So if you start, like you create a circuit, you do something called as quantum circuit compilation with this particular circuit. And like what you will get out of using Qiskit, the maximum it can go to is to create a representation of that same circuit, which is runnable on a quantum computer. So different quantum computers have different requirements. In the morning we discussed, so ion trap technically has like all-to-all connectivity. Superconducting qubits have like, limited connectivity, but you can go the scale that you want, like you can go to a higher number of qubits with superconducting qubits. But whatever circuit you create, like say if I put a Hadamard and 3 C-naughts, just because I created that way doesn't mean that the quantum computer can immediately create a Hadamard and implement a C-naught. So when we build a quantum computer, do we build it such that it can, directly implement any gate under the sun? That's not how a quantum computer is built. Usually every quantum computer will possess a specific set of gates that it can implement. But with these gates, you will be able to create any possible gate. So you have a universal set of operations it can implement. And this is called as a basis gate set. So whatever quantum circuit you create will get decomposed in terms of this basis gate set. So I will kind of go a bit more in detail in this in upcoming slides. So I will just skip this explanation for now. But Qiskit SDK is ultimately a tool for creating a representation of a quantum circuit that is ready to run on any quantum computer. And I say any because Qiskit specifically is hardware agnostic. So whether you're running it on some ion trap or some IBM hardware itself or somebody else's hardware, you can use Qiskit. So it's also open source, which means that if you want something to become part of Qiskit, you can actually contribute that yourself. So that's what Qiskit does. So that's your first ingredient, and you will use it to create your observables, create your circuits. Now, after this, we need Qiskit runtime Qiskit runtime, which is an IBM service to run on quantum hardware through the cloud. So now if I want to use quantum computers, which say the quantum computer is not going to look the same day to day. We have individual qubits. Every single day, the noise in each qubit is not going to be the same. It is something that changes calibration cycle to calibration cycle. Similarly, like you need information about which qubits are connected and on which qubits you can directly implement a 2-qubit gate. For which cases do I have to do something extra to be able to run a 2-qubit gate? So all these are kind of properties of a backend or properties of a quantum computer. You need a way to computationally represent this, right? If I want to say check the available connections in the quantum computer, I need a way to call it. So that is something, this kind of information about the backend is something that is hosted on like Qiskit runtime. So what is Qiskit runtime? What does it have? That's what I'm trying to say here. Next, so Qiskit runtime is a cloud service, right? There are different kinds of hardware. Different people might pay for different kind of plans. Some might be using the open plans. Either way, if you send a job, there has to be a way to attach your identity to say that this is your particular job, right? Like person 1 will run one job, person 2 will run one job. It's not like everybody should be able to access everybody's data, everybody else's data. So you, whatever account related, information, essentially how to identify a user, etc. That is also something that is hosted in Qiskit runtime, and it's part of the necessary ingredients to build the overall workflow. Now, aside from this, do I want to do a sampling task or an expectation value estimation task? So when you come up with different quantum algorithms, you can broadly divide them in two categories. They can either be sampling algorithms, which means, you basically get the outcomes of sampling tasks will be some bit strings. So it can be that kind of an algorithm, or it can be an algorithm where you're calculating some sort of cost or some sort of classical quantity, but that is coming from quantum like circuits, right? So these are, so you have observables and you have expectation values of observables. So if I have like a cost function, so if you look at typical QML workflows or algorithms like variational quantum eigensolver, these have expectation value estimation intrinsic to their particular algorithms. So for these, if you want to do this task or that task, you again need a sort of tool to kind of do that, right? So that is again something that is hosted in Qiskit runtime. There are also other things, but these are the three main aspects of what Qiskit runtime will host. And this is the second necessary ingredient. Now, the third and final important, like necessary ingredient is actually some sort of method to, have intent with what you do. So Qiskit patterns is a framework for breaking down domain-specific problems into stages. Suppose there's one person doing machine learning, another person is doing optimization, another person wants to do some sort of material science problem. How do I, there are different problems, but if I want to solve them on a quantum computer, how can I do that? So you need a framework which will allow you to devise the problem. So Qiskit patterns will help you kind of come up with a framework to break down such domain-specific problems into stages. And finally, just where do all these exist? So this Qiskit patterns not so much, but you have the Qiskit ecosystem, which is a collection of software and projects that build on or extend Qiskit. So suppose I have come up with a specific algorithm and I want to, write different functions to use it in different ways, right? So there is an algorithm called a sampling-based quantum diagonalization, which is very trendy right now because it's useful. It basically has part of the algorithm running on a quantum computer, partly on a HPC system. So there is something called as a Qiskit add-on SQD package, which can be used to say use SQD to solve different kind of problems. That will, for example, be part of Qiskit add-ons in the Qiskit ecosystem. So Qiskit ecosystem is essentially whatever packages will exist to extend or build on Qiskit. Now what are the now let's come to the core of essence of what we wanted to discuss. So what are the ingredients for a quantum workflow? Of course, we first have to start with the computational problem we'd like to solve on the quantum computer. There are specific aspects of it that you must absolutely define if you want to actually run it on a quantum computer. So let's start with this. We will discuss what those are later. But the first ingredient, as I said, is the computational problem. The second will be some sort of quantum SDK and auxiliaries to develop an implementable quantum program. Again, this is obvious. I showed in the first slide about how the workflow is. So you need some sort of quantum SDK and supporting packages to develop that into an implementable quantum program. I will again elaborate on the statement. But what is the third ingredient? Oops, sorry. So the third ingredient will be some sort of backend for implementing the quantum program. What do I mean by backend? So some people, like some of you might run it on GPUs. So some of you might want to run it on a real quantum computer. Some of you might be testing things out on some sort of classical simulator of a classical simulator of which mimics a quantum computer, right? But with these three, you can actually build an end-to-end quantum workflow. What is usually in the first, I see that the order of the animations are a bit messed up, but that's okay. Let me first explain this a little bit before we go to the next slide. Suppose you want to solve some machine learning problem, right? I first define the machine learning problem. I come up with like a way to write the quantum circuits. I have some observables which will help me create a cost function also. Now next, what do I have to do once I kind of figure out this math? You have to pick some quantum SDK and some extra auxiliaries to develop this into an implementable quantum program. In this case, your quantum SDK can be Qiskit. It can be PennyLane also, right? So depending on what quantum SDK you choose, you take this circuit, create that circuit using Qiskit or PennyLane. If it's like a pre-available sort of say module, say you're doing some transfer learning problem, right? There is a framework to do transfer learning, say with PennyLane automatically. You just use that and build the implementable quantum program. Then you have to choose some backend for implementing this quantum program. So it can be some fake backend, it can be some real quantum computer, whatever it is. But then you have to get it ready to run on a real backend. We'll get into the details of the workflow, but this is just the ingredients. You need to pick a backend. First, I will attempt it on some simulator. Once it works for me on the simulator, I will run on a quantum computer. Suppose you think that, you have to first start with these three ingredients. So now once you have these three ingredients, what are the inputs corresponding to each of these ingredients? That is again something you have to figure out. So it's not just enough to think I want to solve the traveling salesman problem on a quantum computer. You need to choose the problem model. You need to choose the constraints, the objectives, and an algorithmic workflow for developing the solution. Suppose you choose a very simple quadratic unconstrained binary optimization problem. You have to first decide how many qubits you need to create, what is the size of the problem, what are the problem constraints, how will I calculate, how will I build a cost function out of it, and even before you get there, what you need to first do is think about what forms a qubit. We all know that, how do we solve a problem on a classical computer? You pick a problem, you come up with a mathematical model, you will say that I will encode this bit in this particular way, this can be 0 or 1. Then this part of the problem can be 0 or 1 here. So you first define that, right? You need to do the exact same thing for a quantum computer also. I will give you concrete examples as we go, but you need to choose what represents a qubit. That is the very first thing you need to do. Once you decide that, you have to then think about what is my input state and what should be my output state. The output is a bit more intuitive, right? Your output should represent the answer you are seeking. Suppose I'm solving a ground state energy problem. Suppose I want to, let me phrase it this way. Suppose I have a 5 amino acid protein. I want to predict its structure, right? Now, I know this is my problem. Now I know that, now I have to come up with a problem model, the constraints, the objectives, and the workflow for finding the minimum energy, finding the structure of that protein. So first what I will say is, I am choosing this particular protein has 5 amino acids. I am going to solve this on some kind of lattice. So that is the first assumption I will make. I can either choose a square lattice, I can choose a tetrahedral lattice, but when I choose the lattice, I will say, let me fix the first bead here without loss of generality. Then the next bead can go right next to it. Now what about where are the third and fourth beads and the fifth bead? So this is what I need to find out, right? That's like if I want to find the structure of the protein itself, that's what I need to do. So I will say that like the first protein, if I take a tetrahedral lattice and I first choose like I select, say for example, the very first protein, I fix it in one of the sites. Then the next protein can either be present in one of the next three positions, right? So now what I will say is, each of these lattice sites will correspond to one qubit. If the protein is actually there, then the value of the qubit will be 1. If the protein is not there, then I will say the value of the qubit is actually 0. So given that I have a 5 amino acid protein, I will say each amino acid has 4 potential positions it can be present in, and if it is actually present there, then that value will be 1. If not, it is going to be 0. Since I have 5 amino acids, and each amino acid can be potentially present in 4 positions because it's a tetrahedral lattice, then I will use 20 qubits to solve this problem. Now this is a very redundant encoding. You can make it more, you can make it more efficient and optimize it a little further. But a very simple way to define the problem is this, to say that, and now I'll take 20 qubits. So now I've sort of thought of the template design of what the protein, like the geometric properties of the protein, I have sort of embedded into like some qubits by assuming a tetrahedral lattice. So this is part of choosing the problem model. Now once I have done that, now we have to think of the constraints, objectives, and an algorithmic workflow. Now I know for a fact from like chemistry, biochemistry, everything, that the minimum, that if I want to find the structure of some sort of protein or whatever, it should be at its ground state, or it should be at minimum energy. So if I somehow am able to calculate the energy corresponding to this particular structure that I've thought of, like this 20 qubits, whatever structure it is representing, if I calculate the energy corresponding to it in terms of some parameters and minimize that such that it is the lowest, whatever structure corresponds to the minimum energy, that should be the ground state structure of that protein. This is sort of the second voila you need to know to say that this is how I'm going to solve this problem, right? So then so that is going to kind of establish the objective of the problem. Now once you do this, you should also remember that I said I have, oh, what happened? Oh, great, okay. So now I know that I've said that each protein, each amino acid has 4 potential possible sites, right? But if you think of how the tetrahedral lattice is created, you don't want 2 amino acids to be present on the same site. Even if they're next to each other, you don't want both of them to be on the same site. So this is in some sense a constraint you have to implement by saying that 2 amino acids cannot be present on the same site. I'm just giving a qualitative example, but yeah, this is again something you can sort of design. Then as part of the objective, you also have to come up with the cost function which corresponds to this particular protein. So in terms of inputs, these are all the things that you need to do in order to start solving your problem. I haven't covered even like the first 20%, but I think we are less on time, right? Okay, but yeah. Yeah, but okay. Mm. Yeah, but this is the part where. Okay, I'll move to this part. So the Qiskit patterns part. So I was trying to, so all this time I saw that people were a bit blank. I did not have good, visualization elements. So I can understand why this is a bit, but why people might not be, it might not be easy to follow along. But what is Qiskit patterns exactly? There are 4 main steps to this, right? The first step is to map your problem to quantum circuits and operators. If you want to solve any problem, the very first step is to do this, and this is what I was trying to describe. So in terms of the protein structure prediction problem, the quantum circuit would correspond to the 20 qubit circuit that we will form, and we start with 20 qubits. The circuit itself would be to say if I use a VQE to solve that problem, then I will start with an ansatz and calculate the expectation value or the cost of that particular structure, and I will use a classical optimizer to optimize that. So that is my algorithmic workflow. But the first step is to decide these things. What's your problem model? So another example I have here is max cut. So max cut means you want to divide, you have a graph with n nodes. You want to cut that graph into 2 different say pieces which maximizes the number of nodes that exist in both the partitions. So the problem here would be a max cut. Your model inputs will be the graph itself that you want to solve. So the connectivity between the different nodes, what are the nodes, etc. So how do you calculate the cost? That you can get it from the problem itself. The algorithm I can, for example, choose is QAOA. I can also use VQE. I can also use QAOA for solving this particular problem. And in terms of whatever quantum SDKs and necessary auxiliary packages I'll need, here in this case I'll need Qiskit to actually create the circuit, Qiskit runtime to send the thing via cloud. Now, as you see, backends, I've chosen Air Simulator, fake backends, and IBM backends. So I'll also include Qiskit Air, which is another package. And aside from this, like I have some graphs, right? I need to be able to represent the graphs. So NetworkX or RustWorkX, these are packages that help me represent graphs. So when you kind of start any problem, you have to define these things. This is just an example, but if you are solving a QML problem, then you have to say what is the problem, what are the problem models, what is the cost, what is the algorithm. Once you select all these things, then you are ready to build that into some kind of runnable, executable file, right? So then once you kind of come up with this, you look at what this list should be. Once this is decided, you can do it in one of these or all 3. If you want to run it on real backend, it has to be IBM backends. And this is just the ingredients, right? We're still not at the workflow level. In terms of the workflow, there are again things you need to do, but we'll get there. Okay, so the Qiskit patterns is divided into 4 steps. So once you create the quantum circuits and operators, you have to optimize circuits for target hardware. By which I mean, like you use Qiskit to compile the circuits in such a way that they are ready to run on a quantum computer. Then you have to execute on target hardware, for which you have to think of what are the primitives you need, so sampler, estimator, etc. And finally, you need to be able to post-process the results as well. So there's some code here, but I think I will go to notebook instead, since we finally have the HDMI cable as well. But why do we need to actually compile the circuit? So the second step is to optimize for hardware, right? Why do we need to do that? This is because real quantum devices are subject to constraints. So you have like each, as I said, every quantum computer can only execute a limited set of gates and on the hardware, and they must be rewritten in terms of these basis gates. So they all have a basis gate set. Then there's also qubit connectivity. Not every qubit is connected to each other, so only certain parts of qubits, pairs of qubits can be directly, can directly interact with each other. So you need to kind of account for that as well. And of course, aside from all that, you also have errors. Suppose one particular qubit is extremely noisy, but like say on a 156 qubit quantum computer, but you're only running a 20 qubit circuit. You don't want that one of those 20 qubits to be that noisy qubit, right? You want to avoid that. So that is again something you can take care of with by transpilation. So these are all some other extra details. I will kind of skip this and show a really, like show it on notebook instead because we don't have much time. But again, this is an important concept. When you execute on target hardware, you need to pick one of two workflows. Either it needs to be you need to pick a primitive. You either do a sampling task for which you use a sampler primitive, or you use an estimation, expectation value estimation task for which you use an estimator. So your output in the case of sampling tasks will be some sort of bit strings, and these circuits will always contain measurements. Whereas in the expectation value estimation task, you calculate the expectation value of some observable. For example, it can be the energy of a particular qubit. It can be the net spin of a system. This is more of a programmatic aspect, but these circuits should not include measurements. Now I'm going to kind of skip the rest of this content and go to a notebook. If we had more time, I might show something a bit more, like a bit more advanced, but since we are a little limited on time, I want to show something concrete instead. Sorry? Yeah, I only removed it. One second. I'm just opening the right notebook. This is a bit complicated, but let's see, whatever time we have, I'll try to do it. I can't show a demo. I already have this notebook run, but I will try to explain what is already here, okay? We don't have enough time for me to show the, show it in real time. Okay, the screen is visible. So suppose I want to solve the max cut problem using a QAOA, right? Is this, people can see and read, right? So this is actually, I'm using a VS Code. I'm using a VS Code text editor here. You can also do this on Google Colab. But yeah, this is VS Code, and I'm using Python 3.12.13. It's better to use you can use 3.13 also, but anything greater than 11 or 12 is preferred, right? I already have, so let me do a pip list. Okay. I'll just show the Qiskit versions instead. I'm using a different environment. Let's see what happens here. Okay. I need a second. This is the wrong environment. I'll just open the right one. I need to open this on a different. Okay, now it should be fine. Yeah. So my screen is visible, right? Yeah, okay. Let me. Yeah, so this is for solving the max cut problem on QAOA. First, you need to create a virtual environment which has the necessary packages. In this case, you have Qiskit, Qiskit runtime. Qiskit Air might not be there, but we can install it and see it. Okay, it is there. So as you can see, these are all some packages which are installed beforehand. I have Qiskit, I have Qiskit runtime, I have Qiskit Air, and like these are the corresponding versions. And here I've used 3.13 as my environment, not 3.12. So this is actually a tutorial that is on the IBM Quantum documentation page as well. So even if I don't finish the entire thing, you can go back and like look at it. It's very pedagogical, and this will be a great exercise to try running it yourself and like get some idea about how this is designed, right? So here we use QAOA, which is the quantum approximate optimization algorithm for a which it's a hybrid quantum classical algorithm, and you know, we are going to look at it with the context of Qiskit patterns. So how do I translate this max cut problem to be implemented on a quantum computer? I'm going to like you will see how this is done for a small graph, and then we can think about how do we implement the same thing for a much bigger graph. Because the small graph which you have, you don't actually need a quantum computer to solve that. You can do that on your personal laptop itself, because the scale of the problem is small enough that it's like multiplying, like say this is a 5 node system. Suppose we use 5 qubits. This 5 qubits you can actually like simulate on your classical computer itself. It's like multiplying a 2 to the power 5 cross 2 to the power 5 matrix, which is 32 cross 32, which is not too big, right? It's doing matrix multiplication of 32 cross 32. But the same thing if I go to 100 qubits, it's like doing matrix multiplication at the 2 to the power 100 cross 2 to the power 100 sized matrix, like matrices, which are humongous, right? So in these cases, your quantum computer will be much more useful to solve that problem than like say a classical computer. So now this is a very classic NP hard problem, and it has a lot of applications in clustering, network science, and statistical physics. So here we consider a graph of nodes connected by vertices, and now we want to separate it into 2 different graphs such that they're as large as possible. So the goal is to partition the graph in such a way that, or partition the nodes of the graph in such a way that like maximum number of edges, such that the number of, maximum number of edges can be traversed by this cut. So for example, if I have this kind of like a graph, then if I do this kind of cut, as you can see, like I will have maximum number of partitioned sets. So now before, like you see the requirements of the like environment already given here. And so like I said, we need to be able to represent the graphs as well, right? So for that I'm using RustWorkX to say visualize the like circuits and the like. You need matplotlib and PyLatex ENC. Since these have already been, so I'm going to not run some of them because I also don't need, I just should have commented it out. Runtime is also already installed. So I'm just going to run this particular cell. So all the packages we need are actually already installed. So I can just go with it and now go further ahead with the problem. So first we need to, like the inputs for the problem that I said, right? We now know the software packages which we need and we already have installed them. So in fact, the second ingredient is already taken care of. But the first and the third ingredient is selecting the device. That also we can just say that for a small scale problem, I'm just demonstrating it on my laptop. So I'm using a air simulator, which is a simulator, but the same exact workflow which I use for this, I will develop in such a way that it runs on a real backend as well. And that I can bridge that gap by using a fake backend. A fake backend is a part of the Qiskit runtime workflow, and it is contained in Qiskit runtime, and it basically mimics the noise model of a real quantum computer. So if I kind of build the program in such a way that it works on a fake backend, it should exactly run on an IBM backend as well. So for the first point, I need to like decide the number of qubits, I need to come up with the circuit, I need to come up with the algorithm. So in the algorithm I've already decided again is QAOA. And in terms of the other problem models and everything, I said it's a graph problem. So those are also decided, and the number of nodes I have is 5. Now the main thing is to construct the cost function or the cost Hamiltonian for this particular problem. So for this, first I will write the classical cost function. How do I maximize the number of edges that the cut will create? So that can be written by this particular expression, right? Here, what are xi and xj? Xi and xj are actually the here if you see the input vector x is a vector which corresponds to each node of a graph. So if I have 5 nodes, then xi and xj are actually referring to each of these nodes, right? So I kind of write this expression, and now I know how to transform this xi and xj in terms of like how the like yeah, okay, I will come to that in the next part. For now, like we just first need to define the cost function, and that can just be the classical expression to start with. So once you kind of create this minimization, like what kind of minimization you need to do, now you can take this. So first let's construct the graph to represent. So I use RustWorkX and RustWorkX visualization to draw the graph, and I also need NumPy. So these are the list of edges. Like if I have 5 nodes, which of the nodes have a connecting edge between them? So you kind of define that as well in this edge list. And then from this like graph, you add the list of edges to the graph and draw it. So this is pretty intuitive, and you can look at it, like you can again look at it in the tutorial as well. So now that I have this, now we can go into the actual first step. I have the ingredients. The first step is to map the classical inputs to a quantum problem. So the output from here should be a quantum circuit, and it should be the observables which will help me create the kickstart the workflow, right? So the first step is to take this classical problem, which is a graph, and transform it into quantum circuits and operators. So to do this, there are 3 main steps. So the first one is to utilize a series of mathematical reformulations to represent this problem using a quadratic unconstrained binary optimization problem notation. So you represent this problem as a cubo. Then once you do that, you rewrite the optimization problem as a Hamiltonian. I said, right, there is a way to map your cubo problems to Ising Hamiltonians. So the only difference is, in the case of cubo, your binary variables are 0, 1. In the case of when you transform it into a Ising Hamiltonian, your binary values are 1 and -1, right? So for which the ground states correspond to the solution which minimizes the cost function. So yeah, so basically we transform the problem which is classical to something that can be understood by a quantum computer, which is like an Ising Hamiltonian and the ground state energy corresponding to that particular Ising Hamiltonian. And then the final step is to actually create your quantum circuit and prepare the ground state of this Hamiltonian via a process similar to quantum annealing. So in QAOA specifically, you ultimately want to have an operator, which is the Hamiltonian, that represents the cost function of your hybrid algorithm. In this case, what is the cost function? I want to minimize I want to do the max cut problem, right? So I have written that expression of what I want to minimize or maximize, right? So I mean, if I have a maximization problem, if I put a minus in front of that, it becomes a minimization problem. So that's essentially what I mean here. So you want that to become the cost function of the Hamiltonian, and you also want a parameterized quantum circuit. So these are constraints which are related to the algorithm. So what's important to remember when solving any problem is, while you choose the problem model, the quantum circuit that comes for that model will also depend on the algorithm that you choose. Is it a VQE? Is it a QAOA? So that is also going to decide what kind of a circuit and cost that you will have. So then once you have the parameterized quantum circuit or ansatz that represents the states which will form candidate solutions to your problem, you can sample from these candidate states and evaluate the cost and optimize that cost. So if I look at this particular problem, this is the cubo notation of this particular problem, and I want to maximize this, right? My binary variables, I have 5 of them. Now I will transform them into a Hamiltonian in this specific way. This is the core of the mathematics. So instead of 0 and 1, you have -1 and 1 now. So we don't have time for me to get into the math. I'll leave you guys to look at it in your own time. But this is how you kind of build so in this first step, I'll build the poly list, which is the set of observables. And from here, I will build the cost Hamiltonian. So for QAOA specifically, the circuit you build will contain the cost Hamiltonian, which is why you need to do this first. going to run this. I have the cost Hamiltonian. I will share this notebook with you all, or just a link at least. You can take a look at it. In fact, the link will contain how you need to kind of scale the problem size and how do you run it on a real quantum computer as well. So these are again details related to QAOA. I have not explained QAOA, so this will be a lot of jargon if I go into it now. But yeah, I have created the cost layer. Then for building the QAOA circuit itself, I can use the Qiskit's intrinsic circuit library, which has a QAOA ansatz. And you have to give the input of the cost Hamiltonian and how many repetitions you want to be there. Then you just add some measurements and you draw the circuit. So this is my QAOA circuit. I think I'm well past time. Should I finish like the whole thing, or what should? I'm well past time. So yeah, I'm saying that I'm well past time, I think. So, okay, let me just show at least for the 5-qubit case and just show the end-to-end workflow, okay? So now I have the circuit. These circuits are parameterized quantum circuits. So I have four parameters because it's 2 layers, right? I have not, as I said, gone into the details of QAOA, but just take it for granted now that it's a parameterized, it's a variational quantum algorithm. So it has parameters which are optimized with classical optimization. So then, so now that I have the circuit, I can calculate the cost, or basically I can calculate the expectation value of this generalized state I prepare with respect to the cost Hamiltonian, and kickstart the workflow. So now I'm going to import Qiskit runtime. For this, I'm getting the Qiskit runtime service. I also need to transpile the circuit so that it runs on some specific backend. Here I'm using a fake backend. This is like so there's a computer called as IBM Brisbane. This is fake Brisbane, which mimics basically the real Brisbane, but it's a simulator version of it. This should again not be a problem because this is 127 qubits and I'm only running a 5-qubit circuit. So it should be easy enough. So I'm just running this now. Then I'm defining the backend to be fake Brisbane. Now I cannot, as I said, run any circuit directly on like a quantum computer. I have to first compile that circuit. So for compiling that, you have to compile or transpiling that. I define a pass manager object and I say generate preset pass manager. Optimization level decides how much you want to optimize that particular circuit. Here I'm just giving 2. It can be 0, 1, 2 or 3. And I also have to give the backend which I'm running it on. So in this case, it's going to be fake Brisbane. Then I will get the circuit which will come out of that. So if I draw the candidate circuit, you can see this is what it looks like. So briefly, I have 5 qubits. Each of these 5 qubits, so this is a fake backend, but it's going to act as if it's mapping it on the real Brisbane, right? So if you see here, the 0th qubit is actually mapped to the 104th qubit of the real device. First qubit is mapped to the 111th qubit, second to 103, third to 105, and the last 4 to 122. 0, 1, so like the ordering starts from 0, so it's going to be 0, 1, 2, 3, 4 for a 5-qubit circuit. So that's what you see here. It's actually a very large circuit. Now in actually Brisbane, you have ECR gates as the 2-qubit gate. That's why you see ECR here, right? Suppose I use a different backend. So this is something called as an Eagle This is based on an Eagle chip, which had 127 qubits. We don't really have these anymore. Instead, we have Heron and Nighthawk, which is the more latest. So I will just show you what it looks like instead of Brisbane if I run it on fake Fez. So Fez is a 156 qubit backend. So let me just run this. If I hover over this, you can see it's a 156 qubit backend, right? So now instead of, so if you see here, I showed you ECR gates and all. So instead of Brisbane, if I run it on fake Fez, what does my circuit look like? So as you can see, it looks different, right? You no longer have the ECR gate as a 2-qubit gate, but this is the CZ gate, right? This is because the basis gate set of different devices can also be different. So in the first case, it was 127 qubits. In this case, it's 156 qubits, and the basis gates also differ. In this case, it is CZ gate. So this is the second step. Now we have optimized the circuit to run on a real backend. In this case, a fake backend, but it works on a real backend as well. So Now, this was the second step. The third step is to execute this using some kit primitive, which is going to be either sampler or estimator. In this case, I will use estimator because I want to calculate the expectation values or the cost of this particular circuit with respect to the cost Hamiltonian as the observable. So in the QAOA, this is again decided by the algorithm we are using. In this case, it's QAOA. So in QAOA's workflow, the optimal parameters are found in an iterative optimization loop. So I will prepare the expectation value and send that to a classical optimizer. It will run a series of circuit evaluation and use some classical optimization to find the optimal parameters beta and gamma. And this execution loop is executed via, so you first define the initial parameters. You don't have to actually instantiate a session compulsorily, but it is good to do so. I will not cover that in this session because we don't have time, the reason why. But you basically create a session and containing, like, you need to do the optimization loop and the primitive used to sample the circuit. Then once a set of optimal parameters is found, you execute the circuit one final time to obtain a final distribution, which will be used in the post-processing step. So let's define the initial parameters. So I have my initial gamma as np.pi, beta as np.pi by 2, and these 4 will be my initial parameters. I need 4 since I have 2 layers of the circuit. So these are something called as execution modes. I again not going to cover this, but I'm going to define the cost function. So that is going to run with an estimator, and you have to create the inputs in such a way that you can supply the estimator pub to the estimator. So yeah, how like explaining parts of this, I will let you like look at it offline because we don't have time. But I'm just defining the cost function here. And then finally, I'll initiate a session with respect to this backend, and I'm going to get the result and minimize that particular result with respect to the cost function estimator. So let's run this and see. This will be the moment of truth. Now this is also being run on a fake backend. So because of noise, we may as well not see convergence, right? But this is to demonstrate what happens. So it's okay if it doesn't converge. This is just to see what happens. This might take up to like 2 minutes. So it might take even more, but let's see what happens. It's not printing the outputs. Maybe I should have cleared them before running it. Let me just try once more. Okay, it's coming now. Oh man. Let's just run this again. It's okay. So it took up to 30 seconds to initiate everything, and then you start seeing the optimization happening. But I will actually stop here because after this is just a sampling post-processing that is done. You visualize the cost and then you do one sampling post-processing step. So this is not much to, actually there's not too much to see here. This is just how you visualize the results and all. So yeah, we should start seeing it any moment now. Yeah, so here you can see the cost is getting optimized, right? So I know that there was a lot of hand waving in this particular session. We did not have sufficient time, but there are several precursors to this, right? You first need to understand the workflow from Qiskit patterns, understand the max cut problem, understand QAOA. And once you have like theory related to these particular topics, this tutorial will make sense. But if you want to learn how to do this, I would recommend you not to learn everything individually. Directly go to this tutorial and start learning everything together. If something doesn't make sense, please go back and refer to that thing in detail and cover that further, right? So that way you will be able to also extend it to say other similar problems and look at how to improve or adapt the workflow to your particular problem. So any questions so far? Yes, sir. Pardon, I'm not able to hear this. Superconducting qubits, yes. So one of the bottlenecks of what we can do on today's quantum computers is actually decided by the coherence time, right? So the faster my gates, the more or the longer the coherence time, the higher the depth of circuits that I can run. So currently there are some class of, if you want to run Shors or Grovers, for especially larger problems, they produce very deep circuits, right? Those will be challenging to run on today's quantum computers. However, these type of VQE, QAOA circuits, these are much more shallow and they can be run. So one of the metrics that are reported with respect to different devices is the maximum 2-qubit gate depth that you can use. So that will decide both the noise level, like, so say if I go beyond 5,000 2-qubit gates, gate depth, the computation will become so noisy that you will not get any meaningful results after that, right? So whatever circuits are created and run will usually be at depths lower than that. So as you rightly mentioned, if you can't like run any arbitrary circuit of great depth, it is limited by some specific number. And like if you look at our hardware roadmap for developing the different processors, one of the goals that is like that gets stretched sequentially is the 2-qubit gate depth. So 5K gates is the current one. The next milestone is 7.5K gates. Absolutely. Yeah, actually all this, there are some there are introductory and focused topics which are available in the form of courses on IBM Quantum Learning Platform for free. Aside from this, there is also the Qiskit YouTube channel, and recently there's a Qiskit Global Summer School event which happened. So especially this Qiskit Global Summer School and similar events, in these events we usually discuss the latest developments, like what is the latest most best error mitigation scheme that was recently developed. What are the new techniques or new features that can enable you to do something that you've not been able to do so far? So these you can see in Qiskit Global Summer School and the like. But the IBM Quantum Learning Platform has like courses which teach you the basics. This is actually a tutorial, which is again part of the IBM Quantum documentation page. So you can explore like IBM Quantum Learning, IBM Quantum documentation, Qiskit YouTube channel, etc. And you should find some you will find several resources available on how these can be done. And these are actively maintained. So if you like, if there are some developments or improvements, that will also be reflected in these pages. So students can learn this free of cost. Students, whoever wants to learn it can learn it free of cost. It's available. We are hardware providers, right? And we have other sort of other things also. So IBM's clients are people who purchase use of hardware access, like who want to access the hardware, they will pay for like hardware based on some plan. So they'll say, give us these many minutes of like these different computers. So there are plans related to that. So as you can see here, this has converged. Let us see the moment of truth if we were able to actually optimize the cost. This is actually really good because it has gone up and it has come down, right? So we are seeing some sort of convergence. Now, like there is a final sampling step we will do to like try and find the optimal. Yeah, almost done. Well, we are at the post-processing step. Now, I don't know if this will give the correct answer. It might give the wrong one because it's a fake backend. It's noisy. It might be wrong, but let us see. It should give this sort of a result, like 3 zeros and 2 ones. It may look different, but if it gives 3 zeros and 2 ones, yeah. So this is correct. So it should either give 3 zeros and 2 ones or 3 ones and 2 zeros so that the partition looks similar, right? So this is correct. Let's look at the resulting distribution. And let's visualize the best cut. So based on the maximum probability bit string we get, or the best solution we've obtained, we'll just look at the cut. So this is the answer that was there originally. We need to get something similar. Oh, we got the same answer. So it did work. So let's also get the value of the cut. Okay, it is coming out to be 4. That is fine. So we have done this end to end. Any questions? Any other questions? Okay. Sorry. Okay, thank you everyone. I wish I'd like it had been a little bit better, but yeah, let's see in future if we can discuss this in more detail. Thank you everyone.
Thank you, Janani ma'am. Your session taking us into the IBM Real Quantum platform, which almost all the participants, including me, very eagerly waiting for. Thank you very much. I request all the delegates to give a big round of applause for Janani ma'am, especially she had a great job done during panel discussion by answering almost many questions. Please give a big round of applause. Thank you. I take a pleasure to invite our next distinguished speaker, Mr. Naga Srinivas, Post-Laureate Technology Leader, AML and Business Expert, Canada. Mr. Srinivas is accomplished technology leader with 15 years of global experience in product management, artificial intelligence, machine learning, and business strategy across leading multinational organizations. He currently serves as Director of Data, Business Intelligence, and AI at Flavor Cloud, USA, where he leads the development of AI native products, driving innovation in global cross-border commerce. Prior to this, he held leadership roles at SSENF Canada, where he spearheaded AI pricing, taxation, and business intelligence initiatives, and at Amazon UK and Amazon France, delivering impactful product innovations in e-commerce and machine learning. He began his careers with LG Electronics, South Korea, and Somtel Color Limited, India. Mr. Srinivas holds an MBA from ESSEC Business School with an exchange program at the Kellogg School of Management and a bachelor's degree in mechanical engineering from NIT Warangal. He has also completed executive programs from MIT and Harvard and is a PMI certified project management professional. Please join me in extending a warm welcome to Mr. Srinivas, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, the session is taken by Srinivas, sir. Thank you.
Thank you for the introduction. I hope everyone could hear me. Am I audible for everyone? Could someone confirm that I'm audible? Hello?
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Oh, perfect. Thank you. First of all, I want to say thanks to the CBIT Institute and the professors who gave me this opportunity today. And I'm really glad to share the dais with some of the distinguished speakers here today and to be in front of some very curious audience here today. Today, before I start, I will share my screens, please. I hope all of you could see my screen.
Yes, sir.
Perfect. So what I will talk about in today's session is not really about quantum like physics, but as Janani Madam was talking about, useful quantum computing. So I'll be talking about how we could reimagine cross-border trade and potential use case for quantum computing today. Before I start, just expectation setting here. My area of expertise is in AI and decision intelligence. I'm not a quantum physicist. So what we will be taking away from today's session is an insider view of what happens in a global e-commerce platform. In fact, it has some of the most complex optimization problem in this domain. We will explore that. We will explore how quantum computing could be a good fit in this context, where AI is already doing a heavy lifting, but quantum computing could be a good fit as well in the future to come. So before I start, I would start with a story. Hope most of you might have done in the recent past. I hope you might have ordered something online in the recent past. I hope many of you might have done that. I think what I want us to imagine is, let us say there is a customer sitting in Toronto City in Canada, placing an order for laptop from Germany. Customer sees that buy button, and let us try to imagine what happens behind that buy button. Can you make a guess? What could be those steps that the customer, or when the customer places the buy, what happens behind the scenes? So my area of expertise lies within that e-commerce platform, technology, AI, and decision optimization. So what happens behind that buy button? Let me pause for a minute, for a second there, to imagine what could happen. Let me unpack it for the audience here. Many things happens behind this buy button. It starts with understanding what is the order, what is the product, whether we have inventory for the particular product, from which warehouse we should be fulfilling that particular order, and following what schedule I should be dispatching the particular order from the warehouse, which carrier I need to select, what service level I need to offer to meet the customer promise, what is the data that I need to gather, whether it could be product data or it could be shipments data, so that I can validate the customs validations, prepare the customs documentations, calculate what should be the shipping cost, duties, taxes, and fees that should be applied so that the order could be delivered at the doorstep of the customer, including the last mile delivery. All these things happen behind this buy button. What I mean to say is, customer makes one decision, hundreds of business decisions happen behind that buy button. And it is a complex optimization problem that we are talking about. Let's dive deeper into this. Now that we understood what happens behind that, let us understand what is the intelligence behind that is being used in the current context, leveraging AI. As you can see here, if we are like, my work pretty much like is in the intersection of this e-commerce technology and AI, and I have been in this e-commerce domain for 15 years now. I have seen how things evolved over the years. It started with simple rules, graduated to applying machine learning algorithms, and in the recent past, generative AI has been taking center stage, and it is being applied across the board in the order life cycle. It could start with data quality assessment. That means if when a product is being created, AI could be used to assess what are the necessary attributes that we need to, one, make a sale, to drive traffic, to be compliant. For example, for compliance purposes, we need something called material composition. So AI can identify what are those missing attributes. It doesn't stop there. It can also help us in enriching the catalog using the images or the product URLs. All these things will help AI to understand the product better. Once the product is understood better, it can be properly classified from a customs perspective. What do I mean by classification here? We are all aware of categorization from a commercial angle, whether it could be clothing products, shoes, jewelry, electronics. We are aware of these categories, but customs doesn't understand the same jargons. they have a different classification or categorization called HS codes, harmonized standard codes. AI is helping us in translating these commercial categories into customs categories. Once the custom categorization is done, we should be in a position to assess the duties that should be applied, taxes to be applied, fees to be applied. It means we will be able to calculate the landed cost, and we can decide on whether we can guarantee the landed cost so that when the customer receives the order, there are no surprises. In the process, AI is also used to ascertain what could be the likelihood of delivering the particular order on time by making right decisions on the carrier selection. All this is good. We finally dispatch the order. The story doesn't end there. Customer could have many questions like, what is the tracking number of my shipment? When it is going to be delivered? Can it be scheduled? If it is getting delayed, what is the reason? Why did you apply a particular tax rate, duty rates? All these things need to be answered. Of course, we could have customer support team answering these questions. That is not efficient enough. We have chatbots explaining. Now with the advent of GPTs, all the knowledge is fed to these GPTs, both internal and external, which could autonomously and reliably answer many of these questions. In case if it could not, the human, by applying human in the loop approach, the question could be diverted to the customer support team to answer the customer questions. Last but not the least, Flavor Cloud, the company I work for, offers shipping, guaranteed landed cost services, and customs clearance as a service to these e-commerce merchants. On the other side, we are integrated with hundreds of carriers to physically move the product from the warehouse location to the customer doorstep. We process millions of shipments on an annual basis, and we have to deal with hundreds of or thousands of invoices on a daily, weekly, on different types of invoices, whether they come in PDF formats or Excel, CSV files, etc. And we need to do the payments for those invoices on time to ensure smoother services. But humanly, it is not feasible to audit all the invoices on a timely basis. So AI also plays a role here to audit the invoices, identify outliers, dispute the invoices where it is needed. So the point I would like to make is AI is already doing the heavy lifting, but let us try to see where quantum computing could fit in. If it is one warehouse and maybe like one carrier, one custom strategy, we can handle it. It's simple using current classical computers. Imagine the number of warehouses increases to 50, number of carriers increases to 200, the custom strategy becomes 100. This is not a small problem. It's a complex problem we are talking, and there are numerous possibilities here, like which warehouse I select, which carrier I select, which inventory I should select, which route I should take, which port I should go through for customs clearance. I should optimize for carbon emissions. I should optimize for delivery promise. So we are now talking about a very complex, massive problem that we have to solve. This is no more a simple logistics problem, but it is a mathematical problem. It is a optimization problem that we are talking here. Now let me take a real world example to illustrate the scale and the complexity of this problem that we are talking about. I will talk about a story which happened recently in the recent past, which is in Canada, there were increased number of car thefts, and they were exported through Montreal port, which is on the eastern side of the Canada, where I'm based out of. The problem is this number of cars that are being stolen and they are exported, and it became such a big problem that in the last elections it captured the headlines. Now let us try to unpack this particular use case, understand what are the type of problems and what technology could be applied here, and what is the complexity and the scale of the problem that we are talking. At the same time, understand the baseline and how the new technologies like quantum computing can do a better job here. Let us take a container that is having a Toyota car in it being exported to Ghana. And we noticed our CBSA, the Canadian Border Security Agency, is having the information that the VIN number, that is vehicle identification number, was altered and it is being exported by a new exporter. Given all these inputs, AI can potentially predict that this is a high risk container, potentially suspicious, worth checking. Then there is another container which has industrial equipment and is being exported by an exporter who has historical trace with the CBSA, and this particular container could be flagged as low risk, potentially not suspicious. And AI could help us predict this thing. However, this is not sufficient. CBSA audits less than 1% of the containers on an annual basis. That's a real constraint. Now the question becomes, which containers, what is the order in which I need to inspect these containers, which officer need to be assigned to inspect, which inspection machine needs to be used, how should I still respect the shipping schedules. I need to finish the inspection before the ship departures so that I don't cause any shipment delays. So what we really need is, what is the best inspection plan that I could follow that could help me to optimize. So we are really talking about optimization of the decisions here. Now let's have a baseline for this use case here. In 2023, your CBSA was processing around 1.7 million containers on an annual basis, and they were auditing around less than 1% of these containers, and they were able to recover 1,200 cars in a year. That was not sufficient. It grabbed the headlines, and the government decided to invest 28 million Canadian dollars to mitigate this problem. Good news, it helped. It helped double the recovery rate of the cars. That's great. But the question here is, can we do better? Better optimizing for the constraints of Canadian Customs border, which is 1% inspection limits, respecting the shipping schedules, optimizing for the cost, optimizing for the time of the officers. Now we are talking about a complex problem. So what I would end here is, in this slide is, prediction tells us what is likely, optimization tells us what to do here. Now that we understood the complexity of the problem here, let us explore the scale of the problem here. If we are having 5 containers and 5 inspection machines, we are talking about 120 possible schedule plans or orderings. And if we are talking about 10 containers and 10 inspection machines, we are talking about 3.6 million possibilities or orderings here. And if it is 15 containers and 15 inspection machines, we are talking about 1.3 possible schedules. And with 20, it can become 2.4 and 10 power 18. This is massive problem that we are talking about. So we are talking about solving a complex problem at scale. That's where I think quantum computing could be a good fit. I think this goes back to Janani Madam's point, the useful computing. This could be one of the useful case that quantum computing can solve in the future to come. Now let us go into the year 2035, how quantum trade engine could change the global trade. So let us imagine the same customer placing an order. All the possibilities are evaluated by this quantum trade engine, which carrier, which warehouse, taking into considerations traffic, weather, carbon emissions, last mile delivery, customs, all those things, all the possible cases and constraints like on-time delivery and in full, optimizing for the cost, optimizing for entry filing accuracy rates, and carbon emission reductions. Taking all this into consideration, this quantum trade engine could give us one optimal outcome and in seconds. That'd be a wonderland. So that's what we could be achieving with having quantum computing into this problem solving here. Just one point here, the numbers that are shown here are for illustration purposes. They are not really a forecast or measured results. They are directional. So now that we understood what quantum trade engine could do in the future to come, let us understand what could be the potential architecture that could help deliver that vision of quantum trade engine. It could have 5 layers, starting with the first one, which is the business layer, where we could be gathering a lot of data, whether it could be product data, shipments data, customer data, market data, or it could be customs data. So gather all the data, whether it could be internal to the company or external. Feed it into the AI layer that could help us understand what is the product about, what kind of compliance rules could be applied, what kind of compliance attributes that are missing, how could I enrich them, etc. All these things could be done in this AI layer. Then comes demand forecasting. How could I better plan for my resources, my inventory? All that starts with better forecasting the demand. That could be also achieved using AI. Then risk prediction. Risk could be here compliance risk, risk of missing the delivery promise, etc. So where AI layer could help. Then predicting when a particular order could be delivered. And precision matters in the future to come. We have been talking about 10 minutes delivery timelines in India right now with Zepto kind of service providers. So this accurate prediction becomes a big thing in the future to come, where AI can play a role there. And lastly, customs intelligence, which trade agreements need to be applied, which tariffs to be applied, what could be the restrictions on the products. All those things could be assessed in this AI layer, and that feeds into the optimization layer, which weighs in different objectives, constraints, and trades trade-offs. Objectives could be optimizing for the cost, optimizing for on-time delivery and in full rates, optimizing for entry filling rate accuracy, optimizing for carbon emissions, so on and so forth. And constraints could be, as I was talking before, it could be physical space constraints, it could be the number of the capacity constraints, like I was mentioning before, the customs, they could only inspect 1% of the containers. So respecting those constraints. And last but not the least, the trade-offs. For example, in case of Zepto, when we are talking about 10 minutes delivery times, there could be a trade-off between speed and cost, speed and availability, so on and so forth. So considering all that trade-offs, the optimization layer could help in deciding what is the optimal solution that we should go with. In here, optimization layer can leverage different types of computational solutions. What we are looking at is maybe like we will have classical solvers still be there, supplemented by the quantum computing solvers that could help us solve some of the complex, massive problems. But the point still remains, even it is relevant for AI right now, is when should we apply what technology? So that decision is quite important. Even like yesterday when I was talking to my team members, we were discussing about potentially using AI. Of course, the question came up, should I really use AI here? Or should I simply write a Python script to get the same results? The same thing, same question we need to put here. When should I use classical solvers? When should I use quantum solvers? I think that decision, once it is made, respective the solution could be used to deliver the computational power that is needed to optimize. The final outcome is an optimal decision here. Of course, delivered with confidence, that's very important. Yeah. So that could be the potential architecture that we could envision. But more specifically, when it comes to customs compliance, there are a few other aspects that are relevant so that we could implement new technologies like quantum computing. Those are, of course, first one is related to the decision confidence or accuracy, you could say it. Second is auditability. We should be able to audit the decisions that are recommended even few years down the time. Traceability, what are the inputs that are being considered to make the decision? We should be able to clearly explain that. Performance, it's very important. We respect the time. As I was telling before, the customs need to respect the shipment schedules. So performance matters. Last but not the least, reliability also matters to gain the trust of the authorities. So these are the other requirements that needs to be kept in mind if you're talking about customs. So
thank you, Ande Srinivas Garu. We have 1 minute more if you need. Otherwise, we can conclude it.
Yes, I will take 1 more minute and I will conclude, sir.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So 5 ideas to take away for today. 1, AI predicts, optimization decides, customer value comes before technology, and with emerging computations, it could, or we could expand what is possible. And the biggest opportunity exists at the intersection of research and real world problems. So those could be the 5 ideas we could take away from today's session here. Lastly, I will end with every package begins with a customer. Every shipment is a decision. The future belongs to those who make billions of better decisions. And with AI, optimization, and emerging computation, may help us get there. Thank you all.
Thank you, Ande Srinivas Garu. It's been a wonderful session. Audience are clapping for you. Everybody is clapping for you. Thank you so much. You have really brought in a real life problem application of AI and quantum to the shipping case study. We have learned so many things of optimization of the time, optimization of the cost, meeting the customer schedules, and retaining the customer confidence. Thank you so much, so much. Instead of a theory, it's been a real ground level application of AI and quantum. We are so grateful to you and compliments to you for all your success in Canada. God bless you and achieve more and more. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for the opportunity.
Next announcement.
Dear delegates, we will have a tea break for 10 minutes. I kindly request you to be back in sharp 10 minutes. Next session is from Mr. Sandeep PV, Quantum Ready, founder and CEO of Quantum Ready, USA. See you back in 10 minutes. Okay, we'll start in 5 minutes. We'll start 5 minutes. We'll start. Make something keep going.
Hello, change number. Whenever I'm able to feel set up to different time to time, so much connected. Time on it is right. Right. We have a certification course planning from IIT and like Pentagola. So definitely then there is the full page then group much the solution. And then they posting the same certification course. They will be getting professional some next issues are with these great they don't make announcement of something else. Whatever
That's okay. Yeah, but I. Please be seated, sir. Hope you had good panel discussion.
I just came up.
Panel chala fight mode live on the YouTube live.
I will see that.
Ma'am is Nagachetri. Post and change. Dear delegates, we request you to kindly resume back for the next session. Next session is by Mr. Sandeep sir, followed by Srinivas sir. Thank you all for your patience. Meantime, I just want to make announcement of this. We have registrations from places Karnataka, Pune, Hyderabad, more from AP. In that, there are many companies have registered, colleges, universities. I just want to accomplish some top. It's not that all are equal, but there are some top companies coming from us. Executive Director, Srivensi Technologies. We have from Accenture, Capgemini. We have from Cyber Privilege, QPass Next Generation Technologies Private Limited. We have from ServiceNow, Lloyds Banking, Apex, Planks Consultancy, M-Scale, Geetham University, Anurag University, Atria College of Engineering, Bengaluru, Narayanama Institute of Technology, Vasireddy, Geetanjali, our distinguished CBIT colleagues, Sego Automobile Solutions Private Limited, Geetham University, TKR Engineering College, Pondicherry University from Pondicherry, Beacon Technologies, Capgemini, KITS Varangal. We have got many registrations from KIT Varangal, SI University, Optical Labs, Aditya University, Imperial College, London from UK. I just want you to give a big round of applause, guys. Thank you. Then we have from Kids Warangal, CBIT Kids, Vardhaman College, RCLR Mittal, Evernorth Kids W, G. Narayanamma, Vardhaman, Bojreti Engineering College, Sasi Institute, BITS Pilani, Mahindra University, Srinidhi, Infovision, Capgemini, Mahindra University, Ayotantra Technologies, Allen Secunderabad, PRX Global Consultancy, Vardhaman College, Lord's Institute of Engineering, Cognibos, TRR Engineering, JBIT, DPS, IT. I just want to thank Dr. Naga Chaitanya Kosanam, Tri-Contour Lab, sir, for joining us in this today for the afternoon session. And even I would like to thank IT&C Department, Government of Telangana, Satish Reddy Garu, Yamuna Dharmaji, Manjula for joining us today. Saurabh sir from Capgemini. And we have one more registration, T. Anusha from Capgemini, University of Hyderabad, Professor Ashok Uday Yadagiri, Keshav Memorial College, National Remote Sensing Center, ISRO, Lakshmi Narsimharao Garu. Thank you, sir, for joining all us today. Hope I have covered almost all. Sorry if I have missed any of the delegates. So let us begin for the next session. Next session is Mr. Sandeep PV. Mr. Sandeep PV is founder and CEO of Quantum Ready USA. Sandeep PV is a distinguished technology leader and the founder and CEO of Quantum Ready. He specializes in quantum computing, AI, entrepreneurs, architecture, cloud platforms, and data governance. With extensive experience in digital technology transformation, he helps organizations build secure, scalable, and future-ready technology ecosystems. His expertise spans quantum-ready entrepreneurs, AI-driven business transformation, lakehouse architecture, cloud modernization, enterprise data platforms, and post-quantum cryptography preparedness. As a keynote speaker, Sandeep shares practical insights on adopting emerging technologies while ensuring governance, security, and sustainable innovation. Quantum algorithm engineer at IBM Innovation. I request Mr. Sandeep PV to please share his invaluable session.
Thank you so much, Dr. Santoshi. Evening, everyone. I hope you can hear me okay.
Yes, Sandeep, you're audible to us. You're audible. Please continue.
Let me know once you can see my screen. Do you see my screen okay, ma'am?
Yes, sir, your presentation is clear. Please continue.
Perfect.
Your screen is
All right.
visible.
Thank you, everyone. As Dr. Santoshi said, mentioned about me, and I'm Sandeep PV. I'm the founder of Quantum Ready. At Quantum Ready, we provide three main services. Primarily, the first one is a flagship product called Quantum Ready Control Tower that helps, businesses understand where they are in their current state journey and give them a readiness score, which is followed by a roadmap of an executable action items within 18 to 24 months. The second service is the Quantum Ready Minds, and the third service is where we provide consulting services, as for all the PQC readiness. I know the entire day session, you've been hearing about a lot of quantum. So, and I know this is the last session, so I've added few polls, to make it interactive. So I would appreciate, if you can participate in the polls. What do we see, as a translation, right? So when we started looking at, what is the current state with AI, and more importantly, if we have to build the future, what does it mean, for us to do this, right? So when we start thinking of quantum, typically, it is always thought about you need to have a lot of physics background, you need to come from heavy math background. But then when you start looking at it from a reality, it makes sense, to understand physics. It is much needed and appreciated if you know math. But then, there are lots of other jobs that are revolving around the actual usage of quantum. So that's where when we start looking at. I'm sorry, was there a question? Am I still audible, ma'am?
He was worried about the noise which is hearing, so he was unable to project. I appeal to the audience to be calm and quiet. If they get
Yes, sir,
Am I
you're
audible?
audible.
Yes, sir,
Okay,
your
thank you.
your presentation is visible.
Oh, perfect. Perfect. All right. Okay, perfect. So let's go to poll number one. So if you can, all you have to do is just scan the QR code on your phone, and you can just think, what is the first word that comes to your mind when you think of quantum? And you've been having some wonderful sessions, throughout the day. Superpower. Complex. Spooky action at a distance. That's a good one. My bad. I didn't realize my video was off. Speed, quantum mechanics, new state, optical tweezers. That's something new. Very far off into the future. That's true. Excited, complex, security. I think one thing, right, when we were talking about AI and when we were thinking of AI, the last probably the last 5, 8 years, AI was always, meant for something to enrich our current state. So it was always the art of the possible with AI. When quantum came in, we started off quantum with a fear, the fear of post-quantum cryptography, a fear of, quantum computing being powerful enough to break our RSA encryption. So I think, that the mindset was a little different, but then the kind of use cases, and I'm sure, you've been exposed to a few of them, throughout these sessions, the possibilities are endless, with quantum. And my biggest hedge is, wherever we are doing AI today, we will be able to do quantum tomorrow. That's good. Thank you, for the wonderful engagement. Now let's get back. I know I have like 20 or 25 minutes, so I'll try to breeze through the slides. And there are a couple more activities, that we will come back to. All right. Back to my slideshow. So now, knowing or having a good understanding of what quantum is, why does it matter for the future? So why should anyone learn quantum, and more importantly, why are we all here in this room, right? So when we start looking at what are the four major factors, right? Number one, I would start off with the last point, which is your stack already matters. All the fundamentals that you are learning today, the foundational knowledge around computer science, your data structures, your algorithms, they still hold good, right? Those will form the basis of your learning into the future. All you're doing is you're just expanding your algorithm number count into quantum safe algorithms. And there are a few algorithms that are already published, already being used. The way how you design and build systems, that is not changing. And more importantly, when you start looking at what are the things that you have to integrate into your existing stack to make it quantum ready. So all the foundational aspects that you're learning will remain the same, and quantum is built on top of your existing knowledge stack. The talent gap, this is one of the primary driving factors. There, what we anticipate right now, the challenge with AI, we see or foresee similar problems with quantum. The next 3 to 5 years, we will all be in the market outside, asking for quantum engineers, quantum error correction engineers, quantum architects, and more importantly, quantum strategists. So there are lots of different roles that we foresee, there will be a heavy talent gap in. As we discussed in the first slide, quantum is much bigger than physics. When you start thinking of quantum and making it a usable quantum, now you're talking about engineers, researchers, the whole DevOps pipeline, and how you build an end-to-end product, right? And what about the classical computing? Classical computing, as we know in current state, has limits. So at what point do we actually, migrate over from a classical into a quantum? Meaning, at what point do I migrate from my GPUs to a QPU or a quantum processing unit? Right? The use cases or the industries, where we see this will definitely grow and make a lot of value, right? Definitely, first one is finance, all the banking sectors. And I know in India also, we are pursuing 2030 as a Q day. Mr. President Trump here, he just signed an executive order couple weeks back where from 2035 he made quantum mandate to 2030. So by 2030, you will hear a lot of countries, India, Australia, New Zealand, the entire UAE or the MENA space, US, Canada, they all want to be quantum ready by 2030. So have that date in your mind so you can know that, between now and 2030, there will be a lot of discussions and, you will be exposed to a lot of different conversations. Materials, logistics, I think this is one of the best use cases, and logistics is something close to my heart. That is how I got into quantum. Definitely AML, anything with pharma, drug discovery. So as you can see here, right, there are a lot of different facets, different lines of businesses that you can actually be part of and start implementing quantum. And again, none of these are brand new. None of these are brand.
Sir, after the good discovery, if that's not so big.
Hello? I'm still audible. Am I still audible? All right. So think there are probably in a couple of slides that I would want you to remember. And again, I'll slide these, share the slide deck so that you can have it handy. When you start looking at what is everything from a quantum standpoint, right? Some of the core ideas to remember. And I know you've already been exposed to most of these quantum gates, coherence, what is noise, what does it mean by quantum error correction, entanglement, superposition, all these things you are already aware of. I think this will form the basis of your knowledge, and then on top of this, you'll start implementing some cool gate stuff and start doing some hands-on. Let's come to pole 2. Okay, so pole 2. So pole 2 here talks about encryption and primarily around security, right? So I know, as we discussed earlier, quantum started off as a threat. Quantum started off one of the most common terms that we use in quantum is harvest now, decrypt later, right? So what does that mean? It means, I can collect all the data that I can get hold of. Think of all the hacking that's going on, right? At this point, I don't have a way to break the RSA encryption. So even if I steal your hard drive, your hard disks, there's not a lot that I could do, right? But in the future, the expectation is the quantum computer is powerful enough to break the encryption, right? So that is the fundamental driver, if you may, that is leading towards post-quantum cryptography, right? The harvest now, decrypt later. So in this part, I would want to see how much are you aware of post-quantum cryptography and encryption and the possibilities with quantum? Also think of it the other way, right? This also gives us an opportunity to start working on some very cool algorithms, when it comes to encryption. And there is a lot of demand for this. Still processing, a lot already heard about it vaguely. Let's give a couple more, 2 more seconds and see if we get any additional responses. Fresh. Still processing. I think that's foundational. So we want to make sure when you start thinking of quantum, if you are if you are interested in the cybersecurity space, this is definitely one part that I would encourage you to explore. All right, I'll keep this open. I can have send your votes, whenever you get a chance. Let me get back to the slideshow and be considerate of the time. I know this is the last session for the day. So, how do you think of quantum, right? How do you think of in an enterprise setup? How do we have these conversations, right? So, one of the easiest way or how I reach to my board was around the same lines where whatever we are doing today will continue to exist. I still have my CPUs, my data processing, that's running on CPUs. I still use the occasional GPUs, for my heavy machine learning activities. And on top of this, now, we will have a QPU, right? So there will be a narrow class of hard problems that I would want to solve using a quantum computer. So what does that mean, right? My application stack still looks normal. Whatever I'm doing currently today, it will coexist, right? It will continue my data, that is actually, being processed throughout my pipeline will stay similar. There are some tweaks, that we do as part of the quantum AI architecture, but more or less, you can imagine you are building a lakehouse architecture. So all your data and the familiar systems are still intact. Once it is there for that one specific challenge or a problem or a hard complex issue that you'd want to solve, now you will call a quantum service. So for this quantum service, again, why? Because of the computational advantage. So that's all right. Think of quantum like a GPU for a narrow class of your hard problems. We will continue to use we will continue to use your classical CPUs and the GPUs, and then you will have your quantum processing unit. So that's where the how we see the future is hybrid. To really have a pure quantum computer, it might take a long time, for us to get there, and it is not financially possible, to have a commercial pure quantum computer that can run on its own. So, how do we integrate this, right? Now we understood, where do we need quantum? How do we fit quantum in? These are the three technical approaches, that we follow to see how do we actually integrate quantum. And when you say integrate quantum, again, this is I already have my existing stack, I already have my existing data layer, and on top, and I'm integrating with quantum. The closest is the quantum microservice layer, where at the end, once I realize I have processed all my data using my GPUs, and then at this point, I can now make a call to a quantum computer, just like an API call, and then I get my data back in. Async job pipeline. This is right now the most common way of using things, because again, right, quantum is always time boxed. We will always get, even when we work with IBM, and there is a specific set of time and the number of jobs that you can actually run. So you can imagine it's an async job, we make a request, it is in the pipeline, and whenever there is availability, the job gets processed and we get back the information. The last one is the variational loop. Variational loop is where we use an optimizer, and mostly try to understand at what point can I actually or should I actually make the decision to go quantum. So these are the three integration patterns, right? In this slide, we'll talk about what are the different roles and skills, that we see and we need, for the future workforce, right? Primarily, I've highlighted three, but I didn't call out anything, from cybersecurity, because, it is understood that if you are in the cybersecurity space, it is mandatory for you to know about quantum, PQC, the harvest node decryption. So here, as you can see, these are three fundamental roles, that we will be hiring soon. If we are not actually hiring, these are the three roles, that, we are all looking for. Software engineers, to integrate quantum, we need good hands-on engineers, to build hybrid services, writing tests, the whole CI/CD pipeline. Again, this is something standard, that we do in traditional or classical computing too. ML data engineers, my biggest hedge being anything that you're doing with AI today, tomorrow we will be able to use quantum on that. So the optimizations, your model building, your testing, synthetic data creation, all of these things, in fact, even NLP stuff, right? One of the two research cases that I am continuing to work on is what we call QNLP. So in QNLP, the challenge right now with AI is, AI needs a lot of data. And now, as you can see, not all companies have a lot of data. Not all companies have a lot of good data for AI. So that's where, QNLP is coming in, where even if I have less data, but I know it is good, I still should be able to, run some good, quality AI/ML algorithms on top of that. The last one is the architect. In the future, as you know, vibe coding will continue to exist and it will only expand. So what we need are good architects who can help build strategy and have a good understanding of a product knowledge. So these are the three primary roles, that I'm actually looking for, and my peers within the quantum space are looking for. We'll come back to poll three. We If I'm a student right now, I was thinking, so what should be my journey, right, in the next 1 year, in the next 6 to 12 months, what can I do to be quantum ready? So the very first step, and I've highlighted here, from the first 3 months, I want to learn. There are a lot of resources. I know CBIT has, a ton of good resources, within your own curriculum. Study the standards. There are those kind of standards, that are published, that are available. They vary from country to country, but then the core just still remains the same, right? The first 3 months, it is all about learning. The next 3 months is, I would like to use it to build, right? Running algorithms, simulators. Today, in the current state, of course, it is good to get hold of a real quantum computer, but then simulation is the way to go. Simulation is one way, for us to show, or at least from a proof of concept. So whatever, that you have learned, you should be able to run simulations, using Qiskit or Cirq. Very popular tools, and I know you already had a session on that. GitHub projects. Um, Contribution to GitHub projects is, I would say, now even more critical. I know with this all this vibe coding, there's a theme around, no one needs to learn how to code. Everything is done, through chat, blah blah blah. But then when we start looking at profiles, that we'd want to shortlist, definitely, being hands-on, and GitHub is the de facto place, where we would like to check what kind of work have you actually done. The last 3 months, to share the work, making sure, you are able to present this in forums like these, come up with, different panel discussions, internal collaboration sessions, and that. Where do we see universities fit in, right? So as you can see to the right, at Quantum Ready, we work with a lot of different universities, primarily, around curriculum exposure. In curriculum exposure, we want to make sure, you are actually being trained on what we really use quantum for in enterprises. So curriculum exposure, hands-on labs, making sure, you are getting your hands-on. Research collaboration, this talks about, white papers, talking about, how quantum is actually useful, and mostly, research. Last but not the least is the industry partnerships. Now let me go to poll. All right. So next poll, let's do this one. How am I doing with time? All right. In this poll, we'd like to say, if you have the coolest quantum superpower, what is it, that we'd like to build tomorrow? Code quantum algorithms, build quantum hardware. Quantum hardware definitely, is, I would say, very fancy right now. I think, coming from electrical background, playing with the circuits, it's definitely, exciting, to be part of, going back to the lab, putting your things on, and then start working on tabs. Code quantum algorithms. Let's give 30 more seconds to see, if we have any other poll. All right, so build quantum AI models. So hardware and AI models, definitely. I think that's, if I'm an intern, if I'm starting right now, I think definitely those two areas are very much in demand, and they will be in demand. So we are building the future here. It only makes sense enough for us to start looking at what are the small steps that I can do today that can be impactful tomorrow. So definitely. All right. Let me go back. I think I just have a couple more slides and we should be good here. So offline activity. Right? These are the three challenges, that I usually pose. And I think, this is something that will give you hands-on experience with both the hardware. When I say hardware, primarily simulations, right? So simulations plus, I would say, a good amount or a decent amount of exposure to quantum AI. So I would definitely encourage you to look at these three again. I think these are the foundational use cases based on all the different hackathons that we conducted. These three are probably the top sellers, right? So the first one is Smart Bus Campus. CBIT, you have a lot of different buses, so come up with the best optimized route. This one, anything around logistics, is close to my heart. That's how I got into quantum. So what we call here is the traveling salesman problem. So in fact, I have a very cool visual around how does quantum actually run simulations, which we'll see shortly. And quantum assisted jobs for scheduling. As you know, tomorrow CBIT will get access to a quantum computer, right? It doesn't mean we will be able to run it 24/7. So now how do you come up with a better optimizer? So in that way, at what time can you actually call to get the best for your dollar. The last one, of course, post quantum safe login. Build a simple website, try to play with the quantum keys, the kind of certificates that it actually generates, where to store, how do you retrieve it, how do you rotate those keys, all those things. So I think these three makes very good use cases, and it looks good on your resume too. Let's show a simulation example, right? I think that's one thing that I like to see. So
in a normal search, our agent tries to search every path randomly to reach the destination, and we cannot claim that the path we find is the shortest until we visit the entire search space. However, with quantum search, you start with one agent, but whenever the agent encounters multiple paths, we send one agent to each new path. This allows us to search more quickly. The twist in this situation is that all those agents you see on the screen are just one single agent in multiple places. This phenomenon is known as quantum superposition. At the end, when we find the solution, all the other agents disappear, and the real existence of the agent is at the destination. It's strange, but that's how quantum computers are going to work. When we compare agents, we can see that quantum computers can easily win. Even with an increase in problem size, the complexity of the problem for a quantum computer will be linear.
So as you see here, right? So the way how we can actually start thinking of quantum, and the way how quantum works really helps us simulate things faster. So that's where I'm going with this, right? So when we start looking at my existing models, my AI models, the kind of output that it generates, I am able to now start using quantum to simulate things faster. I think that is pretty much the end of what I'm planning to present in this 20 minutes. Thank you everyone for taking time. And I've been to a couple of the different sessions. It was a great day and an honor to be here with everyone and sharing what we do at Quantum Ready. Let's go build the future. Thank you so much.
Speaker.
Oh, yes. Please continue. Here, no, continue, then I will. What system set down?
Mr. Srinivas, sir, I would like to extend from Canada a warm virtual felicitation to our respected speaker, Mr. Srinivas, sir. Thank you to both the speakers for their valuable sessions. Now, the last session for today's National Quantum Summit. It is my privilege to introduce Professor Srinivas, sir, Professor of IISc Bangalore. Dr. Srinivas, sir, is a professor in the Department of ECE at IISc Bangalore. He holds a BSc in Physics from New Science College, Hyderabad, and ME and PhD from IISc. His research focuses on optical communications and photonics integrated circuits. He has published over 150 research papers, guided 42 PhD scholars, and has held several leadership roles, including chair of the IEEE Bangalore Session 2024, chair of the IEEE Photonics Society and Communication Society, Bangalore chapter, chairman of GATE IISc Zone 2010 to 13, and member of the National Board of Accreditation MBA. Today's lecture on quantum photonics will provide valuable insights to one of the most exciting frontiers of quantum science. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Professor Srinivas sir to deliver his speech.
Disconnect chestara. What about sir? I'm very happy to come to your college. So before the talk, I would like to give you some tips. Then we'll go to the talk, about 10 minutes or something like that. Other thing, you need not listen very well, because a lot of discussion has already gone in. So the first tip I would like to say, if you want to learn quantum computing, what will you do? The first, he also has put a poll in the beginning, is it not? If you want to learn quantum computing, what do you do? What is the easiest way that we should do? Some more. Still easier technique is there. I will, of course, this is a typical thing that lecturers and people ask in the class, and then they will give the answer. So you simply type in ChatGPT. Please give some one-page information about quantum computing. It will give. You will read. That is very quite authentic information. They will compare with and so on, and you can learn. Okay. Then, next important question that you will ask, that itself will give, even without asking. Suggest some books to learn quantum computing. Okay. You can do that easily. Even now, when you are, point is not necessary for me, generally, unless I give some animations, and I'm not telling you anything systematically today. It's not like a class or very rigorous lecture. This method, what I'm trying to say, will definitely work. So you type, suggest some important books on quantum computing. I hope many would have attended a lot of FDPs also already. So did you do that exercise? I would like to know the most common book on quantum computing is Nielsen and Chang, Quantum Information and Quantum Computing. Have you seen that book? Okay, you should do that. In fact, there is another important use of this exercise, that book. Suppose you want to introduce quantum communication and quantum computing in your college, in your BTech students. What do you do? Many lecturers and the college level also, this exercise is needed. Once again, of course, you have to moderate later on. After you get the information from ChatGPT, you simply don't accept. You will write them separately, go to the book and see what is. You see, I know, suppose you want to frame a syllabus for quantum computing. What do? You take some standard books, check what all is covered, and then make your syllabus.
is it not? So there are some more books that will give, or I'll show you. For example, Dancing with Qubits, another important book. Then more rigorous books are there, and so on. So I hope your college will also try to introduce a course on quantum. First of all, I will ask the principal, do you have, or in your EC department or computer science department, do you have an elective course? Okay, so you should introduce, because this is, so you see everyone is interested. We should definitely introduce at least elective level. Okay, then we'll go deeper. I'll show you some you ask. See, book is a good thing. Someone will write that quantum computing, Nielsen and Chang's book about 2010 or something like that. We are talking about quantum computing only now, not in 2010. At that time itself, all this essential information is there in that book. What is there now? What has changed? Is it not? We are discussing, so you see that I don't want to touch your AI and some of all this QS kit and all that. These are necessary, important, and all those things you have recognized. You will put it in your current perspective in your mind later on. So what is happening recently in quantum computing? You want to know. So where will you look for? ChatGPT will give. Once again, you ask, suggest recent papers and books, current literature, you call it. Most of you people who have done current literature survey, is it not, for your PhD, etc. So the latest information you want to know. So it will give you some papers, what you should read, latest ones, even some fundamental ones also. So those papers you should know. So after going home, I will show you these just now. You please go through them. Okay? In the next few minutes, I will flash them on the screen. Then we'll go to these lectures. Importance of photonics and all, so many things. Of course, very short time will be there, but I'll come back again many times, whenever you want. We'll have a more rigorous, more mathematical discussion, talk and all that. Okay, I'll show you just, if you are not familiar, you take it. If you already know, no need to worry. And of course, I would like to show you some little bit of work that our students have done also, just for your information. All other information is available easily. My slides also, you can take it. So we'll go to, I will not go to ChatGPT, but I'll go to certain books and papers. So first is Nielsen Chang. I don't know where it is. Anyone has seen that book? I should go to, actually I have an ebook bought on Amazon, about 850 rupees or something like that. You can buy it also if you are interested long-term in quantum. So I hope. Okay, I will directly use, I have to use chat. A network, I will need little bit. Without network nowadays we are crippled. Actually, your CVIT network will be there in my computer. Okay, my series, sir. CDC net. So, I typed it. Connected. What is this? Yes. Correct. Not download, it's a commercial book, not, you see, it's a cracked version or anything. Okay. Hmm? No, but some, it's not. Yeah, actually, I had a soft copy of this. Dancing with Qubits, I have actually somewhere. No, just to show you only then, right now, only cover page. Where is that? Oh, some storage. Hmm? Nielsen, NAL, this one correct. Chang, this one. Okay. Everyone has seen this book, even if you're not. Okay, there are some more. Okay, I will not show everything. Then we'll go to some papers. So these are the first papers that we start with. ChatGPT also may give them, but we have done our independent search. There is another important thing that we should know. It is mixed up with, there's something wrong. I think I should go back to my drive only. Okay, this is one very easy paper that you should read. This quantum communication is explained for communication engineers. Hope someone has read this. See, normally, just before this ChatGPT and Gemini, etc., what were we doing to learn information? Generally, we were typing in Google. Then that is actually, Google is not fully authentic information. There's a lot of deep information available there. Some surface it will give you. It's not like an expert. Suppose you catch hold of some expert who has already studied all this. He will give you the correct information than Google. Okay. Before that, what we used to do, you go to some library and check up some, what is that called? Encyclopedia. McGraw-Hill Encyclopedia of Science and Technology. And then see what is quantum. Like that. Your searching techniques. Then in the current research parlance, suppose you want to know what is latest happening, then you have to go to some good conference. Suppose you go to a conference on quantum computing or quantum information. Then all these experts will come there. So you will know what is latest happening there. Even if you browse a conference proceedings, I will not do that now, but you will know what are the various latest developments in quantum computing. More than the chat also. See, ChatGPT fellows, what they will do, they will take the conference proceedings and then that they will give you when you ask what is latest happening. Okay. So I hope everyone has understood the technique. First level chat is okay. Then you have to go to more authentic information sources. One of the most authentic source of information on current technology, particularly electrical, electronics, computer science, etc., is the IEEE, Institute of Electrical and Electronics Engineers. Suppose you are interested in quantum, there is what is called a quantum working group in IEEE. Go there. And then all the latest, if you want to, I mean, if you have time, I don't have any time constraint. At the end of the talk also, we can explore that. IEEE Quantum Week. Every 4 months or so, they do that. Once in Canada, once in the US, etc. So that is a very best source of information. In fact, in any subject that you are interested, like solar energy or signal processing, you go to the corresponding conference. Then you will know all the latest people. Okay. Of course, Richard Feynman is not alive now, Otherwise, go and ask him. That is the best, the ultimate expertise. See, they have invented the people. People have discovered, invented. Go there and then ask them. That is better than ChatGPT. So this is one of the important papers. This has come in IEEE Communication magazine, August 2013. This, of course, some of these papers I'll give you for those who are interested. I'll give to the organizers. You can read them. It will take only less than half a day. So one more paper. This is another important, useful paper, which gives technology. See, through this by showing this, I'm little bit explaining my own approach to the problem. Okay, I'm not simply telling you read this, etc. So this is another important paper on quantum computers. In fact, I would like to actually, I didn't make slides from this. This has come in Nature. Nature Reviews 2010. Okay. This is actually, even though you say it's quantum computers, it's not from computer science point of view. If you just browse through this, it will tell you what are the different technologies that have become important. So the most important technologies for quantum computers today, the most common ones, IBM people, what they are showing, are called the superconducting qubit-based quantum computers. Okay, that picture also is there, she has shown in the afternoon. So these work at 4 degrees Kelvin. Earlier, people were talking about superconducting technology for power transmission and all those things. So that has not become practical. Now we don't have anything, not much with superconductors. So the same thing will happen with your IBM qubit, these computers, whatever has happened, they will not be practical. See, we have very good clue. Everyone easily knows why our laptops, cell phones, TVs, they are practical. Why we are using them? Because of VLSI, that is the keyword. Everything has gone onto a chip. So if quantum computer has to become practical, if everyone has to use, it has to go onto a chip. IBM's, your superconducting qubits will not come. We have to invent some other technique where some superconducting phenomena is there in some CMOS circuits, and then it will become practical. This paper contains what are the technologies, ion traps, then photonic qubits. So many technologies are there which are coming up, still not very practical. So this is called technological bottleneck. Whatever algorithms you do, you cannot cross this. People have to develop. It's not there in my slides. See, VLSI is based on silicon. All CMOS circuitry are all silicon. So silicon is very suitable for electronics. You can make PN junctions, transistors, memories, whatever you want, very high density, etc. But this is not an active medium for many devices like lasers, optoelectronics, and so on. So we need active materials for more practical devices like photonic devices. See, maybe I will tell you later on. We are suggesting, or we are hoping, that more futuristic quantum computers will be based on photonics. So for that, silicon is not the useful material. You have to go for 3-5 materials, indium phosphide or gallium aluminum arsenide. And so a lot of gallium nitride is also coming up now. So these are all the materials that come up. And papers are there. Next paper, I'll show you about that. So this paper contains all the technologies. There's a table, for example. This table, if you see, it will show you what are the various parameters, current performance of various qubit states. Is there trapped ions? Is there infrared photons are there? Liquid molecule nucleus spins are there? Gallium arsenide quantum dots are there? These are all the technologies. So benchmark percentage, 1 qubit, 2 qubits, and some reference also he has given. So that is about this paper. Okay. So all these some fabricated things also are there here. Next. I want to go to, so gradually I'm shifting. Later on we'll discuss. One more. I'll show you, because I'm saying photonics. This is a paper, if you are interested to learn photonic quantum technologies. Jeremy O'Brien, they have a book also. They have written a book also. So some basics are all there in this. Lot of, you see, most of these papers, all these papers that I'm showing you, there are references at the end for further information. How many references are there in each of these papers? 100 references are there. If you're writing a paper for your research, you will never quote 100 papers, 10 or 20 or so. Relevant ones. These people say all these are relevant. They will put some bracket and then put all these numbers there. So this is, all these things are there, okay? So at this moment, you can say bulk optics is used. If you want to set up a quantum lab in your college, you should set up a optical based bulk optical bench. You should set up big optical bench. You can buy some several laser single photon sources, detectors, etc. You can set up a bulk optical. That's what is there. If you go to the, I mean, I can say the one of the best places I have seen, PRL Ahmedabad. You go to Professor R.P. Singh's lab, all these things are there. Non-layer optics, everything. They can demonstrate interferometers, splitting of qubits, all those things. So bulk optics, not chip. They will demonstrate. Physical principles are all demonstrated. And many places. I have visited Russian Quantum Center. 4 floors. Ground floor is all your optics labs. 1 floor, their faculty who are working in the subjects. Then 1 floor dedicated to visitors. They have invited all the big scientists from different places like Canada, Europe, and so on. They simply buy them. They give them job there. See, if someone is interested, if you have certain expertise on quantum, simply they will take. That's what they have done earlier. What has happened when Russia collapsed? All these Russian scientists have gone to US. And that enriched there. All this technology has gone there. But infrastructure is there in Russia still. But not much expertise, not much money. Almost like they are more, I mean, except for infrastructure, they are like India only. People are not much there. And also most of the European countries and Japan, etc., they are all aging societies. Young people are not there to take care of all these things. In future, they are dependent on us. In fact, if someone is in IEEE programs, you know that a lot of scholarships and so on are there in Japan. Your students can go there. Just now he was asking me, we want some internships for our students. They'll give you. Then I just, as a professional member, I would like to say, there's a society called IEICE. Just now I was talking about IEEE. IEIC, Institute of Electronics, Information and Communication Engineers. That is almost like IEEE of, see, these are all global, even though we are in India, we don't have any proper societies like that. They have a lot of fellowships, travel grants to attend conferences, all those things are there. Let us go to next topic, next paper. So this paper, I hope you can read, because for academic purpose, you can easily download the papers and read, or in your library. There's nothing, copyright sort of thing, except for we cannot use it commercially. Okay. So just one picture, it just appeared. These are based on some circuits, quantum circuits based on photonic crystals. So such things we can make in our lab. One of our recent works, not quantum work, we did for some classical sensors. We did 4 sensors, then biosensors, and so on in our lab. They are based on these photonic band gap structures or photonic crystals. So in some other lecture, or if someone is interested, please come to Vardhaman College on Monday. I am giving a talk on photonic integrated circuits, not quantum. So I'll show all the photonics part there. Then this paper will close. One more paper I want to show you of interest. Many people, because you people are all interested in AI, I want to show you one AI paper. This is also similar to what you did. I did that. I typed in ChatGPT, suggest a good paper combining AI and your quantum. Then what do I get? This paper. Shen. This is 2026, latest information. You can see IEEE Circuits and Systems magazine. Circuits and systems is a very important society for IEEE or for people because CAS is closer to VLSI. I suppose, I know in your college you have an IEEE student branch and a few chapters like Communication Society, Power and Energy is there, and so on. Robotics, I think, is there. So circuits and systems is important because of VLSI. Like what these IBM people are showing you, all those software tools, etc. More practical, more already usable tools are there, like Cadence and all those things for VLSI. So somewhat similar people only, VLSI people also like TSMC, they can come and give training to your students on all these things. I think they're already giving, I don't know. So this is a paper on quantum artificial intelligence. So I will not browse through this, but you can easily see like your neural networks and all those things are, a lot of information is there in this. Okay, that is that much for this paper. I will not describe further. Actually, originally I thought I'll make a gist. In fact, usually we will put at the end of the seminar. Then one more paper I like. I mean, you need slightly strong dosage, is it not? Not simply some stories. If you really want to challenging for your intelligence, read this paper. This is called quantum Maxwell's equations. I know most of you people, many of our students are afraid of field theory. This is a paper. So this is also actually what it is called, a very nice name he has put for the paper. Quantum Maxwell's equations simplified. So please read this. So a lot of things are there in this. Particularly, I would like to highlight all these curl equations and so on with quantum. You see what? You see, there's one trick that quantum people can do. You take the classical algorithm or equation, you have to translate into quantum domain. How do you do? It's a very interesting question. Without knowing too much of quantum physics and all, you can do that. You replace the classical variables with operators. Suppose there is a velocity in some equation. Replace with velocity operator on the wave function. That I will tell you, maybe if time may not be sufficient, but see, quantum usually, one of the important points is a wave function. So if you operate with a velocity operator, you will get the observable, velocity observable. If you operate on a momentum operator on the same wave function will get from different ways, like Schrodinger's theory or Dirac's theory or matrix mechanics, etc., etc. So that operator on this, that's how observables are defined. In how can you say this is this energy or whatever it is? So you have to do with operators in Hilbert space, complex Hilbert space. Mathematics we are not talking now, but it's a very interesting thing. You just, by looking at it, if someone is, someone likes deeper physics and mathematics, you can easily observe. In fact, Feynman lecture also, it is a very good ornament to keep a set of Feynman's lecture on your table or in your rack. You don't need to do anything. That will be a different show to your room. Okay, let's close this. This is paper on. That's all about what I want to tell you. A lot of things are there. We have a lot of papers are there, which according to your requirement, according to your interest, etc., I can show you. But now I'll close that. And then I want to show you. Do you want, let us go to our seminar or? Okay, first let us go through this. Then we'll, where is my, so these all actually I wanted to, I have made a slides with this, all these papers. If someone wants detailed this thing, I used to show that. Where is that? Technology, no. Hey, what happened to my slides? Okay. Where is actually? Very bad on this. Not this. Recently only I had come for this college, TKR college. But of course I have used old slides, which I gave it in for women's college in Vijayawada. Oh, someone please give me my charger for. Yeah, why it is not showing up? Someone should please give me my. Charger is there, yes. Please ask questions meanwhile. Please ask some questions for discussion while this comes up.
5:30. 5:30. Two very different needs.
Quickly, I'll show you why.
Yeah.
There are two options before you. If you want to finish fast. One is within some 10 minutes or so, I can go through some important slides in that presentation. Alternatively, I know some of you already learnt quantum and so on. We can show you our recent work. Which one do you want? Yeah, let us go to our recent work. Then, toward the end is there, our recent work. I'll show you that first. So these are all the regular stuff about qubits, multiple qubits, quantum gates that I have in my slides. Towards the end is our work. And then some, I suppose many of you thought about what are the troubles and important requirements like scaling and all those things are given by these dimensions of criteria. Then the models for quantum computers, quantum communication links, and then maybe that's too basic. Let me go to, I suppose most of you know BB84 protocol. I think you have to come across BB84 protocol. This is a very highly secure communication mechanism between users. Okay, I have just given a model using optical photons. Then a little one slide on photonics for those who are interested. Then see this is also from that paper. There is one photonic quantum technology paper is there. From that I made some of these slides. So I will show you the work from our lab. This is a work from our lab. Our recent work, the last 10 years or so, we have done on quantum cryptography. Some, like what you people like, some algorithms were translated into quantum form. And then we also shown some implementation strategies for that. Okay. So we have done about 5 theses until now, many MTech fellows, and a couple of them are continuing right now. So I'll show you, these are some of the recent developments. Higher dimensional quantum information. morning, one of the speakers was talking. Instead of only qubits, 2 levels. You see, maybe I did not touch that in the talk. You need not have only 2 states, 0 and 1. Quantum translates into a points on that Bloch sphere, you call, is it not? Bloch sphere is there. All the points on the Bloch sphere are possible quantum states. So there are many possible states that are possible. Like multi-level is not exactly equivalent. Like multi-level communication systems, like you have 4-level, 8-level, etc. So higher dimensional quantum information is called the qubits instead of qubits. D states are there, D1, D2, D3, D4, etc. So that will drastically multiply the quantum, what is that called, computational capability. D power n times. Instead of 2 power n, it is D power n. That's what we have done in recent times. Then more basic level, we are trying to use the modes of optical waveguides as representing the quantum states. Instead of using only polarization, horizontal and vertical polarization, we can have modes of the optical waveguides as representing qubit states. And then all the relevant things we have translated. So this is one very, very basic example of implementation of a Hadamard gate using photonic crystal circuits. So this is a conventional circuit. The middle one, conventional Y branch. You launch light into this, power will divide into 2 output ports. But then if you launch qubits, what happens? So qubits are represented in terms of TE01 and TM mode in this. You can design optical circuits with many modes, 2 modes, 4 modes, etc. So if you launch qubits into this, what happens? So what happens is they are not symmetrical. You can easily observe. Betas or propagation constants are different, etc. You can define the mode fields. You can map the mode fields onto the wave function. So you have 2 different wave functions for T0 and T1 mode and their averages. And if you look at what is happening at the output, they are giving you 0 cut plus 1 cut and 0 cut minus 1 cut. The probabilities are redistributed across the output ports. So this is almost equivalent to a Hadamard gate operation. This can be implemented. We are trying to implement using what are called these photonic crystal circuits or photonic bandgap structures. Very, very crudely, I'll show you 1 or 2 papers because you said you want to know our work. This is one of my students' work, implementation of QKD, BB84 protocol using QDITs, D levels. That's quite old. Another faculty in our department, Varun Raghunathan, he works on generating single photons using optical circuits, integrated optical circuits. You can see some ring resonators, bus waveguides, and so on and so forth. Then I have summarized a few of my students' work. These are all our team. Some of them have finished already. So three topics I have just picked up from my earlier students. This fellow Kalal Roy had worked on quantum algorithmic engineering with photonic circuits. Then all these papers are there. So he worked on very crudely some algorithms like Google PageRank. Then bosonic states. These are things that some of the algorithms were CNN. Also, many students have translated CNN circuits into optical form. So he's there in somewhere in Georgia right now, quite long ago, before all this quantum hype started. Then Akshita has got one of the excellent papers. She worked on random number generation, quantum cryptography, device independent quantum operations, and so on and so forth. So she has got one of the best papers, like in Europhysics letters, applied optics, and so on. Almost close to nature level paper she has written. And there is a postdoc in Switzerland. Then we have given Bhavani Shankar a freedom to combine machine learning with photonics. So he has evaluated Google PageRank at classical and quantum level. If some of you are interested, I'll give you one of the theses. More recent work also, one fellow had done on Google PageRank, bosonic states, etc. Evaluation of all these things using Python and all these codes. Maybe I'll give you the papers. Deep neural networks also he has done. And of course, a stricter thesis evaluation was there because new topic. Then I would like to show you 1 or 2 papers, recent papers. I want to say because you have said recent. One fellow Akram, just a minute. This is a recent thesis. This year completed. So he worked on photonic machine learning some 4 algorithms he has taken and then evaluated. Page rank, bosonic sampling, and all these things. Just from contents table, you can let just keywords only. Simulation of Google page rank is in the second chapter. Okay. Then parameterized circuits. Then boson sampling and Bernoulli subsampling. These are all the 4 algorithms that he has done. So if you are more curious, I'll open his slides. Akram slides. Some a lot of questions in the thesis defense. He had to explain. Of course, it's very difficult to discuss right now, but maybe I'll show you only a few. Say, let us take one example to hardware features. See, we always are trying to combine some hardware. So quantum page rank as a stochastic walk, you can evaluate. That's what is represented by all these equations. This is a crucial equation. WRA equation, you can call it, and represent in terms of all these operators translated into matrix form. All that is evaluated using the Python code. At the end of his thesis, all this Python code will be there for those who are interested. That is about Akram's work. Remaining 3 also, if you are there, bosonic sampling, etc., are there if you are interested. And then see evaluation and all these things. Next, one more final paper by, I would say, see research. There is one more fellow, Viresh. He is working on quantum error correction. That I have. He has given me slides, but I am not able to put properly here. But I'll show you another small paper by a BTech student. See, he was asking just now whether your students can come here and do a project or internship, etc. I have one student who has done internship in our lab from a local college, and a good paper has come from his work. Where is that? EdCon. No. EdCon. Just a minute. Slides are there, not the paper. Not this. I cannot close today's seminar without his. This is because of OneDrive. It's catching me. It is taking me to other IAC. No. Okay. I need not go to the slides, so I will show you this finally. This is our latest paper accepted for IEEE 10Con in Indonesia. This is a reconfigurable logic gates using photonic devices. Okay. So one picture I'll show you. This is the architecture that we are proposing, where you have all these 4, X1, X2, X3, X4 are the inputs, and Y1, Y2, Y3, Y4 are the outputs. And these 5 are the control, for the time being, conventional signals, you can say. They can also be qubit states. So it does a lot of computational functions. You can do matrix transformations in the quantum domain. You can do routing, many things using such circuit. It's a very small 4x4 circuit. So evaluation of this is our recent paper in IEEE 10 and is done by a BTech student. Okay.
Coming October, right, sir?
That much for that today. So I'll acknowledge all my students who have, actually they have given me their slides. Some 4 students have given me their slides along with their photo also in the slide. So I'm not able to compile it properly. So let us have more, I suppose all those who are listening to this symposium get more and more serious in learning the quantum technologies. Not simply superficial knowledge is not sufficient. It will not be useful in the long run. Thank you. Thank you very much for calling me to this program and organizing this talk. I hope more systematic programs will have. Please come to my talk at Vardhaman College on Monday.
Thank you very much, sir. And your session was very interesting. I request our convener and co-convener to felicitate Professor Srinivas. Please.
Please join.
I request the remaining dignitaries please to come on to the dais to felicitate Professor Srinivas sir. Srinivas sir comes to our R&D. We have an opportunity to meet sir frequently in our institute. Please join us in felicitating Srinivas sir.
Adi Paiki, తీసేయరా?
I think this is the last picture of the day. All participants can also come, and we'd like to take a group picture as well. Simultaneously, we'll felicitate the guest also, speaker.
Please join. You received an opportunity from government of Telangana as well. Yeah, I'll share your details.
Someone can stand up.
On top of it, is that fine?
Okay.
Last cut out the better come to the stage.
What remote input ఉంటుంది బట్ కింద మైక్ ఉందా కనిపించిందా
When we can share all these pics to us, we are eagerly waiting.
వాళ్ళే రావాలి ఎప్పుడు కాదు But your national quantum summit, lot I can. One more weekend.
One second, start back from Drava.
Yeah, please. With this.
Let's just have Srinivas there and then Thank you so much for your. Thank you.
Thank you for coming.
Be in touch.
Sorry, that was going to be very much technical. It's not right.
Okay. But it's like there. ఇక్కడ
జనగణ